Okay, what happened? Okay, what happened? Okay, what happened? Okay. Okay. All right. I can now see. Hey, Bonnie, this is pretty exciting, eh?
Very.
Here we are, now live on the Healthy Wealthy Nomads Super Show.
Got some
And
great guests today.
yeah, today's the day. And
For all the people that have ever wanted
here
to,
with the comments.
Yeah, for all the people that have ever wanted to live the nomad life, we often get asked.
Yeah, we haven't started, Bonnie. We're not starting till 9 o'clock, so we're just hanging around waiting for people to join. The officials party doesn't start till 9, so see there we got we can put the comments on the screen as they come in.
I see that.
And
I wonder if I can post from here. I'm going to try.
Okay, sure. You mean within StreamYard?
Yeah.
Okay, yep. Okay. The other thing I was going to put on the screen is...
Yep. Showed up. Although it posted 4 things. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. So I'm going to add share the screen with Chrome tab. With share audio. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, so we've got 10 minutes to go, and there's nobody quite on yet. So I don't know if you can see. Did you try sending me a comment?
I can see the comments to the side here, and once I posted what a lineup of guests, it went under 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things. Can you see it?
Okay. Yep. That's oh, we got what's happened. This one here. Okay. Yeah, so every time you post to all. When you post, it goes to all of the streams. So we've got
okay.
So we've got Storyband TV, Healthy Wealthy Camper, Tell Your Story Productions, my thing, and then the YouTube channel. So what it should show up to is on. Yeah, so I got your. Actually, when you post, if you post on StreamYard, it appears as though it's coming from me.
I know.
Yeah. But if you post from YouTube, it's coming from you, but nobody
Okay.
sees it except for it on YouTube. So why don't you, if you're going to post, why don't you post on YouTube?
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you say something really good, I'll put it up on the screen, right?
Okay.
Like this.
Got it. I don't want to mess anything up. I'll be very careful to not to touch anything. A whole bunch of people are messaging me for some reason.
So if they message you, send them a link to the YouTube, okay?
Okay.
So if they message you, send them a link to the YouTube, okay?
Will do. Okay.
So if they message you, send them a link to the YouTube, okay?
Will do. Will do.
And we got sort of an echo happening here.
Yep.
So if they message you, send them a link to the YouTube, okay?
Will do. Will do.
And we got sort of an echo happening here.
Yep.
So if they message you, send them a link to the YouTube, okay?
Will do. Will do.
And we got sort of an echo happening here.
Yep.
So if they message you, send them a link to the YouTube, okay?
Will do. Will do.
And we got sort of an echo happening. How about, hey,
Yep.
Bonnie?
Yep.
So if they message you, send them a link to the YouTube, okay?
Will do. Will do. What shall I do?
Why don't you turn off,
Yeah.
why don't you close
Yeah.
the YouTube?
Send them a link to the YouTube, okay?
Turn off what?
Close
What shall I do?
YouTube. Why don't you turn off?
Yeah.
Do something. Do you
Yeah.
have anything on the? Do you have YouTube on your computer?
Turn off what?
Close
What shall I
YouTube.
do?
YouTube. Why don't you turn off?
Yeah.
Do something. Do you
Yeah.
have anything on the? Do you have YouTube on your computer?
Okay. Turn off what?
Close. Hello. Okay, Bonnie, turn off your YouTube.
I did.
Okay, that was the problem. We were getting, I don't know if you had the volume down or whatever. It was feeding back and going into a loop.
I know. So now that YouTube's gone. Oh well. I copied
Okay,
the
we've,
link.
we've got a few guests on now. We've got a few people joining.
Cool.
So if you're joining us now, why don't you type in the chat there, just in the comments wherever you're joining us, and just let us know where you are and maybe what you're drinking. Yeah. So there we go. Well, that was good that we that was the only problem, because that could have been a disaster if we got infinite looping going on all the time. There's actually one of the things is that if you plug in a microphone connector and cut the wire, because sometimes it's hard, you can't really turn the speakers off completely. Yeah. So we got a couple of minutes till we start, and
Well, maybe what I can do is just talk about coffee. This is one of the best ways to make your coffee in the morning is using a French press and the cafe filters. They're amazing. They come in 3 sizes. They come in the 3 cup. They come in an 8 cup, which is your most common. That's this size. And they come in a 12 cup. And we were introduced to cafe, and I tell you, I love it. And the reason is because I did not like cleaning the French press. And so I went to a different method. But once we found the cafe filters, it made cleanup a snap, especially, when you're in a motorhome, you don't want a lot of, mess. So, well, from anyone. So if you would like, make sure we know you're here today because we are having a drawing for a cafe kit. So make sure you let us know you're here so we can put you in for the draw. It's pretty exciting. Thanks. Cafe coffee. Cafe.
Yeah,
Here we go.
cafe. Yeah, there we go. Cafe perfection. So we got a kit. We're gonna give away a kit that includes 2 mugs, a
Yep.
French press, and a supply of the filters.
Oh yeah. It's amazing. Well, this is really exciting today. Thank you for everyone that's here already. And we have a lineup of speakers. And if you've ever aspired to live the RV lifestyle, to be a nomad, or to, hey, work from a gorgeous apartment or house, this is some information you won't want to be without.
Yeah, pretty good. We're almost at the start time.
And who's our first guest, Greg?
Well, we're our first guest.
We're our first guests.
And then after that, Linda Hollander will come.
Oh my gosh, Linda's amazing. Don't miss Linda.
Let's pop up the schedule here. Whoops, I can't click on that. I got to click on the actual screen. There we go. So there we go. That's her schedule coming up. So we've got Linda Hollander talking about sponsorship at 9:30. Lorie Woodruff will talk about Forex trading. And Jody Anderson Duquette from Workamper. We'll talk about Workamper.
There's Angelyn Toth. She's at 10:30.
Yeah. Angelyn Toth. Yeah, I skipped over one. There we go. All right. Yeah. So I think why don't we go back to us here. And I'm going to take our starting soon banner off. There we go. Because we're starting now. Okay. So we're Bonnie and Greg Dixon, Story Van TV, and welcome to the Healthy Wealthy Nomads SuperShow. We have quite a fantastic lineup of people coming up today, but I thought we can talk a little bit about us, sort of how we ended up with the Healthy Wealthy Nomad lifestyle. So one of the things is we got married in 2017, and this was the graphic that we used for our wedding. And I have to say, a friend, Stuart McKenzie, drew this. And there's a tyranny in the cartoon. We had to go out and make sure we got shirts and things so that we matched the cartoon. And since then, there we go, caught Bonnie drinking the cafe. And so we ended up traveling. Soon after we got married, we jumped in a Story Van TV in the RV, and we drove first to Idaho, then through Colorado, did a little bit of video work, and then we went to an American Writers and Artists Incorporated Copywriting Success Boot Camp in Delray Beach, Florida. We continued on all the way down to Key West. So we went all the way from the West Coast to the tip, almost to Cuba, and we come back. And so we've been looking for ways to earn money while we're on the road and traveling.
You forgot one thing, Greg.
What?
You forgot that we traveled over 16,000 miles between the snow line and the alligator line.
That's right. Yes. And not that we have anything against alligators. We're just not fond of the weather where the alligators hang out. And I guess if they were climbing an RV, we might not like them either. But there we go. So we had a great adventure. Bonnie and I have friends and relatives across most of the states. So we visited, spent a lot of time in Texas. We went to New Mexico. We drove through quite a few states on the way. On the way back from Florida, we stopped off in Nashville, Tennessee. Our favorite minister, John McLean at Unity of Nashville, was there. So we hung out in their parking lot and had took the Rev out. We went out for beers and barbecue a couple of times. Had a great time. Anyway, there we go. Well, there, Tommy's. I see Tommy. Thank you for joining us. That's great. And yeah, so we're just getting going here. We're talking a bit more about our backstory here and why we did this. So on our adventures, we've always been looking for ways to earn money while on the road. And so I approached many people that we've met on the road and asked if they'd come and speak today. And we have a really good lineup of people here. So here's a bit of a summary. Okay, there we go. So you got us. We're doing a little introduction here for about half an hour. And then Linda Hollander was going to join us talking about sponsorship. We were on a project looking for sponsors, and we took her sponsorship concierge course. After that, Lorie Woodruff will talk to us about trading. Angelyn Toth about relationship marketing, network marketing. Jody Anderson Duquette, director of Workamper News. We did some Workamper News jobs. That's kind of interesting too. Desi, Arnaz, and Franz are going to talk about mortgage notes investing. I didn't know what mortgage notes were until they called me and asked if I could help with something, and there we are. And it's pretty amazing. I think you'll learn a lot from them. And then there's this guy named Greg Dixon who's going to talk about course creation alchemy formula at noon. And pretty excited. John Orian with Play at Creation. We have a few things in common, including music, and we both are involved with creating things for people to do as they retire and become nomads. And yeah, you're welcome, Tommy, for the invitation. And then we have Gary Sizemore. He lives in Florida. He's down there in the alligator country, and he's a career ownership coach. And his area is franchises. So really, Gary's an amazing person. He teaches really what you need to know. And then after that, we have Mindy McHorse from AWAI. I met her when Bonnie and I talked to her. I introduced Bonnie to Mindy when we went down in 2017. And then Ryan Nocera, stock trading. And then Lorie Allen was with Great Escape Publishing, and now she has a company called Focus Escapes. So these are all pretty good opportunities. And I'm just going to do that, control my screen a little bit. I've got these notices in the way, and right here. Okay, so yeah, so this is our basic lineup for the day, and
I would say, Greg, wouldn't you, that each and every one of these people that are speaking can work from anywhere. And Gary, even, for instance, even though he helps people with franchises, there's actually franchises, I had no idea, that you can use for the Nomads. So there's opportunities with each of these people. So today's an exploration, an open mind, learning about many opportunities we've never heard about, or maybe heard about and don't really know much about. We'll do a little deeper dive with each of these people, and then you're able to contact them to learn more. And I would just encourage everyone to always have a plan B, because jobs change, businesses change. Life has been changing at a very fast pace. And if we have even multiple streams of income, then we're never caught in a tight spot. So that's what today's all about, is the learning that there's more than one way to do something. And I'm very excited for today. Each and every one of these speakers are interesting and informative, and we can't wait for you guys to hang out with us. And if you have to pop in and out, there is a replay. And then if you want extra goodies for a mere, what is it, 47, 48 bucks, you can have all of them. And there's even more goodies that we'll be giving out with that. But make sure that we know you're here today, because we want to put you in for the draw for that cafe a package that we'll be sending out to a lucky winner. And do we have any other gifts today too, Greg?
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I've added my course creation Alchemy to the bonuses if you join as a VIP, and I think the other gifts will come along. They're coming in. People will add things. So if you register, be sure to register at healthywealthynomads.com, and you can join. You can be eligible for the draw. Okay. All right. So we've got a few more people have jumped in. Tommy Norman, and he says, I would love, let's see, I can put his comment on the screen here. Says, I would love to earn money while on the road. Also want more information about the energy patches. Yes, the energy patches are going to come when we're talking with Angelyn Toth later about network marketing. And we may actually, we may just throw some in, comment later, but that's coming up.
Absolutely.
And okay, Lisa Jackson is watching from New Hampshire. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa. Yeah. Oh, here. And here we go. Judy T. I just heard about this 10 minutes ago. Excited to hear the speakers.
Fabulous. So, yeah, thanks, Judy T. Lisa and Tommy. So amazing you're here.
Yeah. Okay. So do we, I'm going to have to say about, I'm going to put this back on the screen here. So when we're talking about, Tommy asked about making money while on the road. I would say almost all of these, everyone with some area offers some way of making money. Lorie's Travel Adventures with Great Escape Travel. That's one of the, when I went to Florida, one of the people I wanted to meet was Lorie Allen, and I wanted to do travel writing, photography, and video. And so they had a course with Great Escape Travel, and that was all sorts of inside tracks about how to earn money. And when we were talking with her coming up to the show, she said she got a lot of hate mail because photographers, like professional photographers, were kind of annoyed that they were teaching people how to write travel articles, take their own photos, take their own video, and submit them. So, but anyway, I never thought of that. Linda Hollander, talking about sponsorship, is a great way to fund projects. We had a project ourselves that had no commercial value in the short term. We were making a documentary, so we enlisted Linda Hollander to help us get a sponsorship.
This is an amazing thing, Greg, with Linda Hollander. She's professional. She knows what she's doing. Her prior company was the Wealthy Bag Lady. She's been very successful in her life, but people kept asking her, how are you getting all these sponsors?
Yeah.
And she teaches you from A to Z how to do that, bar none. She is a phenomenal teacher, and her events are just, oh my gosh, over the top. And we met her in LA at an event, and she treats you like kings and queens as guests, but at the same time, she's teaching you the whole time. And then she invites you to work with her if you want, which we did. And so the thing about sponsorship money is really cool. If you have an audience and you're traveling, you can find sponsors, and some of them are super boring. She'll tell you all about it. But sponsors want eyeballs on their products. And so I just encourage everyone for each and every speaker to dig a little deeper. But Linda actually does free talks. She's going to talk today, and then she also has free talks as well.
Yeah, and she has I'm sure she will tell us, but she has another sponsorship concierge program coming up soon. I think it's in August or September coming up.
Cheyenne's joining us right now, honey. Hey,
Okay.
Cheyenne.
Yeah. Okay. Hi.
Good to see you.
There we
Hi
go.
from the road. She's traveling. Love it. Thank you, Cheyenne.
All the cool kids are coming. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's and I we're speaking, going back to Tommy's question there about earning money. Lorie Woodruff is going to talk about foreign exchange trading. And I have to say, if you become a really skillful trader, you can make money with limited risk. It's easier said than done, but it's certainly possible. And Lorie's going to tell us a bit about her method and how to go. Down here, Mindy McHorse. She was met her in 2015 at AWAI, American Writers and Artists Institute, at their copywriting boot camp. And she's the editor of a magazine called The Barefoot Writer. And the Barefoot Writer magazine is everything that this show is about, really, is how to have the laptop lifestyle. The idea is that if you have some writing skills, and a laptop and an internet, you can work and make money anywhere. Part of what they train you is the marketing mindset. Basically, you get hired by people to do your marketing, and so then you have to market yourself in order to get in there. But it's the opportunities have always been extremely good, and it's just increasing with time. And the next speaker that we're going to talk to earlier this morning is Angelyn Toth. And I've got some banners. I could use my banners.
Angelyn, we actually were at her retreat center at Xenia on Bowen Island this past winter. It's just a incredibly beautiful place. And she is going to share her story. And when you hear it, it's very profound of how the revenue from companies she's worked with in the channel of network marketing. Of course, there's wholesale, there's retail, there's direct sales. There's, of course, we know online. There's many channels, and some people, she's going to bust some myths here about what network marketing is and isn't. Yeah. So this woman is a great one to listen in. If you've ever had that horrible feeling, ew, I don't like that. Maybe you don't like it because you don't really understand it or have never had a great experience. And so she's going to share that great experience of how to do it and how not to do it. So we really enjoy Angelyn. You go ahead, Greg. You take on over for Jody.
Yeah. So Jody, we came across, when we were traveling in the RV, we came across a magazine called, a newsletter called Workamper News. And the whole idea with Workamper News is they post job opportunities for people who are looking to work while they're on the road. And that can be anything from working in a RV park, helping out, being a park ranger. One of the best ones I saw recently was to lead wine tasting at a really beautiful winery somewhere. And Linda Hollander's in the house. So
hey, Linda, we're so glad you're here.
Yeah, so she's Linda Hollander's coming up. We're going to start talking to her at 9:30, and we're just going through. Tommy asked about money opportunities. I'm just going to go through some of the speakers here. I would say, where's Desi?
So one of the things I love about Workamper, because I started reading all about it as we were traveling and all the different opportunities, but they're very proactive. And then also one of the opportunities I saw on there was how to like maintain and take care of your RV. You could take the class just to take it for your own RV, but you can actually make a profession. There are more RVs, and the stats are about 15% motorhomes and about 85% trailers. I didn't realize that, but they are mini homes bouncing down the road. So just like any home, they're going to need maintenance. So with the Workamper News, there is an opportunity through there to learn about your motorhome, which is a good thing, and maintain it, because not every system is the same. Some of the systems are totally different, like the refrigerators do not work like your refrigerator at home. And I don't know, some of the hot water heaters. Oh my gosh, the toilet. We could go into the mountain of poo there. But you definitely, if you are in an RV or a trailer, one wants to know how that system works, or there could be problems.
Yeah.
So Workamper News is a fabulous place to find out jobs and maintenance and connect with other people. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful resource.
No, it absolutely is. And you and I did a Workamper job, didn't we?
We did. Yes, we did. We saw an ad there and we applied and we tried it out, and that particular job didn't work out for us, but it opened our eyes to all the possibilities that are out there.
I think it's an interesting story. We ended up trying to sell digital signs in Texas, and we have friends and family in Texas, but I think we've seen more of Texas than most Texans, and we've been to a few places, but Texans won't go there on purpose. So we were in the Odessa, Andrews area, and Bonnie's friend says, "That stinks." You know, it smells of oil and cow manure. So I think Bonnie said, "Well, some people think that's the smell of money."
Yeah.
So it was interesting. I don't know if you've ever been in that part of Texas. They get a lot of wind and sand, and everything looks like it's sandblasted. But there are an awful lot of beautiful places, and we spent most of our time hanging out in New Braunfels, which is one of our favorite spots. That's sort of stuck in between San Antonio and Austin, some of the nicest parts of Texas, really. So you certainly can have some really good travel adventures, and Workamper offers ways of earning money while you're traveling, at least offsetting your costs. So you're staying in nice places and working a little bit to pay for your hookups and your parking. But there's also I think we also noticed when we were traveling that sometimes there's two parts of an RV park. There's one part with the older campers and the older trailers, and then there's on the other side and people with big $500,000 $1 million diesel
Class
pusher
A buses.
Class A's, and a lot of those have personalized license plates or or some kind of decals on there indicating that they're involved with some sort of network marketing group or the product, or they're running a major company out of their RV.
That's right.
So anything's possible. So today, with almost ubiquitous internet connections and laptops and computers, you can work and play and earn money pretty much anywhere.
I just want to jump in for everyone who isn't quite there yet. One of the things when you're making extra money, the reason to do it now is to work with the extra multiple streams of income to create the money so you can go live the lifestyle. Once you're living the lifestyle, it's nice to have that extra income coming in, because there will be maintenance costs driving down the road. Exciting news, there's actually several manufacturers looking at electric RVs. So we have some great stuff. Of course, there's the panels right now that you can hook up for solar. So there's a lot of exciting transition right now. So what I say is, even if you're not living the lifestyle now, but you aspire to live this lifestyle, which we love, make sure to think about What if an extra 500, an extra 1,000 a month went towards your dream, or much, much more in many of these cases that we're going to be talking with people today?
Yeah. Speaking of electric RVs, we heard Elon Musk is working on one, so we were going to ask if he could sponsor us providing electric RVs to drive around. So anyway, Linda's laughing with that. Maybe we should bring her up into the conversation here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey,
Morning, Linda.
Linda. Hey.
Hi, how you doing?
Fabulous. Good morning. Thank you for being here with the Healthy, Wealthy Nomad Super Show.
Great to be here.
hmm So, Linda, have you done the RV lifestyle?
I have not done the RV lifestyle. I have friends who do it. I've been on them. The extent of the RV lifestyle is just kind of going out for the afternoon and riding some mini bikes, and then coming back. So that's my extent of the RV lifestyle, but I do know it. I have not watched the Francis McDormand movie yet, Nomadland. I would guess that would be a favorite movie of yours, right?
Actually, I haven't
it
seen
yet.
it either. I heard that might be maybe not on the exact parallel that we're doing. It might be more of the people who are maybe forced to live this. There's kind of two shoes right now with housing so expensive. A lot of people are actually living in their RVs because they can't afford something. We do it by choice. We call it happily homeless, happily home full wherever we go. And but what I know about you, Linda, is if someone were to create a lifestyle where they get known traveling, they absolutely could find sponsors that would, support them in their endeavors, running about, having fun.
Yeah.
And I was just listening to your conversation about getting, extra money, extra income to afford this particular lifestyle. I do work with a lady, and she plans on doing this, and she has a young son about 10 years old, and she wants to show him the country and have him learn by going around, in an RV. So I will definitely be listening to the show for suggestions. But then, of course, the reason that we know each other is because sponsorship is a way to finance this particular lifestyle like the two of you are doing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We were hot on the trail ourselves with our documentary we were working on. And unfortunately, with COVID, we kind of got set to the side. But the pieces may be picked back up again at some point for that particular project.
Yeah. So to go back in the context, we did an event with you, Linda. And part of our thing is that's where Storyvan TV was kind of born during your
right.
event. And you helped us put together a sponsorship package and proposal. And we were doing a documentary for the natural health movement, and which had no immediate income source. So we needed sponsors. So we were all set up. We were going to be at Natural Products Expo West. They were expecting something like 89,000 visitors, and there were 2,500 vendors, and many of those were potential sponsors. We had reached out. There's the phone, and we reached out and talked to a number of potential sponsors. We had interviews set up. We had a reservation in an RV park right next to the event center in Anaheim. And, it was supposed to start March 6th. So they canceled the event March 4th. So
Oh my God, that close, huh?
Yeah. So we
48 hours.
We did get, we couldn't get our money back on our reservation. So we had a night at Disney downtown in Anaheim. And then we did an interview on the way back in Santa Cruz. And then the Canadian government said, you guys should really get back home. And then I think they closed the border about 2 days after we got home.
Wow, you made it just in time.
But you're no stranger to travel, I don't think. I think you've done a lot of book tours and traveling with...
Well, yeah, I'm into world travel and more adventure travel. I've gone to over 25 countries. The most recent bucket list trip that I took was Egypt and Israel. And for a while I was going out of the country once a year. I was going somewhere out of the country, whether it was ziplining in Costa Rica, whether it was going to Tokyo or Singapore or, wherever. And I've been to most of the states. Travel is kind of after my family, after my business, and after my animals. Travel is just, the center of my life.
Yeah.
And oh my God, I got the travel bug like you wouldn't believe, with what we've been through the past year.
Oh, I bet that's been a little bit challenging.
So challenging. Yes.
Yes. Well, luckily you have oodles and oodles of memories. I think that's one thing that this lifestyle provides is great memories and amazing people that we meet everywhere we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I'm glad I traveled a lot when I was younger, because now it's hard to do. I'm glad I'm not, 21 years old right now, and looking forward to travel, because then, those years, I think those are some really good years to travel, because you don't have a home yet. You don't have family. You don't have responsibility, in your 20s. I think that's a great time to travel and see the world.
Mm-hmm. More and more younger, amazingly, families are choosing the nomad lifestyle right now, we've noticed. And that's quite interesting to do, just that, show their kids, the world. And what I've also noticed is what this does for me is to look more deeply wherever we're at. We're in a very tiny town here in Merritt, British Columbia right now. Do you know it's a walkable town with incredible murals, a great park, a hillside was full of berries that we went out and picked. What I'm learning is that we can enjoy everywhere we go, and no matter where we go, a little town, a big town, it's stopping and smelling the roses wherever we're at. So I think that that's what we've done now, is kind of brought it down this way. And again, life will allow us to go back out again at some point. Right now, we're just all kind of hunkered in.
Absolutely. But I got to tell you, a few weeks ago, I did go to Las Vegas, and boy, that town is coming back with a vengeance.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. There were lines for everything.
Oh my goodness. So where are we, Greg? Did we lost you, honey?
Well, I am in your capable hands. And while I'm here, I just want to tell people about Tell Your Story Productions, because I hired Tell Your Story Productions to do a story of my dad. And they actually met with him personally, did an interview, and produced a wonderful book about my dad, which we gave to him for his birthday. And distributed it to a lot of the people that we know and he knows. And there were so many things I didn't even know about his life that I learned from Tell Your Story Production. So if you know anybody who really you should never let anybody die without their story being told. And this is especially for, seniors and things. So, I just think it's just such a wonderful personalized gift to give to somebody.
Thank you, Linda.
We had a great time meeting your father and talking with him, and it was kind of funny because he was a little bit reluctant to do the interview.
Very,
right?
yes.
And and he didn't want to be on camera, so we just sort of said we'll go and have coffee. So where we weren't even really prepared. Well, we were prepared to do it, but we weren't planning on it necessarily. But I had just a phone with a microphone. And he said, "Oh, I'm ready to go." And then he got going. I think he talked for a good part of an hour, and just really amazing stories.
Oh, absolutely.
And then you had managed to save all of the photos, because your dad probably wouldn't have saved the photos on his own, but you had squirreled them away and scanned them and sent.
Yeah, I'm kind of the archivist in the family as far as preserving the photos. And I got to give my mother credit because she was also really big into photos and always making albums. So, because of course, at one time I was too young to do that. So, I got to give her credit for that. I lost my mother about 11 years ago, but she has so many photo memories that I'm so glad for that.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you for that. That's one of the things that we enjoy doing very, very much. We've traveled to Calgary, we've traveled to LA. My own father, I was doing some interviewing of my own father. And back in the day, my mom passed about the same time your mom did. She got very anxious when I tried to interview her. It was really challenging. So I have more pictures than I do an actual interview of her. But it's an amazing thing as we're journeying in our nomad lifestyle, meeting people and their stories. And everyone has a story to tell. We have a friend, Jerry Smith, and he actually inspired us, and that's where Tell Your Story Productions was born from. And so he's done many, many stories. And again, if we don't share our stories, they're gone in 2 generations. No one remembers anything. So it's really a gift to do this. And one other story we told was a high school student. And we did a story from all his pictures up till he graduated. That was a gift to him as he graduated high school. He'll have that the rest of his life, that first 18 years. So that was really fun too. So
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So anyway, I think we should get on talking about
I think we should.
sponsorship.
People want to hear
Let's
how to
talk
get
about it.
some sponsorship money. Linda, take us there.
Okay, well, you mentioned in the intro the Elon Musk because he's developing electric RVs. That should certainly be on your radar. So I want to tell all the people listening that you can get sponsors. And, even if you've never gotten sponsors before, even if, you've never had a business before, you can do this because when I got sponsors, I had no experience. I had no following. Everybody thinks, oh, well, if a sponsor is going to pay me, I have to have this huge fan base of millions of people. No, you don't. When I first started getting sponsors, nobody knew who I was except for my cat, my brother-in-law. And I just said, you know what? I want to do this. And in order to do this, I need funding. And that's how I got sponsors. Now, for me, it was a live event. I wanted to do a women's small business expo because starting my own business got me out of the poverty trap. It got me basically out of an abusive relationship. And I met my husband and, have a wonderful marriage. We're going on 25 years next year. So all the good things in my life happened when I made that decision to break out and start my own business. And I wanted to show other women how to do that, how to be empowered financially through your own business. And if you do this, you are running a business. It's just that your business may be on the road. Your business may be like Greg and Bonnie, a wonderful podcast or a blog or a YouTube channel or a book or whatever. So that you could get sponsors for that. You could get sponsors to fund that. And there are ways to do it that we can talk about.
That is so exciting, Linda. Can you tell a little bit more of I just love your backstory and the sense that, you were at your kitchen table at your wit's end at one point. And then the other thing that really, if you could touch on, is how your mind sparked when you saw a big, what do you call it?
Billboard.
Not banner. The big
Billboard.
thing that you drive by, a big from Bank of America. It was just amazing to me when you shared that.
Okay. Well, sure. Yeah. Because I'm in Los Angeles, California. So talk about traffic. We're known for traffic jams, and I was definitely experiencing that. So I'm in a traffic jam, not in an RV, in my little clunker car. By the way, I had this green car. Like, who has a green car? The paint was peeling, the upholstery was shot. the thing was chugging along and I'm in a traffic jam and I look up and I see, oh my God, what is that? It's a billboard for Bank of America. And for all of you, in North America, Bank of America is huge. It's just absolutely monster in the US. So I looked at it and I fantasized and I said, oh my God, what if Bank of America could be a sponsor of mine? Now, here's the problem. I only had an idea in my silly little brain. So I said, well, I came home and I basically self-sabotaged. And I said, they're not going to want to listen to me. I'm going to make a fool out of myself. They're going to ultimately reject me, and I just don't want to be any part of that. So I buried the idea for about 2 weeks. One day, though, I got up and I said, you know what? I've got to do this. This is my life's work. This is going to help so many people, transform so many lives, that I've just got to suck it up. And I picked up the phone. And the phone looked like it weighed about 250 pounds, but I did call Bank of America. One person led me to another, and then I got the guy at Bank of America, and he said, come on in. So I took the clunker car, parked it 2 blocks down because I didn't want anybody to see it. I put on the one good suit that I had. I put on my high heels and walked into the office, showed him my proposal, and he said, yes, we'll sponsor you. That was my first sponsor on concept. And, I wanted to scream, but I'm in a fancy bank building. So I just wiped my hand on my suit because my hand was so clammy. My knees were knocking, but I did shake his hand. And then on the way home, I waved to all the Bank of America branches. And I got to tell you, people, there is nothing like that feeling of getting your first sponsor. I mean, it is validation. Not only does somebody believe in you, but that somebody is a major leading edge company. And then that sparked getting Walmart and FedEx and Staples and IBM and Microsoft and all these other major brands to sponsor me. So you can do this, because I know a lot of people with shows, because at that time it was live events. Sponsorship now is less event focused after the pandemic. What you want to do is you want to provide your sponsor with year-round benefits. Email marketing, social media, everything that you could do wherever you are. If you do have an RV, you could wrap the RV with sponsor logos. And you were both telling me that you see that when you go to RV parks. You see RVs that advertise for certain brands. So sponsorship is just a wonderful, wonderful revenue stream for you.
What you were sharing with us at your amazing event was the thing about sponsorship money. It's not a loan. It's more of, they want to know from you. I mean, you'll be reporting to them how many eyes are seeing you, but it's a different vehicle for money. In fact, you want to call it free money in a way, because your job is to get eyes on them. And can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. It's not a loan, but it's not a donation either. It's really not free money, because you have to provide value in order to get sponsor funding. But it is money that you don't have to pay back, so you don't have to be saddled with debt or anything like that. So sponsorship fees are usually they give you one check for a year, because even if you do a show, we don't want you to get sponsors for 30-second commercials, 60-second commercials for 13 episodes. That's really not the way to be successful with it. And notice I called it a show and not a podcast, because we want you to call it a show. We want you to tell sponsors that you're a media company if you do a podcast. And like I said, you want to do a full suite of really high-level benefits. Email marketing, videos. It could be distributing the sponsor videos. You could do live reads for your sponsors while you're doing your show. You could do dynamic, which is playing their commercials. You can, do social media to promote them. You could, give them, do contests. Sponsors love contests because with contests, they get interactive with the brand. So and you'll notice that everything that I just told you is low cost or no cost, but it has a high perceived value to your sponsors. And by the way, you're probably wondering, well, how much money can I make with sponsorships? Most of our clients get between $10,000, even up to $100,000 a year from each sponsor. What we want you to do is get as many sponsors as you can, because that puts you in a much better financial position. There's also something called renewals. So once you get the funding, they can fund you this year, the next year, and the next year. And I've had that experience, renewals, multi-year contracts with FedEx and with Citibank. My clients have gotten Verizon and Black & Decker for multi-year deals. So that's really where it's at. And that's why we want you to have a lot of sponsors, because then if one sponsor doesn't renew with you and continue the contract, you've got others. So you're not completely devastated.
Mm-hmm. And Linda, when a person's not financially strapped, then life goes along a lot better.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, Oprah says that because, with Oprah, she doesn't have to worry about making paying the bill to keep the lights on in her house. So she can think about, higher things and transformation, like building schools in Africa. And she can accomplish all of those big dreams that she had as a child, because she doesn't have to stress the little stuff.
Mm-hmm. What was it for you? What was that experience once you got those first initial sponsors and you had that first amazing event? How were you feeling?
I was feeling so many emotions. I was feeling anxious because if you want to do events, you bite your nails a little bit, because people now will register at the last minute for your events. And by the way, I don't even know if the two of you know this, but my events are virtual now. The Sponsor Secret Seminar is a virtual event. The next one's coming up in September. If anybody wants information, see at the top there where they're showing us. It's sponsorsecretseminar.com. So it is a completely virtual experience. And we could talk about that, because that's really transformed the event industry, is virtuals, because people could do that from anywhere and watch from anywhere. So our attendance has gone way up. So I felt that after my first event, I just felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment after my first event. And you know what? It's all about discovering your greatness and helping other people discover their greatness. Because at the Women's Small Business Expo at my event, women met their business partners. Women got the missing pieces of the puzzle they needed to create their own multi-million-dollar business. And right now at Sponsor Secret Seminar, people get empowered to find sponsors and create a whole new lifestyle for themselves and truly fund their dreams with sponsors.
Mm-hmm. This one right there, Greg, stop that there. I think this is what you're saying. Money that you don't have to pay back with no credit check, media and public relations opportunities, free products and services such as hotel and travel, amazing connections. This is the key one for me. Amazing connections with key business influencers. From your sponsorship event we went to, we have made more connections with like-minded people. It's amazing. And credibility when you have a sponsor, that you are a trusted business. And I think that is really key as well. The more people want to buy from people who they know, like, and trust. And I think that's really key too.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the credibility piece is major because, okay, most people want to know about sponsors because of the money. Because as you said, it's not all about the money. It's about what money can do for you and the lifestyle you could create if you have resources. Mm-hmm. But you also get credibility. So if you do a show, you'll get more viewers or listeners to your show. If you want to write a book, you'll get more people reading your book, seeing you speak, coming to your events. Even as a nonprofit, because we work with nonprofit charities, you'll get more donors to your nonprofit. So you could create that kind of world change that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So, on some of the different businesses you've worked with, or different projects, you were talking about authors, speakers. Who are some of the other clients that you've worked with that are maybe not so traditional that have gotten sponsorships?
One of my favorite clients, her name is Carolyn Gross, and talk about a story. She was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer, which is pretty advanced and sometimes a death sentence. And a bunch of doctors told her she needed a complete mastectomy, which is cutting off the breasts. And she said, well, I really don't think I want to do that. So she studied how to heal her cancer naturally with alternative medicine. I know you'll like this story.
Yeah.
And she wrote a book called Treatable and Beatable. And so, you know, what's she doing? She's helping women and the people who love them, the communities around the woman, by Treatable and Beatable. She has been a cancer thriver. She corrects me because she's not a survivor. She's a thriver for over 15 years. She's been cancer free with this methodology. And some of her sponsors are a natural tea company, because that's one of the things she recommends is tea, foot detox, a vitamin company, a cancer center. So, you know, those are called what's called second tier sponsors. You know, they're not the big companies out there, but if you go to what's called second tier sponsors, they have money. They can sponsor you, and they need you even more than the top tier brands because they need you to get the word out about them. And so she went on a speaking tour all around the country to deliver this message that you don't have to cut into your body, that you can heal some forms of cancer with alternative medicine. And I like to tell her story because people think, oh, well, I have to have a business topic. No, you could have what's called soft skills that you teach. You could teach health and wellness and personal development and talk about holistics and organics and those kinds of things. And the most important thing in getting your sponsors is your audience, and her audience is conscious consumers. And these are the people that go to Whole Foods. These are the people that drive the hybrid or the electric cars and spearheaded the green movement and are into personal development and yoga and all those kinds of things. So it's a huge market, $500 billion worldwide market. So that's what you want. If you want to get started with sponsors, the first thing that I want you to do is go on Google for a few minutes and research your demographics, because the demographics are destiny. The definition of sponsorship, it's connecting a company to people who buy stuff. So if you can connect a company to people who buy things, you can get sponsors.
Oh, that's a juicy thing to know. For I know there's a couple authors right here on our listening right now, and Greg Page, I think, commented that it was a Cheyenne commented she'd forgotten about sponsors. So this is the perfect thing for a lot of everyone to consider, and to get we can do it on our own, but to get someone like Linda to guide you where you actually are ready, because we can actually go mess it up, can't we, Linda? If we go out there and kind of flop around a little bit, those sponsors might look at us like, oh, but we have a guide like yourself and a company that's been doing this for many years now, then that everything, the return on investment is wonderful, because you actually then have the proper package to show someone. Can you talk about what a package would entail?
Okay. Well, first of all, you can mess it up big time. And I know that because I did it. If you don't know what you're doing, you could lose time, you could lose money. And the problem is a lot of people become frustrated and they say, well, this doesn't work. No, it does work. You just have to do it in the right way. So I'll talk quickly about the proposal. And by the way, I lost $75,000 when I was first getting into this, learning this business. So really be careful, because it's a little bit risky if you don't know what you're doing. So what goes into your sponsor proposal is a description of what you do. Of course, those demographics that I talked about. What does your audience look like? Does it skew male? Does it skew female? What's the age range? What's the income, etc.? You want to have the right benefits that we were talking about, and not just visibility benefits, pasting logos. It has to go beyond that to really connect sponsors with a brand. So you want to have the right benefits. You want to have your marketing plan there. And if you don't have a marketing plan, we can help you create one. But you know, the marketing can make or break you. There's a lot of podcasts out there. There's a lot of books out there. You know, what's the difference between the ones that are really successful and, you know, the authors who just have their book in their garage because, you know, nobody bought it, even though it's a good book? It's marketing. So you want to have the marketing there. And lastly, you're going to love this, storytelling. You really want to have some really good storytelling, because people think, well, I'm sending this sponsor proposal to a big company and I'm going to try to impress them with facts and figures, and, you know, it becomes boring. Your story is going to make you stand out from everybody else. I put in my proposal that I was in the poverty trap, that I was in an abusive relationship. You want to get vulnerable, because that's how I've gotten sponsors. It's not a faceless corporation that's going to fund you and sponsor you. It's a human being, and sponsorship is a relationship business. So that's what goes into that sponsor proposal. And the proposal is the most important but least understood document, because that's what sponsors see, and that's how they make their funding decisions.
Oh, that was wonderful. One of the things on talking relationships, would you say, I know for Greg and I, that it's not like you throw a proposal at someone and then they go, oh, yes. Sometimes it's the relationship dance. And Greg, we experienced that, didn't we? It was just like the people that are here today. We've known many of you for years now. We just didn't call you yesterday and say, be on our show. It was like Greg was calling people from years ago, and it's been a couple years since we were at your event, but yet we've stayed in touch and created that relationship. So really, you teach relationships as well.
Yeah, and the two of you, Greg, Bonnie, you're great at relationships. And that's really what it's all about, is creating relationships. And, you know, don't just email, don't just text, like have conversations. That's what's going to lead to successful sponsor deals, is having those conversations, creating those great relationships with your sponsors. That's what makes the deals happen.
Mm-hmm. And you as well, Linda, you taught us a lot. When you hold an event, you created a personal experience. And that's something that we really took note of. And on the second event that we came to, that you actually invited us to come to, and it was amazing. We got to meet an actual sponsor, and that was so much fun to like interact. What would that be like to interact with a real sponsor? Because we'd never done that before. It was so much fun.
I'm glad you had a great time. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we do, is we provide access to sponsors. We prepare you, we get you what we call sponsor ready. We package you for success, and then we give you access to actual sponsors. So I've got to get on another call, but I wanted to give a gift to the people listening. Can I give a gift to them?
Absolutely.
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay, so if you go to successwithsponsors.com, you'll get the #1 secret to getting your sponsors. So just go to successwithsponsors.com, request the #1 secret, and that is my gift for you. Also on successwithsponsors.com, if you want to have what's called a strategy session with me, a free strategy session, you can request that too. And oh my God, the strategy sessions are magic. I teach you how to pull out money in places you never even thought of before. And we do a whole lot of brainstorming and breakthroughs. So just go to the website and you'll get all those resources.
Thank you, Linda. For everyone on this call and a replay, please take her up on this offer. It is amazing. And we just want to thank you so much, Linda, for being here with us today.
Thank you. I'm putting on my smiley face too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming, Linda.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So our next guest, Lorie Woodruff, is here. She's been hanging out. Are you ready?
I'm
Hey,
ready.
Lorie.
Hi.
Hey, Lorie.
I was trying to wait for a more awkward moment to put you on top, but I didn't see
You
it.
can't. You can't. It's not going to work.
So how are you?
Today's my birthday.
Your birthday.
Oh,
Happy-
yay. Happy
I
birthday.
was just returning some thank yous and some gifts that I was getting. So my head was down, just focused on replying back to folks. It's a good day. It's another birthday. It's another.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Thank
Welcome
you for
to
having me.
the story, to the Healthy, Wealthy Nomads Super Show. Thank you for coming.
I'm excited. I'm excited. When Greg had reached out to me, it was like, it is on my birthday, but it is a beautiful day to do this. So let's do it.
Okay.
Now, how much time are we going to be playing today?
So we have half an hour,
Okay.
and so I'm gonna put your website up on the screen here.
Okay.
If for no other reason, it's got a lot of photos of the birthday girl on it.
Yeah. Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, since it was LorieWoodruff.com, I might as well put a little bit of Lorie Woodruff up there.
Yeah, there we go. And I think what I loved about your site is you had a thing called Lorie TV. So and on your Lorie TV you talked quite a bit about currency trading, foreign exchange trading. So I think that's what we're going to talk about today.
Okay.
And
That
so
sounds good.
you were from your website, you were a realtor before, right?
Yeah, so for the past 21 years, excuse me, I don't want to shortchange myself. 21 years, it's been a real estate agent helping buyers and sellers and investors in the Maryland and DC market. So that's where my start really was in my career. And just like anything, I know one of my coaches told me, it's not what you do, it's what you know. And I remember just going through those 20 years helping people. I've accomplished a lot of education and gotten a lot from different mentors, learning about credit, learning about personal development, social media, and how to get yourself presented so that you can be a speaker. And then the currency market presented itself. Yeah, so it's been a few years of a lot going on. So yeah, real estate agent has been what most people have known me for, but now we're moving more into space, Greg and Bonnie, where it's more so about educating and unleashing the best in you. If it's about making you a successful entrepreneur, that's what I adore, coaching individuals how to get into a better space.
Yeah. So one of the reasons for this whole super show is all sorts of ways for people to earn money while from home or on the road or living anywhere they want. And that was I also spent some time learning about trading and that kind of thing. It's a little bit of foreign exchange and options. And I think one of the appealing parts of trading is that you don't have to spend your whole day at it. As a matter of fact, I think most people who teach it suggest that you don't spend the whole day because you get tired and start making mistakes.
You go crazy too. It's too much.
You go crazy too, yeah. So it's the kind of thing that you can fit into your lifestyle. So maybe, how much time do you spend a day trading?
Well, let me roll into that and kind of give you a better picture of why that started in the first place, because 4 years ago was my first introduction into the foreign exchange market. And as a real estate, if there's anyone out there who's in sales, you will understand the next couple of words that I'm about to speak on. When you're in sales, you have no idea really when your next commission check is coming. You have no idea. And you're hoping and praying that the footprints that you laid down make sense. All right, you got your real estate consultation, everything looks to be going great, but it could be 2 months later that the buyer changes their mind, the seller doesn't want to sell the property, maybe their financing didn't go through. Anything could happen. And because that commission is attached to an initial dream, something could get broken. And that's the reason why I said yes to trading 4 years ago, because I needed to fix that gap in between that dream and that commission check. And sales and people who are in sales fully understand this, and they can nod their head and say exactly, because basically I'm unemployed until the next commission check came in. So I had to make sure that I knew about a skill set that I could learn at home and really could teach this to other people so that they could also make money in between their settlements, make money in between their sales, so that they don't have to stress out over money, because that was one of the biggest stresses that I was going through personally, was deals falling through, or just being too behind with payments. And so yeah, trading was that perfect marriage for me, where I got in. I couldn't say no. At that time I had $87 to my name, and money goes in, money goes out, money goes in, money goes out. And at that time, 4 years ago, when I was presented with the information personally, I said to myself, when this works for myself, I will commit myself to teach other people how to make money online. And that's what's been happening. Thousands of people have been enrolled in the mentorship. At this point, I don't want anyone to spend more than an hour trading. No. So if it's something where we have lots of different softwares where you could learn and earn money within minutes. And those kinds of things are very attractive to people that are learning how to trade right now. So they can get in and out, maybe 15 minutes. But an hour, no more than that, unless you're really, really studying and trying to do some super duper things. I don't want you up with 15 different screens up just to look as sexy as possible. That's not the goal. That is not the goal. Don't let YouTube fool you. You want to get in, learn the skill set, really, because this could take time, and really just get in and out and make small profits in the beginning, get consistent with it, and then you can start moving up to the bigger amounts because you know what you're doing.
That makes so much sense. That
Yeah, I'm still
having
real
the multiple streams of income,
definitely.
because as you just shared, sales is really one sale to the next, one
Yes.
sale to the next.
Yeah.
And this could be, again, running parallel
Yeah,
at the same time.
it does. It does, and it makes sense. It's not like I'm not bashing it, but I'm a real estate entrepreneur. So anything touching real estate, I need to know about. And if it's something where someone needs to learn how to make a down payment happen, this could help. It comes into play where, have you thought about trading? And I've had lots of people that converted. Hey, I don't have anything in my bank account, but I'm open to learning. Well, here we are. 6 months later, they're buying their home with the funds that they traded with. So for me, that was I used the funds from trading to purchase the house that I'm in. And it was only because of that. I didn't have anything else, but that was the best way to ramp up to get funds. If you want to pay down debt, look at trading. If you want to, just start accumulating for your retirement, we have plenty of people who are coming in just to learn how to trade, to start feeding those kind of accounts.
Mm-hmm. So in this case, for the healthy, wealthy nomads,
Mm-hmm.
a person might be aspiring to live that lifestyle, but some of the motorhomes right now, a new one could be anywhere from 100,000 to $1 million.
Yes.
So this could be a way for them to live that lifestyle. And then the cool thing is, you might validate this, because it's business they're running around, you might even be able to write it off.
Definitely, it's a student expense. So if it's an educational expense, absolutely, I'm definitely writing off anything I'm doing with trading, and any classes that I'm taking to better that knowledge. Oh yeah, it's being written off. We'll see those receipts later, but yeah. It's been a great experience though. But most people who begin, their mindset is so focused on, how do I do it? And, what do I need to get started? Well, in order to get started as a currency trader, one, you really just want to get in front of, do I want this? And why do I want this? And the why is really going to kick you in gear when you don't feel like doing it. And that starts with any business. And that starts with anything that you really want to get started. Why are you doing it? Are you doing it because you saw it on TV? Are you saying just to be nosy? Are you doing it really to make a difference in your family? And that's one of the first things that we accomplish first, is finding out what are your 5 whys on why you're doing it. And don't just tell me it's about money. Don't just tell me, Lorie, I want to make money, because that person will not last. Because if you're not making money within 30 or 60 days, that person is typically gone, if it's just about money. So I typically will push back on someone who says it's just about money. So we need a little bit more. What is the money for? Is it for the tuition for your children? Is it for to get a second home? Is it to take care of your grandmother? It's got to go deep, where it's not just about money. What does that money do for you? And then once we get past that next phase is, all right, let's get you into the academy so you can actually learn the skill set. You got to push play, pay attention. You got to push play, pay attention to what is going on, because 80% of the people more 90% that get started, they have never learned anything about trading and don't know anything about it. Like I was totally green and totally new. So it's a new language. But again, that why of why you're doing this is going to keep you going when you're like, oh, I'm tired. Or what is support and resistance? And, what is a pip? When all of these new terms are coming, you got to remember, hey, this is why you're doing it. And then that next level, you move up from the academy. You start learning what you're doing. You start practicing in a demo account. You start practicing with fake money. And when you start doing that, then you start getting into a flow. Then you start working with live educators. And when you start doing that, you could really start to see money being made on those sessions, because as you're learning, you're making money at the same time. And then at that point, you're in the community with us, trading secrets and just kind of going over some things. But that process could take time, depending on the individual. Because so many people ask, well, how long is it going to take me to learn? I don't know. How long is it going to take you to lose weight? I don't know. This is a good question. But if you're determined, we're behind you, and we have an academy that's going to really teach you everything necessary to be a profitable trader.
Lorie, how much money, if a person is young or older and broke, how much money does it take to start?
Good question. Good question. I think we have one of the least expensive platforms, and we actually have the #1 online platform. So you don't have to have a lot of money to get started. Some of the packages that we have are as little as $209 to get started. There is a monthly recurring subscription in order to keep that relationship of education going. And that's about $175 per month. But again, you've got everything all in one. That upfront, someone may say $209, that's a lot of money. Where else are you going to go to learn the secrets of wealth? You've got to learn it somewhere. You can piece things together on YouTube if you want to, but that's going to take you longer. That's going to take you time. So here you can get started with as little as $209 one time, and then there's a monthly subscription to keep you connected to the information.
Awesome.
Yes. One of the things that I like about foreign exchange trading is that, aside from the training, you don't need that much money to get started.
No.
Really. And the other thing you said is, if you're doing it for the money, that's probably the wrong reason. Like I think trading's not for everybody. You have to have the right mindset, and you have to have the right attitude. And you're probably familiar with Jack Swagger's books.
No, I haven't read them all. No, I have not.
The market, yeah, but it's kind of funny. It's all the people, he asked 20 top traders, why they got into it. What was their best day? What was their worst day? and advice for traders. And most of it's mindset. A number of people said, if you get up in the morning, you're having, you're angry at somebody, you're tired, you're worried about your next bill, probably go for a walk in the park and do something else, because you're just going to get yourself in trouble.
You're going to bring that in. And I host actually a live trading session every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for the members. And anybody can actually join in. But it's a live session so that people can actually get connected. They start their morning out the right way. And every single morning, just like you have mentioned, Greg, I say there's 2 notebooks that should be by your side. 2. One is your gratitude book, and the other one is your trading journal. So you've got to have these. So we definitely go into mindset. We go into that heavy. And the reason for that is you have got to be connected to something when money is not flowing in. Because you can open up a live account with as little as $50 when you're ready to start trading. Practice in the demo as long as you need to. But when you're ready and you've got the confidence up and you've got your skill set up and you've got more wins than losses in your demo account, then when you're playing with your money, you're like this. Hold on. I'm not going to go to the bathroom yet. I've got to trade in. Hold on. It's mindset. It's going to help that. You're like, look, if you feel confident about what trade you put in, go to the restroom. Go make that phone call. It's okay. You don't have to stay stuck to it. So mindset is 90% of everything that we do in life. 10% is placing trades.
Yeah.
10%.
And I think what you said about you don't advise anybody to start trading with real money until they've traded with virtual money for a long time. I was following another person. He said, unless you can consistently make $200 to $400 every day when you're trading, don't even start. You just keep on trading, and then when you're got to the point where you're comfortable with the decisions you're making with the paper money, then you can go and move into real money, and then you're not buying lottery tickets anymore. You're just demonstrating your skill.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's right, because when you and it never fails. Anyone that has ever come into our academy and they're anxious just for money, I said, what it sounds like you need is a job. Because what this is not going to be is giving you a paycheck at the next 30 or 45 days. And everyone who has gotten into that, Greg and Bonnie, everybody who has said, after 30 days, I'm ready to open up my live account. I'm like, no, you're not. I don't get any compensation when you open up a live account. But I do want the satisfaction to know that you've done this and you're comfortable. And unfortunately, the ones that want to jump out there after 30 days, after they just got started with trading, open up a live account, they blow it and they're gone. They blow it and they're gone, and they're not coming back because they got so shaken over losing $50 or $75. And I'm just like, keep it going for a couple of months before you open up a live account. But some people are sooner than that. I had one young lady, she said after 45 days, she was laser focused. Because she was laser focused and this was her job, this was it. This was last year, and I've been doing this for 4 years. I don't see too many people come in within 45 days, be successful. And within 45 days, she said, I got it. And she's been making money ever since. She bought herself a brand new car, moving into a brand new home. So everyone's success story is different, but it depends on your hustle and your mindset going into it up front.
So Lorie, do you, I don't know if I found it, do you have a URL for the place where you sign up for your training program, your trading training?
I do, and actually you can find it on LorieWoodruff.com. Yeah.
Okay.
You can do that, and you can get right into the portal that way. But I actually have profitsoverlosses.com, which is probably a quicker site to get into.
Okay. All right. I did have it. Okay. So I'm gonna put it up on the screen here.
Okay. That's the easiest way just to get some information on your trading journey. We like to treat it as it is a journey, and it's not a relationship where we just want to stop it after 30 days. Yeah, that's it.
So there we go. I think you're right. I certainly jumped into trading with real money way too early. I should have been practicing.
You're honest.
Yeah, and I had a lot of the mindset issues too. I also suffered from, we were on the West Coast, right? And I was trading options, and the market starts at 6 in the morning. I wasn't quite ready at 6. I think it's much easier on the East Coast where you're at.
Yeah,
the market opens at a reasonable time.
Reasonable is right. Yeah. So when I host those trading sessions, we go for maybe 30 minutes to 1 hour, and we kind of go over one of the platforms together, and we just trade and make money. And I go through the steps so that people have a live person, a team member, that we can actually go through trades and answer questions together. So Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday are the best days for me to trade, and those are the days that I host the live session with our group. So those are some of the benefits that you get.
Yeah. So there's a sign up here, and so the sign up is you get some access to free materials. Is that what that is?
So once you put your name and email address and phone number in there, behind there, you're going to get 3 videos that's going to give you some information about money. And you're also going to get a tutorial on the 2 different softwares that we have. We actually have 12, but I actually have just a presentation video in there so that you can take a look at it. And then at the end, if someone is interested, definitely reach out to me, because I want to make sure that they're getting the right package. But that would be the start right there to get started, to get the information, and we can get you signed up very quickly to get started. Right. That's through that same portal. Yeah.
And do you have a specific platform that you teach for trading, or you have your own, or for the actual trading?
In our group, Greg, we have one of the software, and this is nothing that we made, but we have the harmonic scanner that really just teaches on support and resistance. So I keep it very basic. So the software that one of the 12 softwares that we have really helps a novice get in and be able to almost get the cheat code so that they don't have to think too hard on trading. A lot of the softwares that we have, those 12, are giving you setups so that you can think, is this the best time to get in? Place the trade with confidence. So a lot of the software is almost like done for you already. I just go over the harmonic scanner with my team 3 days a week, and they love it because it's very simple and it allows them to get their profits in the morning, and they're done. They're done for the day. But that's within our group. Yeah, that's within our group. Those are with members that are already there. Someone who might be, let's just say Bonnie was new and she said, I'm interested, I just want to take a peek. She may be looking at that session and totally confused because she's like, it's a lot. So, we do have newbies that come on and just kind of take a peek at what's going on, but I would suggest go through the academy first, sign up, get your education started, and then the sessions with me would make a little bit more sense, so that it doesn't sound like a foreign language altogether.
Yeah. Have you frozen a little bit? So I have a question. You when you started trading, how long did it take from the time you started learning to you got to the point where you pretty much woke up and realized if you're going to trade, you're going to make some money?
Okay, good question. Now, I got started in August of 2017. I'm still working in my real estate career as I am today. And it took me, honestly, about 60 days to get the nerve to even place a demo trade. My mentors like, push the button. I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready yet. Push the button. and it's either a buy or a sell. That's it. So it took me about 60 days to get into the rhythm of I can do it. It took me another 90 days. Within that first 90 days, it really took me to make 83 cents. I made 83 whole cents, and I was on top of the world. And I didn't stop there in discouragement thinking this is it. Now I had losses and I had some wins. And what brings it back to why was I losing was because I was trying to do things on my own. And so within 6 months, I started getting into income coming in constantly. And so I would say within, for me, and I say I'm a slow learner. I'm a slow learner. So within 6 months of me starting, I got into a consistent flow of making income. Enough where I was paying my bills, enough where I could get to the point within a year to put the down payment down on my home. So, you know, we have other people's stories, Greg and Bonnie, that they're paying for their wedding, they're paying cars, they're paying for things, but they're not publicizing it. And I love that part of it. It's enough to get started so that you can take care of your family and that income's not a problem. So the timing is going to be different for everyone. So I don't want people to get tripped up on, can we do this in 30 days? Let's get started first. That's the biggest thing. Let's get started and let's get you going. But you're going to have some wins and you're going to have some losses. That is something we never hide. But the further that you stay away from discipline, you will be disciplined. Let's put it that way.
So basically, after 6 months, you got to the point where you could trust pretty much every day that you got down on the computer and you would either make pretty decent returns. And also, I think you probably you're not ahead every day, but you probably have very little loss on a slow day, I would say. Would you think? Or
I only trade 3 days a week. And that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday has just been the better activity days for me personally. When I try to go against that and I trade on a Monday or, hey, the market's open on Sunday, let me give it a shot, it doesn't work. And on Fridays, it just doesn't work for me. I'm not saying the market is open, you can trade, but I just found the sweet spot. You don't have to trade every single day. You do not have to trade every single day. And once you figure out what time of day works best for you, that works best for you. If it's midnight and you have your best success at midnight, there it is. But you've got to be able to know there's no one way to do trading. And there's no specific time or what particular currency pairs are better than others. It's measuring what works best for you. And that takes time to test those measurements.
I think that is that's the other advantage of foreign exchange, is because there's an exchange open somewhere all of the time.
I get excited about talking about this. And even as you have to be passionate about what you do. And whether it's real estate, whether it's coaching someone on personal development, or even talking about money and how somebody can really win in this market, you have to be excited about what you do and really be passionate about it so that it doesn't look like it's just a job. You know, I'm going to treat it like a job and be consistent with it so that I can get paid like that. But there's going to be days there's weeks sometimes where I'm studying, Greg, and I didn't trade. It's okay. You can pick it up. Next week, it'll be right there. So you have to figure out which day works best for you. And if you don't trade on a Tuesday, go back on Wednesday. It's fine.
One thing I had happen to me, and this was in a different field, but I allowed someone else to take care of my money.
Woo!
And it was way back in 2000. And I lost almost everything. So at least what you're doing is you are in control of your money.
Yeah. Whether I win or lose, it's me. And I have done that myself. And I'm like, hey, this guy is talking great game and they're talking some sweet returns. And it's just a little bit. I get anxious when I see everything in the negative. And if I can see it on my MetaTrader 4, if I see the broker is just going negative, I just say, you know what? I don't want to trust anyone else. I've had plenty of people, Bonnie, come to me on my team and they're like, well, I'm presented with this and we're talking about these kind of returns. I say, you can do what you want, but I'm against it. I'm totally against it because they're not at a loss if they lose your money. It's your money.
Right.
You worked hard. You said you lost a lot of money. And so think of the stories of the people who didn't say anything to me and they went away silently, ashamed because that happened. I would definitely say, learn this skill set yourself so you can be in control. You can be in control because what they do, if they blow your account, they're on to the next person blowing it.
Right.
And so you don't want to give the brokers more money than they already have enough money. You don't want to give them more on purpose, you know?
Yeah, it was a hard lesson.
I could tell in your eyes that a negative story was coming. That was not a good experience. So no, be in control. And as we come off of 2020, millions of people were out of a job. And guess what? They started trading. I got an influx of people in my inbox now all of a sudden ready to learn this skill set because they had time and they were pissed off and irritated about I'm off work. I'm like, well, time is not an issue anymore now. You can't say I don't have any time. And so last year we produced millionaires in our group. And I love that. And it's not just in my group. I would say around the world, you've got a lot of people now looking at starting businesses, even if it's in consulting, even if it's in trading. They're starting businesses because they know who's in control of my money. Me. I have to be in control. And last year showed you are not in control. No matter if you work for the government, no matter if you're a CEO and as sexy as you want to be with your beautiful parking space in that corner office, it can be gone like that. So, you know, anything that you do in the digital space, whether it could be trading, it could be e-commerce, it could be anything where you are working on the computer, I would say invest in that. Invest in that because 2020 could happen again. 2008 could happen again where things get disappeared from your account and you had no control over it. So definitely get into the digital space.
Absolutely. So if things happened, if everything fell apart and you were stuck somewhere and you had a laptop and a couple of $100, you would be okay.
You can, yeah, because you want to start, sure, because you can open up an account, Greg, with this $50. Kids have $50 for their birthday, so you can get your hands on $50. Put that in there, and you take it slowly. In our sessions, we teach you proper risk management and to take it slow. Take it slow, and you can build that $50 or $100 account up over time. Yeah, over time. I could never do that with real estate. There's nobody that I could speak to on a Monday. They could be a 780 credit score client, but we can't close by 2:00.
No.
We can't do that. And so here, let that work continue. Whatever you do on a day-to-day basis, you work for the government, you're a nurse, you're a lawyer, you work in IT, a real estate agent, it doesn't matter what you do. What I'm highly suggesting is that you find another niche in the digital space and you work it. You work it and you work it so that there will be no dry days. You should be getting the ability to get paid every single day that ends in Y. Every day. And it should not even, no disruption. So right now, if a customer calls me, now these days, when a client says, you know what, I want to take a break from looking at homes. I'm like, okay. Fine by me. So it's not a stress because I understand I've got income that I could make just by turning the ship to a computer. That's it. And that's what I suggest to others. So I welcome you all to take a look at profitsoverlosses.com. If it's something where you've been interested and you really want to learn from a reputable educational platform, that would be the place where you can learn about Forex. You can learn about cryptocurrency and even e-commerce. We do have that included in our academy as well. And some people would just want to sell like Amazon. So we have that ability in our courses as well.
Well, thank you very much, Lorie, for coming, and that's fabulous advice and one more option for our healthy, wealthy nomads
Yeah.
to be able to
Absolutely. And
thrive
we,
in this new world we live in.
that's right. Thank you so much, Lorie, and happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. Go
Thank you.
enjoy the rest of your birthday.
Appreciate you both. You guys have an amazing week on purpose. Okay, I look forward to talking with you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
That was fun.
That was fun. And Angelyn Toth is in the house here. One sec here. And we'll bring her on. There we go. Hi, Angelyn.
Okay. One second. I just need to get something up here and you chat with her for just a second.
So I think your microphone is muted. Maybe I can unmute you.
Me?
No.
Can you hear me?
Angelyn, there we go.
I just have to get something up on the screen and I'll be right there.
Okay.
Very interesting, Greg.
Yes.
Lorie, yeah.
Yeah, Lorie. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. She signed up to be an affiliate for one of my programs, and I usually don't pay a whole lot of attention. And then I saw her, well, she's got an interesting email address. So I tracked her down. It turns out was in real estate and now is doing foreign exchange trading. And we talked on the phone, and she agreed to come on. So it's great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yay.
So we just want to welcome, of course, everyone to our Healthy, Wealthy Nomads Super Show. We're Bonnie and Greg Dixon. And our guest right now is Angelyn Toth. We're so excited you're here. Greg's known Angelyn quite a bit longer than I have, at least 10 or more years. And I met Angelyn a couple years ago. I've just got to tell you a little bit about Angelyn. She's a mother, a grandmother, who would never ever know what that. She's a friend to people from around the world because her beautiful Xenia Retreat Center has guests come in from around the world. She is a top-selling author from some incredible books, Squeak to Roar, Radical Trust, and Honor Your Calling. And we'll talk about one of those in a few minutes. She's a visionary leader, and she visioned the Xenia Retreat Center on Bowen Island, British Columbia, over 28 years ago. And along her journey, she found relationship, or what they call network marketing, or rather, it found her. She was known by her team to have integrity and leadership, and she became a top earner in that company, in the $1 Million Club. And this is really incredible, she won every top award there was in her prior company for over 15 years. So she has a little bit of experience. And so for some of us, that brings up kind of some strong, tweaky emotions to think about network marketing. But for Angelyn, it brings a smile and how the industry saved her beautiful retreat center 2 times. So Angelyn, welcome. Tell us a little bit about your experience with network marketing and why it is a fantastic vehicle for residual income and one of your multiple streams of income. And welcome again. Thanks for coming.
Bonnie. Thanks, Bonnie. 15 years ago, there's no way I would be saying, standing up here talking about the industry of network marketing, or I like to refer to it as relationship marketing. I was the worst skeptic when it was first introduced to me. Like, there's no way. I was living my dream. I have my beautiful 38-acre retreat center on Bowen Island, and that was my work, my vision, my dream, my purpose, my dharma, done. Well, I realized very soon into the project that it costs a lot of money to maintain an infrastructure like that and have guests coming in from around the world, and it never actually was able to become sustainable in that first 10 years or so. We're in our 28th year now. But we at one point, about 10 years into the project, I hit a serious, like Bonnie just referred to, she gave her financial control to somebody else. and had one of those very painful experiences. I went through the same thing. I handed my financial control to somebody else that I thought was the expert and had my best interests at heart, but it turns out he made off with about $3 million of investors' money, and $350,000 of that was mine in a mortgage investment trust. And I thought, anyway, long story short, took me into a real dark night of the soul. And I nearly lost my retreat center back to the bank. I was at 5 months behind in the mortgage at one point. I had 3 years behind in the property tax. And by the fourth year, they're able to put your property up for sale for a tax sale. And that's what had happened. And I was devastated, and such good work was going on at the retreat center. It didn't feel possible. And anyway, long story short, I did go through a very dark night of the soul, went right through into terror because it looked like this was going to be lost. And I went, after that kind of a surrender, I finally just kind of became very quiet inside instead of panicking about, Xenia's going to be lost. I'm going to die. I'm going to be a bag lady. All of that dialogue fell away through this surrender. And I started to kind of follow instructions very humbly. And within about a year of that, I was led to my first experience with network marketing, in a big way anyway. And my friend introduced me, and I was very skeptical. It took her a lot to open me up. And so I was willing to take a look at this. And I'm thinking, no, but my work's a retreat center. It's a spiritual path. It's this, that, and the other. How on earth could it be network marketing? Well, I jumped on board. What could I lose? What the heck? And it turned out miraculous success happened. And I started to feel like, wow, this was being very, very somewhat guided in a way. And I kept surrendering, and taking actions that I was inspired to do. And within a very short period of time, I was, up there, the ranks, the BMW, the Hawaii trips, cruises, $1 Million Club. Not to brag in any way, but to say it really surprised me. I did not think that this was for me. I certainly didn't think I'd be successful at it. And I certainly didn't imagine that it could be something that could wrap in around my life instead of, I thought it would be a full-on career. But it was able to just actually beautifully wrap in around my life. And so that's, so that was the first time I nearly lost my retreat center back to the bank. And then, as everybody knows what happened in 2020, well, we have a global market here at the retreat center. People come from all over the world. And of course, the borders closed. So we were pretty much closed for over a year. At the same time that happened, my previous company of 15 years ended up closing its doorway to the practice of network marketing, which was devastating for many of us, some who'd been involved for 20 years. And I know people are going to say, yeah, that's the thing about network marketing, but I'm going to give you lots of benefits in a few moments. But really, it was pretty devastating. I never went into any fear at all. I just said, oh, this is interesting. Wow, okay. A source of income that was sustaining my retreat center just closed. Oh, okay, that's interesting. And the retreat center's closed. Oh, that's very interesting. So I just stayed in the moment, stayed in the emptiness, waiting to know what exactly I was going to do next. When the team I'd been working with introduced me to a company I'm presently involved with. And they said, we're going to continue on from here. And I'm like, no. Not going to do it twice. I'm not going to build a second time. No. I'm going to build my retreats and do that. So I did get on board in a little way, but I didn't really do anything for the first few months. I started thinking about building a hour for dollar, business and doing the retreats. And then I thought of all the work it took to promote, lead, do the retreat. And what would be left at the end of it? If I broke even, I'd be lucky. So that wasn't the way either. So I woke up in the middle of the night one day saying, okay, what's my residual income project? And then I thought, well, I may as well look at this company. And I took a look. It's a cutting edge technology, very new. And it's actually 15 years old, the company, but the technology is one of a kind. And it's to do with cell renewal activation. So it's great for healthy aging. And I jumped on board, and already, only within, several months, I'm in a very, very good position. And again, I didn't want to do it. I didn't think I would. Here I am. But, there's so many great things about it that I'm proud and happy and honored to be a spokesperson for the industry. And I would say that this industry has a lot of crap in it. A lot of, startup companies, they come in for a year to 3 years, and a lot of people have been burned, and, you lose your friends according to some people. There's an old paradigm way of doing this industry. And I've been bringing forth with my book, From Squeak to Roar, I'm talking about the new paradigm of doing this business, which is very transparent and very honest. And it's not my full-time thing, actually. I'm writing books and working with my retreat center, and I'm a grandmother, which takes a lot of my time. But I am an advocate for the industry. I will be proud to say that. I used to be embarrassed. You're doing network marketing. Oh, you're doing MLM. I am. This year, I think it's come of age. 2020, 2021, this industry has come of age because we've all been working at home on Zoom. What could be easier?
Right. Well, Angelyn, you brought up so many juicy points about the industry. I had wholesale retail background, distribution background, and manufacturing background in the natural products industry. And I will tell you, I watched businesses live and die as well. People think, oh, well, I'll just open a business. A regular business will cost thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to get going. Just one retail store I worked with, and this was in 1986. It took her $50,000 in 1986 to start her little store. And guess what? I used to counsel businesses. Many live and die all the time. So they're just channels of business. And you are spot on. It is of age now, the network marketing channel. We have wholesale, we have retail, we have direct sales, we have Amazon, for heaven's sakes. They're all just channels of business.
Yeah.
But what makes our unique channel is its relationship. It's me and you. I mean, we're on a team together, for heaven's sake. And when you have a team, you have someone to bounce things off of. When you open a business, a little restaurant, odds are 97% you're going to fail. But when you are in this particular channel of business, network marketing, you have people to reach over to and say, help me. And oh my goodness, people will say, yes, let's partner together, because we're all lifting together. I think that's one of the biggest things. And in your book, can you speak to that, the squeak to roar of there's different personalities, and you use animals as a metaphor for people, but I'm sure there's the loner, and I'm not sure, I'm assuming a wolf or something, but of the different personalities, animal typings that you created and to explain to people what their personality might be like.
Okay, a couple of things there. First, I want to say, to your point, it is, like I say, unleashing the potential in your relationship marketing tribe. It is a tribe. It is a community. And if you're doing this business alone, if you're doing relationship marketing, business network marketing, call it what you want, then you are not doing it what I would consider the most effective way, because you see the beauty of this industry. The more I help you to win and succeed, the more I do too. And also, you know, who doesn't love helping somebody else? So I'm not out there selling. I'm not out there flogging. I'm serving. I'm serving. And if I'm serving you and supporting you and working as a community and bringing our strengths to bear to the team, then that's a really conscious, brilliant system. So my book, From Squeak to Roar, basically, after 8, 9, 10 years in the industry, I really noticed, I've always been a people person, you know, watched people, even as a kid. Why do people do certain things? What are the characteristics and, you know, stages people go through? Why are some people effective and others are not? You know, what are people doing? And so I came up with 17 actually different animals and how people do this business through those characteristics. So for instance, dog, I always say you want as many dogs in your team as possible. Dogs love to do, they love to serve, they love to support. They'll, and you know, it's a repetitious type of business. There's a lot of repetition. And some people say, oh, I've heard that's, it's not about you. Like a dog, you know, it eats the same kibble every night. And it's like, oh my God, it's the best kibble I've ever had. Oh my God. And you take it for a walk. Oh my God, there's my, you know, you go out to the store, you come back and they're like, oh my God, I haven't seen you for so long. They're workers, they're pack, they're in the pack, and they're very functional. They do the job. They really, really love the pack. So I love the dog. You know, you have, I won't go into them all because there's so many, but you mentioned the lone warrior, you know, the lone ranger, the wolf. The wolf, usually a professional. That's it. One of the professionals come in, they've had their own business, maybe a doctor or, you know, a medical practitioner. They're used to having their own accountants. They're used to having their own business, and they're okay at working very, very hard. But, you know, they haven't yet come to the team. They haven't understood the dynamics because it's not just about them. It's what they show, it gets duplicated. So until they bring people to the team, it's not really going to ignite. So I have to help my lone wolves to show up. You know, we want your skill base too in the team. We want their professionalism in the team. And I've had some great members in my other business and in this one too that are just showing up beautifully.
I love that. I love that. So you were touching on the business itself, but I think we should go ahead and share with people listening of this particular company that you introduced Greg and I to. Again, my background was close to 30 years in the natural products industry, and I was not only in wholesale, retail, manufacturing, and distribution. So I also, for about 6 months, I was a buyer for a large store chain such as a Whole Foods. It was in Santa Cruz. And so my eye is very much trained on amazing products for the natural healing, the natural products industry. And what caught my eye on this particular one is they have a side of them for horses. And you'd say, well, that's odd or interesting. And why it caught my eye is I wanted to be a veterinarian, just like all little girls. And I actually worked with in horse husbandry in 1976. And we used sound waves on acupressure points on horses, and they got better. They don't have a placebo effect in their head. And then fast forward, I had an experience with phototherapy about 5 years ago in Vancouver, BC, within the medical community. And I go, wow, that stuff's amazing. That works. And here, Angelyn introduces Greg and I to an amazing company called LifeWave. And here, this company has the technology to merge those two healing modalities together. And it's amazing. And again, I think you want to have a strong product that you believe in if you're in this industry, whatever product or services you have. And you want to have a product that's unique and no one else is doing it. That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
And you want to have a company that's strong and that's been there a while and's proved themselves. Check, check, check. And you want to have a team that you can work with that is supporting you and you're supporting them, and you can go play. And actually, Angelyn, one of the things that I think I've learned from you is to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
To have fun.
Oh my God. If you're not having fun, why do it?
Right.
Like, why do it? Like, if you're not having fun, check in and find out why. What are you taking so seriously? What are you caught up in? Are you not working with somebody to help you? Are you not working with somebody that's more knowledgeable? You're not in the space of service. Are you, when it's about me, then yeah, you know, but if I'm serving, you know, people love to support other people. When we turn that around, we have more fun.
So sometimes people have the reaction of, ew, you know, network marketing. And what I got from you is, yay, network marketing.
Bring it on.
That transition point is when working with a team, we're teaching, and this is kind of gross, but not to barf on people.
Yeah. Yes.
Be succinct and clear and create a relationship.
Yes.
First, before one moves on. We might listen to someone for an hour talk about themselves and realize we don't even need to share this opportunity, this product with them. They're not open yet. And then when they get to know, like, and trust us, then we can present. Because when we go to meet someone in our life, would you agree with this, Angelyn? We don't say, will you marry me?
Yeah. Yeah, you go slow.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Yeah, no, I mean, again, here's my thing. You have to find a product that you 100% believe in. Like for me, there's no way I could ever represent something I wasn't 100% committed to because of actual direct experience. Experience of I do little clinical trials to make sure, you know, the people I know, not what I've read, but what I know and the results I have witnessed. Once I've got that fully, you know, once I get that, then I'm, you know, I'm fully engaged. I totally can stand behind it very proudly. But you know what? If you don't feel that about your company, like there's some products out there that people are selling. I couldn't. I have to work with health and wellness. And I have to work with an integrous company that has the science, that has the years 15 years in this case. And that there's a team of people I'm working with that I respect and that I'm proud of to bring people to. So you have to have those things. If you're kind of out there all by yourself and you're grabbing some product that really isn't something that inspires you, I love the patches. There is no competition for this out there. You won't find it. And again, don't believe a word I say. Just check it out. And it's non-transdermal, nothing goes in. So actual competitive athletes can use this patch. It's amazing. And horses too. I have horses. So it's fun to watch what happens. Anyway, that's the most important thing. You believe in your product. And then the other thing is you're never, ever, ever out to get something from somebody. And two things. One, don't have that energy whatsoever because people feel it immediately. And also don't be embarrassed about sharing something that you know works brilliantly. You hear that somebody needs help financially. You hear somebody has aches and pains or they're not aging as gracefully as they could be. Make sure you are willing, like I think it's a moral obligation once you find something really, really good. That is really, really important. But again, be transparent, be authentic. People don't want to get a bunch of baloney. They don't want a spiel. Don't give a spiel. I back up slowly when I hear somebody spieling me with stuff. The product has to speak for itself. And you have to be transparent and be in the heart. You can be in fear, you can be in love. Only two options. And a person that's in fear and, you know, thinking that they're going to be judged or criticized, it's a repelling energy. The energy of love and openness is the attracting energy.
So in this industry, Angelyn, would you say some of the people that are the most successful are what you'd call coachable?
Oh, You have to be completely coachable. If you think you know it all, not only are you a burden to your team, but you are a hindrance to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I have been very successful, as you shared in the beginning, but I have so much to learn every single day, and I learn from everybody, even a brand new person coming in. I learn. Oh my goodness. Okay. My approach was a little bit, I was kind of a little too strong or whatever, even if it is in a loving way. Mm-hmm. What do I need to do? Just back off, keep listening, listen.
Well, one of the things that I think you'll agree is what we can offer is a tea with Angelyn and we would love for anyone that has ever thought about earning money, another stream of income. Here's Angelyn's beautiful retreat center. She's sitting next to Opa, it looks like. And to learn a little more, to dig a little deeper. And the other thing is, if you'll email me at bonnie@storyvan.tv and request, let me see, what shall I say, for the book, we would offer to give the, what's the other book? Radical.
The Kindle. Oh, Bonnie, you're calling, the Kindle version of From Squeak to Roar.
Yes, the Kindle version From Squeak to Roar. You need to email me at bonnie@storyvan.tv. And then we can, if you'd like, we can schedule a tea with Bonnie and Angelyn to discuss the opportunity that we have, just to dig a little deeper to see if that's something that calls to you. We did have, so thank you very much, everyone. We did have one of our guests curious about the energy patches, and we have just a 3 minutes, but share with us maybe a story about an energy patch and your experience with X39 on your drive back from, it was a long drive. You tell us about it.
Yeah, I was driving back from visiting my wonderful grandson and my daughter.
Yes.
And I just drove straight through. It's about, I live on Bowen Island, about 12 hours. And I stopped in the valley, in the Fraser Valley, and I picked up horse grain and a bunch of horse things. Then I went and I did a whole grocery shop for the week. And I came home and I thought, before I unload the car, I'll just have a little walkabout. Now, my daughter phoned me. She says, Mom, you must be exhausted. And I said, oh, actually, no, I'm not, as a matter of fact. In fact, it shocked me because I would normally come home, get a carton of milk for my tea in the morning. That would be it. I never, ever, ever would go grocery shopping after a 12-hour. I never. So I'm like, whoa. So what's different? Well, it's the X39. It's at the back of my neck. Can you see that?
Yep.
It's just a little patch that you put on the neck, and it activates the stem cell in the body, and it helps with energy and all kinds of things and well-being, a sense of well-being. I said, wow, the only thing different was I have my patches on. So this was on the earlier days. I could tell you so many testimonials. We do have a Facebook page, but I started to, pay attention to how effective a little silly little, like size of a quarter. It's not silly, but check it out. It's an incredible product line, and we are very impressed with how it works.
Yes. Angelyn, a blessing to have you on the show. Thank you for breaking out some of those crazy things that we think about sometimes and how life has changed for the better.
Yes.
For the better for us, for so many people. Thank you again for being on the Healthy, Wealthy Nomad Super Show today. And of course, we'll be partnering together.
And it is a business you can take on the road.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Absolutely.
Portable business.
Yes.
Very portable.
Love to you guys. Bye for now.
Bye-bye now.
Right. Bye.
Thank you again.
So our next guest is here.
Hey!
Hello there.
Yeah.
Jody.
So I don't know if you've met Bonnie, Jody yet, and you haven't actually met me other than email. So,
right.
Yeah. So Jody, you're a director of Workamper News.
Yeah, so my family, we've been operating Workamper News for the last 16 years. We purchased Workamper News from the founders of Workamper News and the work camping term and community itself. So for 16 years, I've been helping work campers find jobs around the country and helping employers, businesses recruit work campers for their operation to help them keep things going. And it's been a lot of fun.
It's so much fun. I've followed as we took off on our journey in our RV, October 2017. Well, prior to that, I was following it and so impressed. How you share the information, the newsletters that come out. I read them. They're like candy to read. Like, ooh, what's going on? Look at that job. Look at that job. Ooh, ah. Yeah. So much fun. So, Greg, I'll let you take over a little bit. I just get the biggest kick out of what you offer and what a service you are to the nomad community.
Absolutely. Yeah. And many folks, work camping, people define it in a lot of different ways. We define work camping as doing any kind of part-time or full-time work while living in an RV. So that's a pretty big umbrella. But a lot of folks do tend to tie work camping as to just working in a campground, and an RV site is provided as the compensation. And while that's certainly probably a majority of the type of opportunities that you are going to see out there, there's really a wide breadth. And I know you guys during your conference that you're doing are talking about a lot of different avenues for earning income on the road. And so all of those things, technically you're work camping when you're doing them. But like you said, through Workamper News, the majority of our employers are campgrounds and RV parks offering opportunities. But there's really just a plethora of different things. A lot of folks maybe have seen in the media the Amazon Camper Force program. So multiple of their fulfillment centers have been hiring work campers for the busy kind of Christmas rush. They've been doing that, I think, 10 or 12 years now. We helped them get that program started. So fulfillment centers, even more are coming on board now, Chewy.com, Shearers Foods, some different ones. We did our bi-monthly magazine is something that many of our members and maybe others in the community have seen before. We still physically print a magazine. I know that's kind of old school nowadays, but we print it and mail it out to members. And in each issue are job listings for RVers. But anyway, it's some articles and stuff. But in one of the issues, we talked about a couple companies. One of them is called Cherry Republic. And they just make all kinds of products out of cherries. And they hire work campers to work in their retail stores. And then there's a winery in South Dakota that recruit work campers to pour wine for people and help keep the place clean and running. There are farms that look for work campers. There's a llama farm in Georgia. So if you're like really into llamas, you could go do that. And some other farm type places. Animal rescues, if you're able to, volunteer your time and trade for a site, there's many animal rescues that are looking for help. And a lot of folks too, especially maybe if you're into history, there are like historical locations that will have work campers come in and work at their operation. Like there's one called Barberville Pioneer Center in Florida, and they have work campers. You actually like dress in period garb, and you work in their, historical buildings on their property, and you might be churning butter or telling people how, people used to sew and weave stuff back in the day. And you basically get to like play act and tell people about historical things. So, I mean, it really can just kind of run the gamut. I could go on for hours telling you about all the different opportunities, but small business is another big avenue. Like I know you guys are probably going to put quite a bit of focus on during your conference here. So lots of opportunities I'm sure you guys will talk about, but being a mobile RV tech or mobile RV inspector is real big. And we are now seeing more opportunities coming through for the kind of work out of your RV situation or work anywhere, maybe doing sales calls or some bookkeeping, things like that, like out of your rig. We haven't seen a lot of that. I still would push folks more towards maybe the main website like Flex Jobs or whatever those big sites are that are out there. That's going to have more of those type of opportunities for those of you who just want to work from your rig on the internet. But we have been seeing more coming through our traditional Workamper community ad system here. So, yeah.
What do you think's the favorite job that people tend to gravitate to?
See, that's so tough. I mean, because everybody's so different. You know, there's somebody may love being in a big campground that's really geared towards kids, and there's kids running all around and playing, and maybe you're the activities director there, so you get to figure out like the arts and crafts and musical programs and things that take place at the campground. Someone might really love that, where someone else would absolutely never want to do that, even if they were paid $1 million. And they just want to go and, you know, be a camp host in a national forest campground that has like 10 sites, and they see, you know, maybe 50 people the whole summer. So with work camping, it's so great because you get such a wide variety of things. So if you want to go and be amongst a lot of people, you can. If you want to go be somewhere where maybe you're the only work campers there, you can. And the compensation varies so much as well, because I know, you know, work camping is great. Typically people think of work campers as retired folks, you know.
Oops.
And do
Okay.
range. And
Well,
that's
we may have.
great.
Oh,
Are we losing things, Greg? Sorry.
oh, you froze a little bit.
Oh no.
Anyway,
My-
but you're back.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
My team must be busy out there working away, sucking up all the internet. But anyway, so yes, but there is kind of a wide age range of work campers now. And so some folks may need to earn some income doing this, while other folks are just looking at work camping as a way to kind of ease their travel costs. And so they're okay just going somewhere to work in trade for an RV site and maybe some other non-monetary perks. So it is important for folks to understand what their budgetary situation is when embarking on a search for a work camping job. Because you're going to see a range, like I said, just working in trade for that RV site, and maybe things like provided electricity, Wi-Fi, maybe laundry access, discounted propane, uniform shirts, meals, kind of some different perks like that. And then it kind of ranges all the way up. Some employers will pay you for every hour worked and provide you an RV site and some other perks. So you kind of just have to decide where you want to go, kind of what your budgetary needs are, and then start looking at opportunities in those areas to see, you know, what you want to do and what might meet your financial needs as well. But luckily, there's such a big variety.
So we had a Workamper adventure.
Yeah.
So we've been on both sides of Workamper, really. But so Bonnie discovered the magazine, and she saw an ad in there with a digital sign company. So we spent some time. We went and were trained in Arlington, Texas, and then we went around, went with somebody as an apprentice, and then we were out on our own. So we have friends and relatives in Dallas, all around Texas, really, and we think we've seen more of Texas than most Texans, and we've gone to a few places where Texans won't go on purpose. So we spent some time in Odessa and Andrews in the oil patch, right? And Bonnie's friend and Tyler says, "Why would you want to go there? It stinks." And so Bonnie says, "Well, some people think that's the smell of money, oil and steer manure." So and then we hung out in New Braunfels, which is a beautiful spot, really, between San Antonio and Austin. So it's a really nice spot of Texas. And then recently we're on the other side because I don't know if you were listening to Angelyn Toth earlier. We are also LifeWave representatives, and so we started up Healthy Wealthy Camper with the idea that we would attract people into the LifeWave business because it's a perfect portable business. And we were on, and Greg Gerber interviewed us on your podcast. So
Yes.
that was great fun. So that was our pipeline into talking to you.
Yes. What I love about Workamper, though, is when I read how you've laid out, you give so much juicy information for someone to kind of make a decision ahead of time, like, yeah, I should apply for that one, or I should try that one. And it's always really cool to read about all the different opportunities that are available there, because, you know, sometimes we just don't know what we don't know. And until, like, your vehicle that you're using, your Workamper news, is it's not only work campaign, but employers can put jobs on there too. So I think that's really important for anyone that's an employer here to know that this is a workforce that is mobile and can travel to you. And of course, sometimes maybe they'll stay a while, you know, or a long while. Some of them are permanent situations. But I kind of fantasized for a while of, ooh, one summer you live here, and one summer here, and one summer here. And that's the juiciness of all that you have. Now, see, also stop here. It said the tech RV, you have a lot of products that you're, learn, buy, and get support, employing. You can shop here. And I just think that you're like an all-around, a must visit website and business. If you're thinking of being a nomad, this is really like a one-stop shop for employers and employees and opportunities. And so you said your family's been running it for what, 16 years now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, thank you guys so much for your support. I certainly appreciate it. And, you know, our goal, we are completely supported by our Workamper members and our employer members. So we're not doing commercial advertising. We don't fill our website with tracker banners and things like that. We're completely supported by our members. And so our goal, you know, we're not just a job listing website, like you're saying. Mm-hmm. So our purpose is to educate you guys so that way you know what you're doing and how to get into this, so you're that much more likely to be successful. Because our mission is for everyone to live out their travel dreams and for employers to find the right work campers to make their operation run smoothly. Mm-hmm. And so part of that is just a lot of education. And, you know, finding a job is something a lot of us have had to do before. And so you think, oh, no big deal, I can do this. But there's a lot of things that you need to think about. And it is a little different when you get into this game where the compensation is maybe NRV side or non-monetary wages. You need to understand how to do the math, what questions to ask ahead of time. There's a lot you need to know before saying yes to a job and traveling there. Because you don't want to travel thousands of miles to end up in a situation that is not good for you. And so there's a lot to know ahead of time. And so we, have articles, do videos, some online courses. We want to give you guys as much information as we can, so that way you're making the right choices for you. And hopefully everyone ends up with a good situation in the end. And, it's not always perfect. There are pickle work campers out there and pickle employers out there. So something may seem like it's going to, be super, but then something was misrepresented, or you get to a work camping job and it's now new managers or new owners and crap. So things are going to happen. It's just, kind of the nature of things. But when you use our service, you can, as a work camper, if you're like, oh, I know I want to go work camp in Montana, Idaho, Washington, I want to go that way. So you can turn on job alerts. So that way you are seeing Montana, Washington, and Idaho ads. We'll email the full ad text right to your inbox as soon as that hotline ad is posted. So our hotline system is really great, and you can customize then the ads that are coming to you based on the states that you're most interested in. And then you'll check our magazine as each issue comes out. We do have all of our issues, 90 some of our issues on our website. That's the largest archive of work camping jobs that you'll find anywhere. And then taking it a step further, You will probably want to have a resume put together as you're connecting with employers and applying for jobs. And so we have a resume builder tool that walks you step by step through creating that resume. And it has the fields, so that way you're sure you're providing the information that employers want to see. Because a Workamper resume, it can be simpler than what maybe you're used to in your professional career. It doesn't have to be as advanced as those resumes are. But once you use our builder, go step by step through it. There's even a sample you can model off of. Put a couple photos in there, and then your resume can be out there in our database. And you can also email it out, export it to PDF, and a variety of options there. But something to note when you do utilize our resume database, your resume is only available to our employer members who have paid for a membership. So you're not putting your information out there on the internet for anyone to find, like what happens on other websites. And it's a more secure scenario that way. And I feel much more confident about doing that for our members than just blasting their information out there. So with us, you're going to find security and education and support. We're a team of 6 here that operates Workamper News. And we're in the office Monday through Friday. You'll usually catch me answering emails on the weekends too. And we're here to help you. So I think that's a big reason a lot of our members enjoy staying with us, just because they know we're here to help them.
Oh, it's my heart. When you start talking, Greg and I actually experienced, the good, the bad, the ugly. We hit the ugly right off the bat.
Oh.
We didn't know what we didn't know, and we had agreed to do some work on our first part of our journey of our honeymoon, and it got really ugly. And really, really, really ugly. And so I would say vetting or knowing more about your employer and is key. Oh, what you just said, ownership change, different things like that. You probably have your finger on the pulse of many, many employers. And so I'm sure that you would be, what would you call it, sifting and sorting. If there was one that wasn't quite appropriate for people, you'd know, your company would know about that. But we really, we hit the fan on the very first try.
I know. And it's so tough. And sometimes situations end up negative just because it doesn't match that person's needs. But sometimes it's a situation that shouldn't be there for any Workamper ever. Mm-hmm. And we do have the Workamper Experiences tool, and that's essentially a review tool that's been around since 2007, where Workampers can go in and talk about what their experience was like with a specific employer with a specific employer.
Nice.
And then those reviews are connected right to help wanted ads if those employers advertise in the future. And we're not an agency, like Workamper News isn't an agency, and there really isn't one out there. So we don't necessarily, we don't have a vetting process that employers go through. We don't have a vetting process that Workampers go through to create a resume and things like that. But we do take in, whenever a Workamper contacts us and says, hey, this is what went down, we make a note of it. The same if an employer contacts us and says, hey, we had this person and this is what happened, And, if we get to a point, we may contact the other side of the story to find out what happened. And if we do have enough negativity or find out about a situation that's that's really not good for anybody, we have, removed some folks from membership, Workampers and employers in the past. So like we said, there's always pickles out there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it happens, unfortunately.
Well, what an amazing thing. I didn't know about your the resume tool. That's great to know for anyone,
Yeah. Yeah, because there are some employers that only, they may not market their opportunities. They may never run ads anywhere or join any Facebook groups or anything. And they just search our resume database to find their Workampers, and that's it.
So that's a juicy tip right there, that you'll have the hidden gems of some jobs that, opportunities that people may never hear about unless they're, connected to you. Yeah.
Sure thing. Yeah, and we just want work campers to be open to every possibility that's out there. So, you want to watch our hotline, you want to check out our magazine, watch for, upcoming jobinars that we do with employers, and have that resume out there. Run work wanted ads advertising yourself. And you can be using these tools year round. So typically employers, what we push them to do, because work campers like to plan ahead. So we recommend our employers begin their recruiting at least 6 months, at the shortest 3 months before the start date of their jobs. And a lot of them will follow that suit, because the typical seasons are, we have a summer season that's like April, May through September, October, and then a fall winter season, which is the outside of that. So if you are wanting to find an opportunity like for next summer, say, then you want to make sure you have your resume going, you're running some work wanted ads, you're starting to review the help wanted ad listings. Start doing that like the fall, winter before the summer. So you do want to take action early on, again, just to open yourself to all the things, all the opportunities that are going to be out there. It's the kind of early bird gets the worm situation.
Mm-hmm.
So Bonnie she doesn't know this yet, but she may be looking for a specific work camper opportunity. The thing that you and Jody and Bonnie both share is a love of dance. You have some dance background. And so I think Bonnie would like, a dance host somewhere in
that would
San
be
Diego
cool.
or something. I don't know.
That would be cool. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen anything specifically for that, but I mean, it's very likely, especially like if you would want to be an activities director somewhere, I'm sure you could, find a local, maybe ballroom, or maybe someone to come in and do some like maybe a ballet day or something at a campground. That could be kind of fun to organize.
Yeah. So what kind of dancing did you love to do, Jody?
Sure. Oh, yeah. So back in the day, I just did studio dance, ballet, tap, and jazz. And in high school and college was on the, rah-rah dance team and stuff. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun.
I had a dream of partner dancing. So I did a lot of partner dancing. And then I fell into something called Zydeco and Cajun dancing.
Oh, wow.
Some
Cool.
Louisiana. But the bands would go to Los Angeles, Portland, San Francisco, Seattle, and it was so much fun. Yeah, indeed. One of them they just opened up their dance in Seattle. Very first time, I think, last Friday night.
Oh, good.
Pretty exciting, but
and that's something cool too, just about being able to, as RVers traveling around and, still holding on to something that you love, but getting to experience it in a bunch of different places around the country and kind of finding your community wherever you go. And I assume, it would just kind of expand your love for it, because you're interacting with new people all the time that share the same love that you have, and maybe learning things about that passion that you didn't know just because you are interacting with these new folks who are loving it. So, yeah, I mean, RV travel is the best. I can't fault it.
Do you still get to travel a bit?
A little bit, yeah. My husband and I, we had a fifth wheel for 4 or 5 years that we full-timed in, but we did eventually sell that, move back into a house. So we have a Class C right now that we actually have listed for sale because we're buying a travel trailer next week. So we do still get out a few weeks during the year.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's so great.
Greg and I have we call our Class C, we call her Classy, and we just adore our Class C. It's small enough to fit in a lot of parking spaces, but big enough to have a bathroom and a bed.
Oh, I know. And that's the best. Yeah. Just having your own bathroom and your bed and just your stuff. And I don't know if you guys travel with pets, but being able to have your pets with you and not having to leave them at home. Oh, it's just so much nicer.
Yeah.
And I think too, something, that's really kind of come about more so the last year and this year, RVing and outdoor recreation has obviously, we've all seen the major increase. And campgrounds have been very full. If you want to camp on a weekend in 2021, good luck. You've probably already missed out. They're all reserved, maybe not everywhere, but That's something too to think about. If there is an area that you truly want to be in and travel to, you almost may need to take a work camping job in order to be in that location for a period of time that you want to be there. With so many folks, moving and doing this RVing thing because they're not being able to fly and kind of take the normal vacations, a lot of folks have transitioned and bought an RV and they're going to be RVers now. And so in order to be, especially in maybe hot tourist locations or around more of the major national parks, if you can go and maybe stay there Monday through Thursday, but then you'll have to move on and find another spot to be, or you could work camp there for maybe 3, 5, 6 months, spend a whole summer living in Yellowstone Park and get paid to do it.
Oh my gosh.
Right? Like, what an experience is that? You get to interact with these tourists from other countries and just tons of people from all over, and you wake up and there's a buffalo sleeping outside your RV in the morning. Like, it's just it's so cool. It's so cool.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. I love, we've done chunks. We've done chunks a lot of times. And we were there probably a month in New Braunfels. Yeah. And we just so enjoyed the area.
Good.
And we'd ask people, what do they like about their town? And they'd just say, oh, we love this town. And, remember Greg? And we went, actually went dancing there in Green, Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The oldest dance hall in America, I think they called it.
Awesome. That's so cool. Yeah. And I mean, and with RV traveling, you can make like any kind of bucket list you want, whether it's visiting all the dance halls you can find, or going to every national park, or visiting all of the, a lot of states have like the largest frying pan or the largest pair of scissors or whatever. Like, maybe that's your bucket list. Like, whatever your list is, like, you can really gear your RV travels around it. And you can make it your own. Some work campers find a couple employers, they go to work for an employer and just fall in love with the job, with the operation, with the local area. Like you guys were talking about, New Braunfels was great. Well, you can go back or stay there as long as you want. And that's part of the beauty of it too.
Yeah, New Braunfels had fiber optics Wi-Fi. That's one of the reasons we stayed. It's really hard to get good Wi-Fi when you're on the road.
Oh,
it's like the holy grail.
Yeah.
Like,
I know. Technology.
We were at a few places. They said, "Well, we do have Wi-Fi. And if you stand about 6 feet from the office, it might work."
For sure. I know. Yeah. And for those who are operating small businesses on the road, yes, campgrounds do often offer Wi-Fi, but more often than not, you'll be able to check some email, maybe pull up a couple websites, but especially if your job is reliant on that internet connection, I would certainly recommend finding an ulterior source for your internet.
We ended up getting Verizon phone with a huge data plan, and that worked pretty well.
Yeah, I think a lot of RVers do really great with a cellular data plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we got it in Tupelo, Mississippi, and we called it Elvis.
Nice.
So we would get we immediately started getting junk phone calls, right? And they all said they were from Mississippi. They just assumed that we were. The only person we knew in Mississippi was Elvis, really.
Yeah. Nice. I know.
Well, we so appreciate you, Jody, and Work Camper News. For everyone, please check out their website, and you can see it's workcamper and .com, right?
That's right. Yep. Workamper.com, workampernews.com. You'll find us.
Yeah.
I put it in the comments.
I just heard something. You want to visit an area, consider being a work camper, because otherwise you might not get to see it, because it has been an explosion with people buying the RVs because we can't fly to Europe or wherever. So anyway.
And if you want to go to Alaska right now to get across that Canadian border, you got to be going for a work reason or a military reason. So if you want an RV to Alaska, get yourself a work camping job and you can go right there.
Awesome.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorie.
Thanks for being on.
Or Jody. Thank you, Jody.
I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much for having me on, and I hope lots of folks are able to live their travel dreams.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're all living the dream.
Awesome. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
And our next up is Desi Arnaz. And he's in the house.
I'm in the house. How are you, Greg?
Good, good. You've met Bonnie before, right, Desi?
No, I don't think we've met before. Hi, Bonnie.
I've heard so many wonderful things about you.
Well, thank you very much. I've heard that you guys are living the dream. So I dig that.
Yeah, we're living the dream. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I appreciate you guys putting this event together and having me on, and I'm excited.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed your previous guest here today, and I've learned a lot, and it's opened my eyes to something that I hadn't really even thought about, and that is being a little more mobile, Being a
little bit more mobile. But I think your business is pretty mobile.
My business doesn't hold me in one location, not at all.
No.
Yeah, and the strategy that I'm going to share today, people can use anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, so, and it also helps to finance all of that for you too. So that's a big part of it.
Yes. So I don't know if you were on earlier when Lorie Woodruff was on. And Lorie Woodruff is, she was a realtor, like you were a realtor. Mm-hmm. And then she's gone on to doing foreign exchange trading. And, she sort of says, oh, this is easier. And in some ways, your motivation for getting on with, I guess I can put myself on the screen. Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah, there we go. For getting, involved with mortgage notes. You have a little story about that. Is this when you realized that it was possible, and also it wasn't always possible.
That's true. Yeah, it wasn't always really possible to play at the level we play now. But yeah, my background, just like Lorie's, is real estate. Back in 1980, I got started as a real estate agent and broker, and then and it grew from there. I invested in real estate, loved investing in real estate. Never liked being a landlord though. But that's just it came with the territory, and so I did that, and I did that for 33 years, and then I found out about mortgage notes, and I realized, whoa, I can actually make money from real estate without owning it. That's when the light bulb went on for me, and that was a game changer for me and for my family.
Yeah, that was I think you called me one day. You wanted some help with your card account. And I think I asked you what you did, and you said, well, I do notes investing. And I said, what's that? I hadn't heard of it at all.
I know.
And now that I know more about it, and I come to you have a weekly mastermind class that I attend once in a while.
Yes. And, we always appreciate you being there.
On the screen here, if I can manage that.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I started investing for myself and divesting myself of the real estate that my wife and I had owned, right? And this was back in 2013. And once I started actually kind of getting into the note space, Greg, I thought, this is fabulous. And so I just literally said, I don't want to be a landlord anymore. Plus, I was already 60 years old at that time. And I thought, I paid my dues, if you know what I mean. Yeah. And so I started just investing in paper. I sold all my real estate, started buying mortgage notes for myself. And then a few years ago, one of my children wanted to follow me into the note business, which for me was exciting because I have 4 kids. None of them wanted to follow me into the landlord business. Think about that for a second. You're like, no, thanks, Dad. You don't have to teach me how to be a landlord. I have no interest in that.
I don't need to be a coal miner.
I'm sorry?
I don't need to be a coal miner.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, nobody wanted that. So as it turns out, I forgot to mute my phone. Give me just a real quick second here.
Okay.
There we go. Well, that thing's muted now. I'm sorry about that, Greg, and you folks that are out there watching. But that's taken care of. And so I started investing in mortgage notes, and my daughter wanted to follow me into the space. Now my granddaughter is following me into the space too. And my grandson, who just got out of the military, they're looking at it. So if anybody out there really wants to try to develop some sort of, I guess you can call it a legacy type of an investment business, you'll find that your family would be interested in this because it's not real estate. We use real estate as collateral, but it really is the money business. And people want to know the money business. And it didn't take me long to figure out why banks don't flip houses and why banks don't buy rental properties. You know, once I really got into this space, I knew why they didn't do it, and I knew why I didn't want to do it anymore myself. And so now I'm strictly in the money business, and I'm loving it, Greg.
No, that's fabulous. I think on my little poster, I said it's real estate without the plumbing issues.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And, you know, it opens up so many doors, too, for you, for other things. You know, we had a gentleman on this past Saturday on our mastermind who was in real estate, traditional real estate. Then he got into the note space, and that has led him on into being a fund manager. And now he's in multifamily, like he was looking, I think, at like a 90-unit apartment complex that he had just purchased, and they're remodeling it, or rehabbing it, I should say. And so it just, when you're in the money business, it leads you down a different path. It changes the way you think. And, you know, once you change the way you think, you're permanently changed because you're changed from the inside out, right? And that's what I love about this space, Greg.
Yeah.
And we probably have people on here who don't know about notes. And so I did prepare just a brief presentation to just kind of give, if it's okay, you know,
Sure.
to give like what it's about.
Okay.
Does that work?
That works. So can you share your screen there?
Well, let's see here. I'm gonna step away here.
We're having an adventure.
Yeah. Now, I'm on something called StreamYard, not Zoom.
Yeah.
So I've not done a share. Oh, here's a share right here.
Yeah.
I see. I'm getting it.
So this is the beauty of live broadcasts. We're trying something completely new live.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I know.
I went out of focus. Okay.
Okay, so here's what I want to share right here.
No, really, it's beer in my mug here, my cafe mug. Here's a product placement. Our sponsor is Cafe Filters.
Sweet. Do it. Do that commercial right now.
Yeah, I should run the video. Yeah.
All right. So I've got that part done. I've got my presentation up. Now I just need to find you so that I can click on share. There we go. Share my screen.
Cafe filters, you want to use them because while we're traveling in the RV, I used to not like using my French press, but the French press is now a dream to use because I have cafe filters. They're environmentally safe and they're just a snap to use. You put it inside like a little sock, put your coffee in, pour your hot water in, and after you've done brewing, it comes out, voila. Easy cleanup. I love it. There you go.
That's pretty nifty.
We got the presentation happening here.
That's pretty nifty.
There we go.
Oh, so I assume you guys can see my screen where it says hassle-free real estate profits?
Yep.
All right. Well, let me just share with people what it is, because when I first heard about note investing, I didn't realize that it's something that I could do. Even though I used to own a Century 21 franchise and 2 different mortgage companies, Greg, I didn't know this. And there's an old saying that you don't know what you don't know, right? And so what I want to do now is just share kind of what it is. We all know about real estate investing, and we've all come to understand that you can buy a little house or a condo or something like that, and you can rent it out and you can collect rental income from that property. We know how that works. But most of us aren't really interested in being landlords, and that's why most people don't become landlords, because they don't want to go there. But real estate does generate rental income. What dawned on me after I got into the note space is that real estate actually generates 2 different types of cash flow, not just rent. It also generates interest income, right? Think about that for just a second. Landlords collect rent, but then they take a big chunk of that rent if they have a mortgage, and they send it to who? Right? To the banks. And that's what we're talking about here today. I didn't know that I could put on the banker's hat and collect that interest every month, and I'm not responsible then for that real estate at all. And my screen here says that I'm signed out, and I'm assuming that I'm not signed out. Are you there, Greg?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what that was about. But so as a lender, here's how it works. We get the chance to buy the mortgage that is on a particular house. We can buy it from the existing lender. It's a cash business. You have to be able to pay cash. And so once you own that mortgage, though, then you're entitled to collect the interest for the remaining term. That could be 20 years, 30 years, whatever. But that becomes passive income for you. And passive income is what sets you free. You know, for decades, I sold real estate as a real estate agent and broker. I also flipped houses, but I never, ever felt I was out of the grind. I always felt it was always about the next deal, because it's a hustle. That's what that is, real estate sales and real estate brokerage. You know, it's a hustle. And flipping, same thing. You got to get that next deal. And I never felt I could kick back. The closest I came to that was being a landlord, but then that was a second job. I had 28 properties, right? It was a second job for me. And so I was doing this and doing that all the time. And that wasn't very passive in my book. And so when I found this, I really liked it. So I'm going to just share a really quick story with you guys about one of the notes that I own right now and show you why I'm so excited about mortgage note investing and why it's my personal mission to teach it to all of my children, grandchildren that'll listen, right? And great-grandchildren, nieces and nephews, and anybody else that'll listen. Friends, relatives, doesn't matter. This is a story I call the deadbeat daughter. And you're going to see in a minute why I call it that. But here's the story. This gentleman in Georgia had this house that he had lived in. When he decided to retire, he wanted to move out of that house into a different property, and he was going to sell that property. And his daughter came to him and said, well, Dad, let me buy the property from you. Initially, she wanted him to give her the property, but he said, I can't do that. I have 5 kids. I can't show favorites to you. So he said, I'll sell it to you. So he sold her the property. The value of the property at the time was about $130,000. He sold it to her for I think it was $65,000 or $68,000, something like that. Really, almost half price. And he said, "Look, no money down, and just pay me $396 a month. That's over a 30-year window, and the house is yours. And Dad's going to use that $396 a month to subsidize his retirement." You know, makes sense. It's a good plan. And it was working well for a couple of years. But then the daughter decided to stop making payments. And we don't know why she decided to stop making payments, but she did. At the time that she stopped making payments, Dad was kind of in a quandary, right? What do? Do you foreclose on your own kid, right? And your grandkids, kick them all out in the street? So he hired an attorney. The attorney said, you know, you can file the foreclosure action just to scare her, but you don't have to go through with it. He said maybe that'll get her back on track. And so they filed a foreclosure action against her. But rather than getting it back on track, she decided to retaliate by denying him the ability to see his grandchildren. And so that's why I call her the deadbeat daughter, right? He had taken really good care of her by giving her that property half price and a super low payment. And all she could do for him was literally kick sand in his face and say, you know, I don't care. So at the time that he reached out to me, she owed him over $8,000 in back payments. And her balance was $64,500 on the mortgage. So she owed quite a bit of money. I offered Dad $47,000. Initially, I offered $40,000 to buy the mortgage from him. And what that would mean is this: I would step into his shoes. So if he had accepted my offer of $40,000, I would have stepped into his shoes, and she would owe me $64,500 plus $8,800 in arrearages. He didn't agree to that. We finally did settle on $47,500. That was the price I paid for this mortgage. So now I told him, I said, look, Dad, I'll buy the mortgage, but you need to know this is not my daughter and those are not my grandchildren. And if she doesn't pay me, I'm going to foreclose. And he said, hey, I know, I get it. You do what you have to do. So I just wanted to make that clear. So I paid $47,500. And now at that point, I own the mortgage. And only one of three things happens, Greg, when you own a mortgage. Either people pay you like they're supposed to, or they pay you off early, or they don't pay you. I mean, that's it. Pretty much that's it. So I'm going to show you what would happen to me and my investment in each of these three scenarios, because this is really the deal. This was the deal sealer for me. This sealed the deal when I got this. If she pays me as agreed, then I would collect 312 payments, because that's how many payments she still had left. I'd collect 312 payments of $396.83, which works out to be $123,000 over the remaining term of that note. That's an average of 9.1% per year every year that I hold that note. Now that's a great return. As you know, right now, if you put your money, if I put that $47,000 in a bank, Bank of America will pay me a whopping what, half of 1%? Well, it would take me 18 years at Bank of America to earn what I earn in 1 year here. And so that excited me. I like that. But suppose she pays me off early. How does that happen? Well, we know that the average person in America moves between 5 and 10 years, right? They stay in a house between 5 and 10 years, and then they sell and move on to another house. But also we have people that refinance their existing house and they stay. Either way, my mortgage would get paid off. So if she decided to sell this house or refinance it, she'd pay me off. So let's just say that happens after 5 years. Let's say she pays me for 5 years, and then 5 years in, she decides to sell the house. Over the 5 years that I'm with her, she would have paid me $23,810 in payments. Her balance would still be $56,700, because as you know, when you make a mortgage payment, Greg, most of that payment is interest, right? That's because banks designed mortgages with front-loaded interest, because interest is profit for the lender. And banks designed these mortgages so they collect their profits in the early years. I mean, you think that was a mistake? No, it's absolutely by design. So she would still owe me $56,700 after 5 years. You add that to the $23,008 that I've already collected. That means that over a 5-year period, my $47,500 would have grown to $80,500, which works out to be 18.6% average annual return. 18.6. I wasn't getting those kind of returns as a landlord. That's why I got so excited. But now people always say, well, what if they don't pay, right? Because that's always the big scary thing. And well, let me show you what happens if they don't pay. Let's say 5 years in, she doesn't sell the house, she stops paying. Well, if that happens, Greg, then what I do is I call a local foreclosure attorney. In Georgia, foreclosure takes about 4 months, and it costs about $2,000 to $3,000 depending on the attorney. So I call a local foreclosure attorney. They foreclose on that place. I get the house because that's my collateral. Collateral is something you can take from people when they don't pay you back, right? So I get the house. Remember, the house is worth $130,000. And let's just say 5 years from now, it's still worth $130,000. I mean, we don't know. It could be more, it could be less, who knows? But let's just say it's still worth $130,000. I can sell it for $130,000, pay my attorney, maybe pay some taxes, pay my realtor, whatever. And let's just say out of the $130,000, I pocket $115,000. So you add that $115,000 to the $23,800 that I collected before she stopped paying. That means over 5 years, maybe 5.5 years, I would have collected a total of $138,000 on a $47,000 investment. That's a 28% per year return, guys. And that's why I get so excited about mortgage notes. Now, if you can imagine another scenario, let me know what it is. But these are the three scenarios that I've experienced. So when I found out about mortgage notes, I got rid of my portfolio of real estate, and I now own more than 50 mortgage notes that pay me every single month. And if they don't pay, I have options, as I've just shown you. Okay. And that's why I tell people, look, if you got an IRA, a 401k, or something like that, you should seriously consider taking some of that money, if not all of it, at least some of it, and putting it into a note or two. Because if it's in the stock market, you have no collateral. Collateral is what makes it work. That's why when you go to the bank to borrow money, they ask you to sign something over as collateral, like your house or your car or whatever. They want something they can take away from you when they lend you money, because they know that collateral is what protects the downside. And so that's what I love about this. So that's the scenario. That's why I'm excited about mortgage notes. Let me show you what actually has happened with this particular note, though. This note here, when I reached out to that young lady, I said, hey, honey, there's a new sheriff in town and I ain't your daddy. Okay, so you need to pay me, because you can't hold my grandchildren away from me in order to try and leverage me. And so guess what? She started paying me. Of course she started paying me. It was either that or lose the house. So she started paying me. And I just want to mention this too. When I bought the mortgage, I got her loan application that Dad had taken basically as a really rudimentary loan application, but it showed me that between her and her husband, they had plenty of income to afford this. You know, their income was well over $70,000 a year. So a $400 payment each month should have been a breeze. The reason that they weren't paying is something other than financial. And I don't know what it is, but it doesn't matter. Here's what I did. I said, look, you also owe me $8,800. So we're going to take that and divide that over a number of years. And so in addition to the $396 a month, you also have to pay $310 a month until that $8,800 is paid off. And every single month that you pay late, there is a late charge being added into these numbers. Now, right now, what I'm collecting is $706 a month on a $47,000 investment. Think about that, $47,500. And I'm collecting $706 a month. And I believe that was for 3 years that we did that. I think that's what it was. So that works out to be a 17.8% cash on cash return. Guys, the options and the opportunities to really do well financially with mortgage notes are huge. And that's why I get so excited. It's just mailbox money. It just comes in every single month. If that money ever stops, I pick up a phone, I call a lawyer, and it starts up again. That's how it works. Once I saw this and I understood, Greg and Bonnie, I understood why banks don't flip houses. Banks don't buy rentals. They don't invest in stocks. They don't invest in mutual funds or Bitcoin. They let other people do that. They lend money, because the money is in the money business. The safety is in the money business. The collateral is in the money business. And it's passive. You know, you guys you're the nomads, right? You're out there living your dream. Guess what? You just have to go to your P.O. box every month, if that's where you want your money to go, and get your checks. Better yet, just have them ACH it into your bank account. That's what I do. I just have it go into my bank account by ACH every month. Really simple, really simple. And so I started teaching my daughter and some other people about how to do this. And now all of a sudden I'm teaching a lot of people how to do this on my website. My website is investbrilliantly.com, and people can go there if they want to learn how to do this stuff. But if you create passive income for yourself, I can guarantee you this, you will not regret it. You will sleep better. You will know that even if I don't go to work today, I have these checks coming in for mortgage notes. And if you don't need the money now, you do it just like rental properties, right? When I was a landlord, if I didn't need that rental income, I saved it so that I could save it up for a down payment to buy another rental property. That's how I got to 28 of them. You can do the same thing with mortgage notes. If you're not using that money every month, save it up and buy another note. Before you know it, you have multiple notes and you have all this cash flow coming in each month. And that's what I teach people how to do. I even teach people how to do this without money. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here, because it's really not about how much money you have. It's really about how much skills you have. You know.
We do have a question here.
Yes.
Our friend Michelle in Canada says, "Can you have a mortgage note in Canada?"
I don't know.
Yeah, I had never heard of it. I think it is. I did a little bit of research, and I think it's possible. It's just not something. Well, I didn't know there was such a thing until you told me.
Yeah.
So
I know that Canadians can own mortgage notes here.
Yeah.
I know that
would be the answer then.
Yeah.
that a
Yeah.
Canadian could own a note down in the States. So Michelle, question answered. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah. Thank you, Bonnie.
So the notes are portable.
Yeah, they are. You know, I love it. When I had my real estate, I had to deal. I could drive past and show people that's my building, or that's my little house there, or that's my condo, or my condo's in that building. You know, now all I can show them is a folder in a file cabinet. Yeah, this is my investment.
So
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you have like a group of you that invest together? So maybe someone doesn't have to come up with $47,000 to buy
Well,
in.
I don't have a group that I personally have put together, but I can tell you for sure that my students do that. The students that I'm teaching, you know, maybe one person has 5,000, another person has 25,000 or whatever. And I see them doing what we call in the business joint ventures. I see them doing joint ventures together where they say, hey, we're going to buy a mortgage note and we're going to hold it for a number of years, collect interest, and then sell it. You know, so I see that often.
Mm-hmm.
I also see students lending money to other students. So maybe if you don't have enough cash, a different student who says, I don't want to own a note, but if you'll pay me X amount of interest from the note that you're buying, I'll lend you the money. So if you're buying a note that's paying 10% and they are willing to take, let's say 7 or 8, you pay them 7 and they put up the money, and you buy the note, you're earning 10, and you can earn that 3% spread, and they put up the money. Nice idea.
That's a great opportunity. So partnerships and joint venture investing. So it's all possible.
Yeah. See, everybody's out there trying to do everything on their own. And one of the lessons that I learned once I got into the note space is you really want to do what Robert Kiyosaki says, and that is you really want to build a network of other investors, a network of attorneys, a network of real estate agents, and people that are like-minded, because that's where the opportunities start to appear within your network. You know, if you weren't a part of our network, you would not have even known that other students are sitting there and saying, I don't want to own a note, but I'm happy to be your lender. You're right? But you have to be in the game. And so I say to people, get in the game, study to show yourself approved, as it says in the Bible, right? And then be here, be present. And if you're credible, and if you have a good heart, and people trust you, they will work with you. Because just people with money, there's a lot of people, not everybody's broke. Let me just say that, okay? There's a lot of people with a lot of money, and they want to put it to work, but they want to put it to work safely. And you can do that with notes, and you could be the middle person. And that's the kind of thing I teach people to do. Yeah.
So you and Patrick have this note investor coaching program.
Yes.
And I think this is really good, because it took me from not knowing anything about it to having a decent handle on this whole thing. And what I really like about what your team does is you have various speakers every week come in, like you might have a lawyer talking about something, or an accountant, and you have various advisors. And part of what it is that you broadcast mortgage note opportunities, because I'm on your mailing list. So you say there's something available in Dallas or a number of properties. Right. So you guys have really done all of your homework, and I don't think there's any better place to go learn about this than from you, really.
Well, thank you very, very much. That's a wonderful compliment, and I'll take it. Yeah. I believe that let me say it this way. There's people out there teaching this that haven't really done it. You know what I mean? They took a course and they go, oh, I'm going to teach other people how to do this. That's fine. But I'm an investor. I have been since 1982 when I bought my first rental property. I'm an investor. That's what I do. And I'm teaching this not to become wealthy. I'm already wealthy. I'm not teaching this to become wealthy like some of these people that charge $20,000, $50,000, $30,000. I hear all kinds of crazy numbers that people are charging. Ours is $97 a month. And I have had more than a handful of people tell me that's just not enough for what we're getting. And my response is always the same. And that is, I can help more people at 97 than I can at 997. And I just really want to help people get out of living from paycheck to paycheck, being broke, worrying about money. And if you're a nomad, this is perfect because you're not tied down anywhere. If you have access to a cell phone, you're fine. Literally, you're fine. You know?
Yeah.
I love this. And I love what you guys are doing too. I love the whole
we're
idea
having-
of being
we're
a
having
free
fun.
spirit. Yeah, I think that's brilliant. It's brilliant because that's what money's for. So that you can live the life that you want to live, you know, and not be tied down to changing plumbing and all this other junk that I used to have to do as a landlord, you know.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're all teletransported. I'm looks like at the ocean. He must be somewhere else, and we're somewhere else. It's really fun to live the nomad lifestyle, and we really appreciate you being on the Healthy Wealthy Nomad Super Show.
Thank you.
I learned so much just now. I know Greg's been hanging out with you, but just listening to you, I'm like, oh man, that's cool because I was a landlord, and believe me, I knew nothing, and it was awful.
It was awful. It was awful.
It was awful.
You know? This isn't awful. The more you do this, Bonnie, you're going to say, wow. And some things in life, we look at it at the beginning, we're excited. Then the more we look at it, we go, I thought it was great, but now it's just okay. This is exactly the opposite. People look at this and they say, it looks pretty good. And then you talk to them 6 months later, it's like, wow, this is fantastic. You know, just the opposite of everything else I've looked at as an investor. You know, so I'm happy about that. But I know I'm out of time. I appreciate you guys bringing me on today, and I hope I added value to the watchers and listeners out there.
Oh, I think you have. Thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you
And
so much.
And we'll talk
Desi.
soon.
It's my pleasure. God bless you all.
Take
Okay.
care.
Thank you.
Okay.
Blessings.
Hi. So our next speaker is somebody we might know. It's me.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! Yay. So I'm going to talk today about, Bonnie, why don't you just do your coffee commercial again, and I'm going to
Okay.
set up a page here, okay?
I'm going to do another little thing is,
Okay.
I'm going to talk about something that has brought us something Greg and I really like. We actually bumped into a company which Angelyn Toth talked about a little bit ago called LifeWave. And we found that these, what we call patches, are just amazing. And Greg he gets busy brain in the middle of the night. And so he puts on what they call an Eon patch, little patches. He's so funny. He'll put it on his head. You can put it on other parts of your body. He gets a great night's sleep. I put them on during the day because to calm my jets a little bit. It reduces inflammation, and also for a very busy brain is very helpful. But my favorite one, this is from the company called LifeWave. This particular product, let's see, there we go. I love this. It can help on so many levels. It actually activates, these little patches actually activate your copper peptides in your body, which increase your own body's stem cell production. So in fact, you get younger every day. So Greg and I often laugh and say we're 60 going on 16, and we truly feel that way. I've actually been having some results with the back of my hand with those brown spots. They're going away. It's very cool. But the main thing about this company is no pills. Oh my gosh, no more pills. People are getting better sleep, less pain. They have an energy one. And it's truly a technology that's merged acupuncture and phototherapy in a patch, which is patented. So it's one of the only companies, it's the only company in the world that has this. So we use this ourselves, and it's not a company on trial. It's been around 15 years, thousands of testimonials. And if you'd like to check it out, just give us an email, and we'll talk to you about it. Okay, Greg, take it
Okay.
on.
Well, before I go on, I'm just going to say a couple of Desi's students are on. Rodney Madison,
Awesome.
and he's a Desi and Invest Brilliantly student, and I'm helping out him with his website a bit. And Node Starter, great stuff. So he's got some of his fans on the show today. So okay, so I'm going to go talk about. So I've created this program called the Course Creation Alchemy Formula, and the issue I'm finding that I'm trying to address, it's not everybody's idea, but one sec here. There we go. And so I think almost everybody has $1 million course idea in their head, in their experience. So the idea is you have a lot of life experience, and sometimes that was hard-won life experience. Maybe you have expert training somewhere. Maybe you have a lot of knowledge can help people have a better life. You know, it doesn't have to be a business thing. It could be Tai Chi, Qigong, how to cook. Amazing how to do 1,000,001 things with broccoli or something. Who knows what it is. So, but many people have ideas, but they don't get going on it. So it's really easy to procrastinate. You can spend years planning. You can and doing a lot of work avoiding. And a lot of part of it is people don't know where to start about planning it. Which our next guest is a master at planning. But it's also coming up with the best idea and then implementing it. A lot of people get stuck. They get stuck in the implementation. Maybe they decide that they want to do it on video, but they're overwhelmed by the expense of video and just doing it. So I'm advocating a thing. Basically, I'll go through the steps here. Is you come up with the idea, you plan your course modules, then you create your success framework. And the thing that I'm trying to do here is sooner rather than later, start teaching your content live. So that's what I've been doing. I've been broadcasting maybe 3 sections a week and trying to get feedback. So the idea is you get people interested. If you can't get anybody interested in what you're teaching, then it's probably better to know that sooner rather than later, rather than spend a year and maybe thousands of dollars of your time to find out that maybe you're not providing something that somebody needs. And often what you get back, the feedback when you're teaching it, can help make it better. So maybe what you think people need are not quite what they need, and then you're able to adjust it on the fly. But the gold is in being able to doing it and getting out and getting some feedback on it. And then from there we go from to leveraging your content. So it could go into a course, could go into regular tips that you publish on your blog, could go into email, whatever it is you're doing, program. I'm just going to take Bonnie off here, and then go from there. So we also talk about how to make money from this, and then later on implementation secrets. So this is actually a work in progress for me, and one of the things that I'm offering today is, let's see if I can find the banner. It's here somewhere. Okay, there we go. So I'm offering as a bonus for anybody who signs up for the VIP program for the Healthy Wealthy Nomads is a cohort training. The course itself, which will be the modules that I'm recording, some additional exercise books, all that kind of related. But the magic will be in the cohort training, where you will teach in a small group. And the advantage of a cohort training system is let's see one sec here if I can just get me off the screen here. Yeah, is you get feedback. So it's kind of one of these things is if you have more than one person with more than one idea going into something, it can be better than it would be on your own. I think most of the people who have been on so far have said something along those lines. And also the roadmap is part of what I'm offering, is to go through and figure out what it is that you want to do, and I'll put together a personal roadmap for your success. So again, if you decide to upgrade to the VIP program, that's good. If you want to learn more about the program, here, let's see. I'll take the banner off this little overlay, the StreamYard overlay. So you can there's a place you can register for free, and that's to get updates, notices. And I've also been, as I've been recording it, the video replays are on this page here. So if you want an idea what I'm talking about, you can go onto this page and just and check out the replays and see if it's something you want to pursue. And yeah, the address is coursecreationalchemy.com. I'll put it in the links later. But I want to move on here. I don't know, John, are you available here? So I'm going to bring John Orian into the conversation here.
Hello, Greg.
Yeah, so John and I have just got to know each other a little bit recently, and you have a company called Play at Creation, playatcreation.com.
Yes.
And also a program you're calling the Prosperous Nomad.
Prosperous Modern Elder.
Prosperous Modern. Yeah.
What's within Play at Creation. We'll talk about the six-figure digital nomad in a little bit.
Yeah.
That's where we met.
Yeah, that's where we met. We met. We're working on another project who came out of a thing called Strategic Alliance Live, Todd Madsen and company, and so maybe you have a very interesting philosophy about work and play, and maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. So I entered rejuvenation. Some people call that retirement. Back in 2012, just before I turned 60, knowing that I would have to get re-engaged and find a way to pay my way in retirement. I've been saying to people for a while now, if you are 60 to 65, you're going to live to 100. And so you bet your savings and investments won't last as long as you will. But more importantly, you need to be engaged with life. You need to have something to do. The name Play at Creation came from my philosophy, some intuition, I guess, about why we're here. And that is strictly to play and create. We, sparks of consciousness, are here on Earth to play and to create. And when I was thinking about, okay, so what should I do to pay my way in retirement? I had a couple of alternatives. One was Play at Creation. The other one was a project management e-mentorship program, which I knew could make money. But the much more important thing to do was to share this message that we are here, we spirits are here in this physical world to play and to create. So I said, okay, well, let's do that. No idea how I was going to make any money. But gradually I built up a program to inspire, train, and support boomers to begin ventures and to treat our ventures as our primary games in, call it retirement if you want, I call it rejuvenation. So when we retire at 60, 65, we've got a good 3 or 4 decades ahead of us. And we need to be doing something. We need to be doing something meaningful. In fact, on my LinkedIn profile, you'll see on the hero image at the top, says pursue meaning, joy follows. And that is, people are starting to realize that if you pursue happiness, it's almost that it runs away from you, and you'll never find it, right? So it's much more important to pursue meaning, to seek to serve others, to have some purpose that you are devoting your life to. When you do that, you'll find that you have a reason to get up in the morning, like I do. But more importantly, as you pursue that, you'll be attracting all kinds of good people who are pursuing that same kind of outcomes in the world. And you will find joy because of that pursuit. So anyway, I've gone quite a bit further along than the whole idea of just playing at creation. But anyway, the idea is that I'm trying to gather people around, people who are looking at the world with a sense of joy and wonder and awe, just the fact that we are alive, and what do we get to do with this? So as we get into the conversation, some more of that stuff will come up. But anyway, that's the whole philosophy about playing at creation. Let's find something that in the world that we want to make better, something that needs to be fixed, and go do that.
Yeah,
So
that's
come on
great,
back,
John. We've got you have a little video that we could play. Would you like to play that?
Yeah, go ahead. This, by the way, part of playing was my first attempt at making a video trailer for the Prosperous Modern Elder program.
Okay, let's see how this works out.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Retirement. This could be seen as the autumn of our lives. We've got decades ahead of us of promise and of danger. Many people are afraid of storms coming in retirement. They grieve for lost identity, power and prestige they used to have. They fear loneliness. Now that they don't have work, where will their friends come from? Boredom. What will they do with all this time? And they fear poverty. Will there be enough to live on in the years ahead? These are real concerns, but you needn't worry if you take action. I'm John Orian. I retired in 2012 and I'm having an excellent time. I've lived in France and Costa Rica for months at a time. In fact, we've got a project in Costa Rica. I've walked the Camino in Spain, canoed the Green River, visited Bali. I've learned to play the ukulele and lead the blues sessions here in Calgary. Most importantly, I've started my own business. It directly answers all of the fears that people have about retirement. I've condensed what I've learned over these last 5 years into a surefire way for you to have the retirement you dream of through your own fun and meaningful ventures. It's called the Prosperous Modern Elder Program. Through this program, your retirement will be filled with promise through ventures that you design and bring to life, step by step, with tools, training, guidance, and support from an amazing team, and companions who have your back. What you'll experience in the years ahead depends on how well you prepare now, during this time of transition. It's vital that you take action to launch into your next stage. Reach out to me, John, at playatcreation.com. For meaning in your life, for engaging community, for your new identity, and for ongoing income, let's talk about your amazing possibilities.
Yeah, that's great, John. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, so that video kind of captures the theme of this whole healthy, wealthy Nomads
Retirement.
Super Show. Whoops! It's
This could
on
be seen
auto
as the
repeat.
autumn of our lives.
There we go.
We've
It's
You really
gonna
have to turn me
loop
off
forever.
once we get going on this.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot. I had tested that before. I just forgot that it looped. Yeah, so you want to tell us a bit more about the process that you take people through?
Sure. Yeah. So, like I said in the video, I've actually been experimenting and gradually building this up over the last 5 years, and eventually have landed on the program that I've launched this year called the Prosperous Modern Elder Program. So it's got three parts to it. The first one is three separate courses, if you want to call them that. The first one is called Dream. And I ask people to go through this, and it's over a period of about 7 or 8 weeks. And we do a whole bunch of exercises. The intent is to come out of it with the students having chosen very deliberately the experiences that they want to have that will give them what they will consider a life well lived. Okay, so we look at, for instance, what made you happy before, and what which of those experiences do you want to have in the years ahead? What pisses you off? What do you get angry about that you need to fix? You know, maybe that's pointing to the purpose that you should be serving. In fact, the outcome from the Dream course, it's threefold. We go through the Ikigai diagram, the Ikigai process, to help you define your purpose. We create a personal North Star on which you document the choices you make about the experiences that you want to have. And we also create vision boards to make those experiences that you want to have, that you want to pursue on purpose, to make them very real. And then we end up the Dream course by doing a brainstorm for the kinds of ventures that would give you those experiences. So it kind of ends on a high note of, you know, looking at all the different possibilities. And we do it in a cohort. Others have mentioned this as well. With any kind of online course, any kind of program, you need to be doing it with others to get the most benefit out of it. So that's the first course, Dream. The second one is called Design. And we use a business model canvas, or you may have heard of a lean venture canvas or a social venture canvas, which looks like that. That's on the screen. And on one page, you basically define the venture that you're going to have. So it's not a 50-page business case, business model or something. But on this, you look at the kind of customers that you want to serve, the different customer segments. You look at the problems that you think you want to solve for them. You talk about the value that you add, the solution that you have, the ways that you're going to reach your customers, that they hear about you, the way they might buy your products, the way you're going to deliver to them. You look at the costs and revenue. So this is all of the stuff that's defining the venture that you are going to create. And I use the term venture because you had mentioned before that it's not necessarily a for-profit business. It could be a not-for-profit venture of some kind. And examples that already exist are, you know, somebody's got a school in Guatemala. Somebody wanted to build an orphanage in Egypt, or you may want to teach music to inner city kids. These are all ventures not for profit. We will be talking a little bit later about for-profit ventures where when you retire, part of savoring those decades ahead is having an assurance of income coming in. Lots of people retiring are doing so, you know, without a private pension. They may have a government pension, but that's it. And then they also have their savings and investments, which I've said won't last as long as we will. So I believe we need to have some kind of money coming in. Anyway, so that's the second course, is designing that venture. And then the third one is actually bringing it to life. It's called Create. And for that piece, we actually provide a business in a box, which is all the back end stuff. Your website, your email management system, doing webinars, affiliate marketing, all those things kind of built in. And then on the customizing of that business in the box is where you put stuff about Greg, for instance. You put stuff about your venture. It's the public facing stuff, the stuff above the waterline, if you think of a ship, which is what makes that venture unique to your customers. And that's the longest piece. Bringing something to life is going to take you many months. That's just the way it is. And this origin, I talked about building this up over time. So back in 2017, when we first started running these workshops, my promise was, at the end of 3 months, we're going to have your venture up and running. And after running it, prototyping a couple of times ago, whoa, no, absolutely not. So the last one that we did was back in 2019. It was called Your Venture, Your Game. And I took a group of a cohort of 6 people through a year-long process. And we realized now asking people to do this for a full year is a bit much, too much of a load to put on them. So that's why I broke it up into 3 courses. And then talking to other retirement coaches, realized that this is actually a journey, this transition from working as a cog in somebody's machine, working for the man, to becoming a whole person and creating your own stuff. It could be as much as like a 5-year journey, because people who have it together, as they're approaching retirement day, there might be like 3 years before retirement day, they start looking at, what do they need to have in place. And so they may take the dream course like a year to 3 years before our day, thinking about what it is that they want to experience in the decades ahead. Then maybe a year before our day, they may do the design course and actually design the venture that they're going to start with. And I emphasize that they're going to start with, because I say to people that what you end up doing, the venture you end up with, will not be the one that you start with. You're going to start with something. You see all the good stuff that there is. There's going to be bad stuff, but you haven't experienced it yet. Once you actually get it up and running, you will come across stuff that you don't like to do. You'll have lots of stuff that you like. And so what you'll do is you'll modify, you'll zig and zag. Eventually you'll come to something that gives you lots of what it is that you want to do and hardly any of stuff that you don't want to do. And that's where you'll spend most of your time. Anyway, so you design, you dream, you design, and then comes our day. And I say to people after that, go play, right? Take a gap here. In fact, there was a study done by an insurance company in the States, and they looked at when people end the honeymoon period of retirement. And it's about a year to 2 years, maybe 24 months, where people start asking the question, is that all there is? If they haven't prepared for this, if they don't know that they're going to start a venture, they go, they play golf every day, they maybe do a trip or so, and then they start asking, is that all there is? I want to do something meaningful with my time, which is what I'm suggesting people start thinking about well before. So I'd say, okay, go take some time off. I suggest a year, but for some people, it's actually a whole lot less than that. When they jump into retirement without thinking about it, they could be there like for 3 months and they start going crazy. They have to fill that time with something. So then it's okay, when you start asking that question about, is that all there is? Well, now come and let's put your time and effort into creating this venture that's going to give you the experiences that you want to have, the experiences that you've determined well in advance, that's going to have you decide that this was a life well lived. Okay. So, even though it's called Prosperous Modern Elder, prosperity is so much more than just financial. You have to have your health. You have to have your community, your friends. You do need to want an assurance of income, but that's just one piece of it. When I kicked this off back in 2015 and I talked to my peers, I thought they would be wanting to do this to generate income in retirement or rejuvenation. But most of them said, well, no, I'm well set, financially I'm well set. What I want to do is something meaningful, something worthwhile. And in fact, When I talk to people now about the outcomes, the benefits of creating your own venture, it's actually sixfold. The first one is health. You want to have healthy activities, but the big one at the top is creating something meaningful outcomes in the world. Okay, this is when I talk about pursuing meaning and joy follows, that's what I mean. You'd also be establishing communities. In the video I talked about the fact that when you are in your working years, a large part of your community comes from the people at work. You socialize together and so on. Some become friends for a long time. But when you leave work, when you retire, those connections start diminishing. Eventually you stop seeing each other. And then you start wondering, well, where are my friends going to come from? When you start along this path of creating a meaningful venture, you will gather around you people who you're serving and collaborators who you are working with, playing with to serve these other people. So you will have a community of suppliers, vendors, contractors, employees perhaps, as well as the community that you are helping. That will form a very engaging community for you. Okay, you're rebuilding your community of friends. Then you'll also be deciding on joyful activities that you will design on purpose and invite people into. You'll be defining your new identity. Another thing that I mentioned is that, when you finish your career, finish working for the man, some of us will end up, at the tops of organizations, or, maybe you're the VP of sales or the director of engineering or whatever. And then you leave and you no longer have that business card, director of engineering. So now who are you? Who are you without the business card, without that position in a well-known company or even a small company? When you start creating your own venture, when you are gathering these people around you, you are redefining your identity. And I like to think of people as playful creators. We have the power to create wonderful things. I mentioned to you earlier that this generation, when we are retiring, we are still vibrant. We have lots of health. It's too early to go out to pasture. We have health, we have time. Some have lots of money, some not as much, but we have money that we can go out, we can find something that needs to be fixed in this world and go fix it, do something about it, either by ourselves or with a small group of people. We're going to go fix something. So those are the top 5. And then the last one, of course, is ongoing income. When you go and you're helping make something happen in the world, there is going to be income coming in. But a lot of people will probably end up giving that money away. I do maintain, though, that any venture you create has to be in the black. If it's a charitable venture, there has to be money coming in, or it's not sustainable. You could pay for it out of your own pocket for a while, but eventually you're going to have to stop when those pockets end up being empty. Unless you gather around you, 20 or 30 people who believe in the same dream that you have, wanted to make the same positive changes in the world, and they would be supporting you. So that's one way of having the venture be in the black, where there's more money coming in than is being spent, so that it can be sustainable. So, Greg, I've been talking on and on.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, actually, I think you've touched on this page of your courses 3 different things. You've mentioned it in passing, and maybe we can talk a little bit more about it. Is in the sense of finding something that's your passion. I think that's your personal North Star. What is the process you take people through with that?
Well, there are 2 things. Actually, looking at this little the image on the screen, one says get a blank personal North Star, and the other one says get a blank Ikigai program, a diagram. Yeah. That's something that if people want, they can reach out to me, and I'll send these to you. These are 2 of the 3 outcomes from the Dream course. I'll deal with the middle one first, which is get a blank Ikigai diagram. So that is ikigai is something to get up for in the morning, okay? And it looks at what are you good at, what comes easily to you, what do you love to do? Yeah, I don't know if you can do it. What do you love to do? What does your corner of the world need? And I am saying, what does the world need? But really, it's your corner of the world that you have influence over, your circle of influence, perhaps. And then what does that corner of the world value? What are they willing to pay you for? And that's important because we may think that something needs to be fixed, that the world needs this. But when you go out and you talk to people, they go, well, no, that's not really that big a problem. You know, I don't need to solve that. So that's why you look at those 4 things to pay you for. That little place where the on the Venn diagram where all those 4 circles intersect, that's where you should be spending your time. That will help you define the purpose that will be meaningful for you. So that's the first outcome. The second one is the blank personal North Star. And I applied start with why. Simon Sinek wrote a book, and he's done some presentations and so on. Start with why, applied to us individually. And it starts off with the core of that North Star. It's almost like if you are a sailor and you're out away from land, you don't see land, and you're trying to navigate. The North Star is what people would use to guide. So this personal North Star is kind of like a direction finder for you. Having decided what it is you want to experience, you write all that down. So it becomes easy to make decisions about whether you should do something or not. So we start off with what is your purpose. And for me, because of what I believe, it's to savor life's experiences. And then coming out of that core I've got 5 rays. How am I going to savor life? Well, the first one is through radiant health. That's the top. The other one is with cherished relationships. And then some of the other ones I have to remind myself is to play always, having this attitude of joy and wonder and playfulness. And for me, playing comes from learning. Another one is to create ventures on mine. And then the last one is to seek out and savor beauty, right? So by following these facets of life, by emphasizing them, is how I'm going to serve the middle, which is the savor life's experiences. And then around the outside of the star, of the personal North Star, are the individual activities that I would pursue. So for instance, for radiant health, I've got to make sure that I nourish this body properly, right? To eat the proper foods, to have enough water, not have too much alcohol, like maybe not smoke. I also have to move this body, right? I have to work it to keep up its strength. I have to do yoga or stretching to keep it flexible. I have to have enough sleep. So those are the individual activities that I need to do regularly to address this the ray called radiant health, so that I can enjoy radiant health. And that's one of the most important pieces, because without health, everything else that you try to do to save our life is going to be difficult, right? Without your health, it's going to be difficult. The other one that I propose that people have on the North Star is to cherish relationships, and that will begin with yourself, but also with your family, your spouse, your kids, your friends. And so one of the activities there might be to reach out to people that you used to know before, rekindle friendships, to tell people how much of a difference they made in your life, to spend time with your kids. So for instance, right now I've got 2 grandkids, a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old. And over the summer, we are having sleepovers on Friday night, and I spend time with them on Saturday morning. Now, I'm doing it now because they're at this age, because in a few years, they aren't going to be wanting to be with grandpa, but there will be memories built up. And once they come through the terrible teenage years, we might renew friendships, and they'll be able to look back at that. So I mean, these are all long-term things that we're playing with, right? In fact, when I look at them now, I can picture the arc of life that they're going to be going through. You know, they're just starting. They can see the entry door. I'm coming to the end. I can see the exit door. But I'm already training them through the kinds of things that we do, through the words that I actually use with them to savor life, okay, about what things are really important. And by the way, that's something that COVID has given us over this last little while, where lots of us have been under lockdown and so on, is people are coming out of this realizing, or having been forced to take time to think about what's important. And one of the things that they've realized is very important is this connection with people. So, Greg, next question. It's you were asking about. You asked one question and I go on for a long time.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Well, that's great. And I guess I just want to say that, let's go back onto the website here, is many of these programs, the Personal North Star, the Ikigai diagram, and Make It Happen sprint funding are all available for free.
Well, sorry, the Blank Personal North Star and the Ikigai diagram are. The Make It Happen sprint, that's the project management piece.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That ends up being wrapped into the Create program. We actually ran it as a separate course. We taught it to 2 First Nations groups here in BC. That was back in 2018. I've let it sit there. But that was to teach people how to think strategically and how to apply project management skills and discipline to making things happen. A lot of solopreneurs get into despair almost, get into a sense of overwhelm because they don't think through what they're trying to bring to life.
Yeah.
And I've seen it again and again where, you know, people are trying to make something happen. 6 weeks later, you know, they're flailing away, floundering because they haven't thought through the process. And as a project manager, you know, if I would walk them through it, I go, well, you know, this is a 6 or an 8 month project. You shouldn't at 6 weeks be thinking that you're not going to succeed. You need to spend those first 4 to 6 weeks actually thinking through, how is this actually going to happen? Then you start taking action, and then the stuff will flow. You know, you'll be going down the path that you've laid out, and things will happen on time with the right people at the right, doing the right things, so that you end up with the outcome that you actually want in the time frame that it's going to take. There's a set of time that it's going to take to make stuff happen. You know, I talked about Create, you know, being at least 6 months, maybe even 18 months, because it takes time to create something, to bring a venture to life. And if you are not cognizant of that, you're going to feel a lot of pain because you'll be thinking that it's not happening in time when it actually is. It's just you didn't realize it was going to take this amount of time to make happen. So
Yeah,
yes,
I think
so
that's
if people want to get those 2 free ones, they can just email me, john@playitcreation.com, and I'll get you those tools. You can play with them before you take the course.
Yeah, no, that's fabulous. Thank you. So I have some project management experience, and I think most people think things are a lot easier when it's just in their head. Like even something simple like making a pizza or whatever, or, you know, you took a shot at making that video you made yourself, right? And I get clients, oh, okay, can I have the video tomorrow? Well, no. And even myself, if I'm writing out notes for people, when I'm writing them out, there are a lot more things to it than it first appears.
Yes.
So
yeah. And you really need to think through stuff beforehand.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I said this Prosperous Modern Elder program is actually a multi-year journey that you're going to go on. You know, some people might be able to get it accomplished within a year. You know, they've come through retirement and now they need to do something, and so they'll spend all that time doing it. It's much more comfortable if you start early, think through it, plan stuff, and then come and do it later on. Yeah, it's amazing how often people get into difficulties because they don't think stuff through.
Yeah, I have a background in English literature, and I didn't really catch on to outlining until I'd actually probably finished my undergrad degree, and then I decided to go back and take a course. I've been in the corporate world, so I was writing 3,000 word emails, and so I went back and I outline an essay and then write it out. And once I have the outline, the rest of it's easy. It's just matter of just filling in the details, and
Yep.
so it was a lot easier with a little bit of planning, a little bit of strategy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you mentioned at the beginning of our talk that you and I are working on a project together.
Yeah.
This six-figure digital nomad program. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'd love to. The six-figure digital nomad program. And so, like you mentioned, Tom had run the Strategic Alliance Live the weekend. And then as a bonus, a bunch of people got together and brainstormed what kind of venture might we work on together? What kind of program might be offered together? And I was not part of that weekend, but what came out of it was this whole idea of the modern elder, of boomers starting ventures in retirement, of wanting to travel around and being able to run ventures from wherever in the world. And Tom remembered me because I have been doing stuff with him the previous year. And so he reached out to me and says, "Hey, John, you want to come and play with us? We're doing this." So I said, "Well, yeah." And in a very short time frame, we've said, "Okay, let's do this." We're actually going to kick it off with a masterclass on August 9th. Okay, the working title of this is the Six-Figure Digital Nomad, but we're actually going to offer people, the attendees, 8 different programs that they would be able to use to create assured income in the years ahead. Okay, and this is something that Tom through Embark has been, and his folks have been doing for years now. But the idea is that we will guarantee outcomes for them. They start with us, and we will walk them through how to create the venture that they choose. Okay, remember I said there was eight different possibilities, and it's wonderful to see. This is a joint venture of 33 people who had played in the Strategic Alliance thing, who are making stuff happen. And we wanted to do it like right off the bat. Let's make something happen really quick. August 9th, which is kind of going to be the prototype. This is how we're going to make it work. So we will gather people together, invite people to come. We're going to teach as much as we can during that period for how people might be able to start these ventures on their own. Now, coming out of it, we'll say, yeah, I mean, if you want us to help you with it, we're there. But we're going to try and teach people as much as we can about how to do it themselves. And a lot of people might try to do it themselves. What I'm looking to get out of this, what I'm hoping to make happen is, I said I started this thing back in 2015, right? The play it creation thing. I want to take all those lessons that I've learned over the 6 years and collapse it. So instead of taking 6 years, maybe people can get it done in a year and a half, 2 years. I spoke about having a business in the box. So it's those kinds of things where you've got the tools, the training, et cetera, provided. You've got the path laid out for you, right? The project planning piece. So we say, okay, now you need to do this, and then we're going to do that, and then it's going to come this thing. And we'll be able to show people in 5 stages, this is what you're going to be doing to get to the outcome that you've decided that you want to have. Those 8 different programs that we are coming up with. Actually, we aren't coming up with it. We're having other people who already are offering programs to come in and play with us. Whether it's from real estate, investing, creating a digital marketing agency, different ideas that we can bring to people and say, hey, this could be you. Do you want to go and play in this thing and play with not only the instructor, the program expert, the authority who knows how to do this stuff, but also with a crew, another set of people who have chosen the same program to go through. you almost make a squad or a crew, or it ends up feeling like a mastermind where you are talking to each other about what you're experiencing. And as you come through, you've got these, I mentioned it before, these friends or companions who have your back, right? You come through this thing together, and it's like a quest. It's a quest where you are creating this venture that's going to be how you experience life in the years ahead. Right? And I don't want people to be spending, their life savings and putting in 70 hours a week and stuff like this. When you are in retirement, you've kind of done your life internship. Now it's time for you to play. So that's where I talk about creating a venture that you can treat as your primary game in retirement. So this whole attitude of joy, of pursuing meaning, of just the awe, the wonder of being alive. How do you savor life? And it's by finding good people to play with, which is what we're going to bring to people. When we talk on the 9th, you're going to be hearing me using these kinds of words again and again.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. It was just incredible. You weren't there on the weekend. They had a bit of a competition, right? They had a bunch of people to come up with ideas to pitch as a project, and then everybody had, I think there were about 10 people that had ideas, and then they screened out some of the ideas because they didn't seem like they were going to go anywhere to begin with, and then this one here, the 6-figure digital nomad program, I think it came in second, but it was a close second, and then a couple of those other projects are being launched within the group. So it was really a good process.
And what's very empowering, almost acknowledging for me, is the fact that these guys have come up with the thing that I've been working towards for the last little while. And this, by the way, I mean, this is a global phenomenon. Okay. Yeah. Boomers looking to do something of their own going forward, which identified like 6 years ago, and now it's encouraging to see other groups coming up and saying, "Hey, we need to do this." There's lots of people talking about making this transition from working for the man to for themselves, and wondering, how do I do that? What do I do? I know I need to do something. I know I want to do something. But how do I get there? And that's what we are looking to answer. Here's how you will do it, because we'll be there with you, supporting you all the way through.
Yeah, and the great thing is that you have a lot of experience, and many of the people on the team have a lot of experience. So they know how to do it. I think Tom's story is he's started and failed at a number of companies. He's got a whole lifetime of experience, but now he's got the formula. Like, so it's almost a given that it's going to be successful. Yeah. So you get to the point where you know how it works. You've got a formula, you have a blueprint for it, and it's a matter of putting in the pieces. And also he has the connections and the following, the audience. So it's a lot easier to launch something to a warm audience than it is to launch something to completely new to the cricket.
Yeah, now actually that's a really important point, Greg, because one of the things that I was missing, I said I launched Prosperous Modern Elder this year, but what I was missing was the connections, the community, because when I've been selling it, it's to people that I know personally, that know, like, and trust me, but it's just my circle. Now, with this joint venture, we've got now 30 other people who have their networks who are going to be hearing about this. And it's the same thing, like when you start one of these ventures, one of the big things you get out of it is the connections with all these other people. I mean, I fully expect there to be other joint ventures kind of spin out of this between 2 and 3 of the people who are playing in this really big one. As we get to know each other and find out who you like and stuff that's complementary, I expect there to be other little ventures that will spin off out of this. And remember I said about your community of suppliers, vendors, collaborators, clients. Well, that's exactly what's being established here. is all of a sudden your world expands. It's like this flower that's in bloom because there's all of these things, and you're playing with other people, making stuff happen. And these are good people that have come together. And when Tom was talking about this to the group, he was saying that between him and I, the mindset is there where we want to go and make something meaningful happen in the world. And as I've talked to the other people, I mean, that's the feeling that's there already. So it's how do we play and create something wonderful? That's our opportunity. I'm saying it's almost a responsibility for us, modern elders, to help define the new normal. Trends that I've been watching and anticipating we're going to take the next 10 or 15 years to play out, like this work from home. COVID forced us, took that trend and made it to a step change, and said, how are you going to react to this? So the work from home, which I expected would become much more prominent over 10 or 15 years, all of a sudden everybody has to do it right now. That's what I mean about being a step change rather than a long drawn out trend. So come. If this is intriguing to you, reach out through Greg or through me, and come and attend that class on August 9th. Hear what we have to say. See what kind of venture you might want to start, and who you might want to play with.
Yeah, I put a link in the comments here to just sign up for the Healthy Wealthy Nomads free sign up, and you'll get on the list. And when this is ready to launch, I'll send out an invitation to everybody for the master class, and they'll get a notice about what's coming up. Yeah, and I think you're talking about this whole thing. Yeah, all of a sudden people are stuck in their house, but in some ways it's expanded people's universes. They connect out. And I've been prone to playing in my own sandbox, right? So I'm trying to get out of that. Yep. And sometimes you have a challenge, like with the group, it's like it says, oh, you need to get sponsorship, right? And you have to figure out how to get sponsorship. There's somebody in the group who knows about sponsors, and then there's somebody, you says, well, how do you get publicity? Oh, I know how to get publicity because we have some publicity experts. So things that are really hard or maybe even seem impossible for the person starting out, all of a sudden becomes possible and almost automatic when you have group playing at that level. So I think this is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, a book that I just started reading a month or so ago is called by Dr. Benjamin Hardy. It's called Who, Not How, and this is exactly what he writes about in the book. Is you want to get something done, ask the question, not how am I going to do this, but who can I get to help me do this? And you get the right players in place, and all of a sudden something that looked like it was going to be so hard for you, you can go 10x because the right people are playing.
I like Tom's phrase, 1 + 1 = 11, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know if that means 1 + 1 + 1 is 111. So 111 times.
Yeah, and I look at my job as making sure, like, as we get people, the program authorities and the people who are coming along to create their programs, my job is to make sure, like, over the couple of years that everybody is doing the right things, getting the right help. If there are any hindrances getting in the way, make sure that those get cleared, just so that we can all play together and get the results that we want. I don't know if you've seen a stat, like when people buy online courses, the completion rate is like 3 or 5%. For player creation, the goal that I had set for myself for player creation before getting involved in this was that I wanted a completion rate of 80 to 90%. Right? I want people to actually come through and create those ventures. And that's exactly what we're going to be looking at through the 6-figure digital nomad. Is how do we get just what everybody, and I won't say 100% because there's always going to be something that, for some reason it can't work, but I want to be like at 90% coming through to the end and actually achieving the outcomes that they set out to get. And it'll be different for different people.
Yeah.
For some people, it might just be the impact that they want to have. For other people, it will be the income that they're generating for themselves that's more important or as important. I think for everybody, it's going to be the impact that they have plus the income.
Yes, I think that, and it has to come from a passion, really.
Yeah.
Something that they believe in. If you're just doing it for money, it's probably not going to work. And,
I would feel very hesitant to be playing with somebody who is in it just for the money.
Yeah.
You need to have the higher vibrations, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for coming and talking and coming and playing with us here today.
I appreciate this, Greg. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we have Gary Sizemore waiting in the wings to come on.
Okay.
So, all right. Thank you.
We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye. Hi, Gary.
Oh, there we go. Hi, how are you guys?
Yeah, and Bonnie's back here too. Bonnie's in the house.
I was listening in on the last one. I just didn't know what button to push. Now I figured it out. Anyway, welcome Gary Sizemore to the Healthy Wealthy Nomads Super Show. This is so much fun today. We're so glad you're here with us.
I'm glad to be here. I appreciate you inviting me.
Yeah. Well, Gary, we met not long ago, and I tell you, we've had a few conversations, and it's just been such an interesting to learn about what you do and how you help people, and you have quite a bit of background and of helping our military people. You have a soft spot there for you. So I want everyone to know that Gary really, really helps with our not ex-military, but military that have gotten out. And also he helps people just, I call it make a decision. And we all think, oh, we want to own a business, but do we really? And what does that mean? And what does that look like? And Gary, you're the guy to talk to because you have a stable, from what I understand, of like 200 franchises that people could take a look at and peruse, and you help them dig deep to say, well, what do you like? What do you like to do? I guess it'd almost be like a personality thing of finding a matchmaker. That's what you do. But at the same time, you don't tell anybody what to do. You just share with them, here's what you like and here's what they do, and kind of, see if they are a match. And so tell us a little bit more about that whole process.
Sure. Honestly, I'm not in the decision process. The decision process has to be the person I'm working with. It's their decision. And I remain kind of dissociated from the outcome for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's got to be their outcome, not mine. Mm-hmm. And that's something that's really important. We don't call them decisions. We call them points of clarity. And what I try to do is lead a client to a place they can reach that point of clarity. And as you said, do you want to own a business? Do you want to be self-sufficient? Are you sure? Let's talk about that and see what that really looks like. See if those kind of things are things that you truly do want to do. And then if that is your point of clarity, then let's investigate that farther. And we want to take a path of discovery, so to speak, to help you get as much information as you can possibly get about business ownership, as well as different opportunities in businesses. And then when you have enough information, and only when you have enough information to make that well-informed choice to move forward or not, that's when it's going to lead to a decision from you, the client, rather than anything that I would do decision-wise. Now, the other caveat to that too is I'm going to try to keep on guard and make sure that you don't make a snap decision or a decision too early before you've completely explored all of the information that you need. And so I might say, hey, let's slow down just a little bit here and take a look and make sure that we've got the information that we want in order for you to make that choice to move forward or not to move forward. And, you know, I tell my clients up front, don't be offended if I do that. That's just one of the things that I want to do to make sure that you're actually ready to make those choices before you make them.
I think part of the fantasy is we grow up and think, wow, you know, businesses, I want to own a business, you know, versus working a job. And I've done both. And I think what's interesting is if a person's working in a job, but they act like an owner and they behave like an owner, that's a good indication they might be a good business person for themselves. But if they're going to the job every day, oh, I got to go to my job, they're actually might not be a good business owner either, because they're not looking at it as an opportunity to serve people and help people. And so, so that's one thing I was going to share with you, because what I'm getting from you. And the other interesting thing is I've met people who want a business, but yet starting one from scratch is so hard versus one that is has a template that's maybe a successful template. And so can you tell me a little bit maybe in that realm of how you're working with clients to help them understand that part of it?
Sure. One of the first things that we do when we start is we kind of take a little bit of an inward look. And by that, I mean, we want to take a look at your life, about the things that make you tick and those sort of things. And, you know, you mentioned that if you go to work and you're drudging through that day to day and all that kind of stuff, well, typically that may be because whatever it is you're doing is not something that you're truly passionate about, number one. And number two, it's not something that energizes you. If you have trouble getting out of the bed and going to work every day, that work is probably not energizing you. When we look at a business, that's a couple of the things that we want to look at. We want to look at something that you can be passionate about, something that's going to give you that energy, that's going to make you want to get out of bed every day and go do whatever it is that you do in your business. And you're right, business ownership, again, is one of those things that if we look at some of the recent statistics that come out about that, we find that approximately 70% of the people who are in a job want to be self-sufficient. And there's a couple of reasons they don't. Number one, maybe they just don't know how. And that's one of the important things about working with us, is we can show you that how a little bit better than just trying to reach out and grab hold of it yourself. You know, people relate jobs with security. And honestly, I think one of the things the last year has shown us is that it might be comfort, and it's probably comfort more than security. If you don't believe that, you can ask a lot of those people that became unemployed because of the pandemic or restructuring due to the pandemic or things like that. And as far as businesses, sure, there's different ways that you can own a business. You can start a business from the ground up, but it's going to take a lot of work. You have to come up with a product or a service that's something that is needed and wanted by people. You have to be in the right area at the right time. And there's a lot of other things that go into that, particularly if you have a product that you're selling, getting your inventory right, being able to produce that inventory to sell, and those kind of things. All that has to go into the equation. And typically that does take a period of time to accomplish. There's a lot of due diligence that needs to happen along with that to make sure that it's something you're going to be successful at. You can also buy a business that already exists. But again, it's something that you're going to need to do a lot of due diligence in. What does that mean? Every business has a life cycle just like we do, and you need to know where that business is in its life cycle before you decide that's something that you want to do. And understanding those kind of things are pretty critical to your success. So we talked through a lot of those kind of things about what does it mean to be a business? How does that business work? All those kind of things. We talk about the people that you're probably going to want to be involved with. An attorney who's going to look at all the legal stuff, an accountant who's going to take a look at the books and those kind of things. And, you know, we want to emphasize all those things before you decide to go ahead and do that. And largely in either one of those, you're going to pretty much be on your own. And, you know, you're going to have maybe some people that support you, some people that you're going to use to help you, like that lawyer and that CPA. But the alternative to that, a franchise, is a little bit different. In order for something to be a franchise, it has to be a proven system. And what that means is that system has worked, and it not only has worked, but it's shown to be repeatable. Once it's shown to be repeatable and someone decides to franchise it, now when you invest in that franchise, what you're really investing in is that system. And that system is going to go into place with you and your business, and that's going to help you have it a little bit easier, especially easier to get moving in the first place. But, you know, when you buy a franchise, you're in business for yourself. You own that business. It's yours. Nobody can take that away from you necessarily, but you're not necessarily in it by yourself. And by that, I mean the franchise or the main brand that you're operating as has a vested interest in your success as well. And they're going to do everything that they can to help ensure that you're going to be successful when you are awarded that franchise.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. When I think franchise, I think, of course, everyone thinks McDonald's, right?
Absolutely, yes.
What their success was, from what I remember, is it was really a systems based. And then they're probably one of the biggest, property owners in the world, because at one time they bought the property.
Yeah.
But it's interesting if, like, as you said, a proven system. And so, again, a lot of us have thought about businesses, and then we have to go through all the contortions to make it, put many hats on. So what a franchise sounds like is it gives you a bit of relief. You still have to work the business, but that some of the systems are already created so that when you start, it's really, if it's the right fit for you and everything. Like if a Subway went in, I know I would go in there even if it was brand new, because I know, it's it's a Subway. I know where to go. Or, I used to go to Starbucks because their bathrooms were clean. When I was a traveling sales lady, right? Why did I go to Starbucks? Because their bathrooms. and
that goes to some things like the core value of the brand itself and those kind of things. And, again, if those core values are high like that, then it does invite people to come in, because they know they're going to come in, they're going to find a clean restroom. And while they're there, chances are they're also going to buy part of the product as well. And another thing about that too, a lot of franchises use proprietary products. So again, once you go in there, you kind of know what you're going to expect, whether it's one you've been to several times or whether it's one you're in the first time ever. You're going to have an idea of what you're going to come out of there with.
I want to jump back a ways. What intrigued you, and what compelled you to help people with looking at this whole industry of franchising? How did it come about for you?
As far as doing the things that I do now, it's because I had finished up the last of a consulting job that I was doing, and I was looking for the next thing. And when I ran across this, when I was introduced to this, I was introduced to it as another way to help people find the dreams that they had and act on those dreams. And I thought, well, that would be a good thing to do probably. I've helped people for a lot of my career, and this is a way to continue that.
That's pretty exciting. Now, because we're the Healthy, Wealthy Nomads, there's an aspect to what you do that I'd like you to share a bit about, because I would have never thought about how could I be a nomad and still be part of, franchising and that sort. Can you share and expand on that for me?
Sure. So when we work, one of the things that we're going to talk about as we talk about you and the things that you want to do and that kind of stuff, we're going to approach it from an ILWE perspective, ILWE. And that ILWE stands for income, lifestyle, wealth, and equity. And if we look at that, the income, yes, that's a number, and everybody has a different number, and that's okay. But what we want to focus on is, what does that number really mean to you, and what does that number really need to be for you? In other words, do you name every dollar that you need in a month's time and make sure that when you put a number out there for your income, the income that you need, it covers all of those names and hopefully has even a little bit more? So, we think about it a little bit more than just throwing a number out there. We want it to be a meaningful number. We want it to be something that makes you feel valued and those kind of things. The lifestyle is the critical portion of it, in my opinion. What do you want your lifestyle to be? Most of us don't want to work 80 hours a week. If we can work 40 hours a week, that's great. Some of us don't even want to work 40 hours a week. And so when we talk about businesses and lifestyles and those kind of things, a lot of the businesses that we work with have 3 specific model types that are available. The first one is an owner operator, and that's where you're going to be involved in your business on a daily basis. So you can plan on working that 40-hour work week, and your compensation for that is, of course, going to be a little bit more because you are doing the work in the business, not necessarily the work that the business does, but you're going to work to build that business, make it bigger, market that business, do all of the back office and support items and those kind of things. So you're actually working in your business. The second type model is what we call a semi-absentee model. And a semi-absentee model is kind of like working a part-time job. You might work 8 to 10 hours a week in your business, and you're going to do the high-level CEO type duties, but that's going to kind of be the limit of what you're going to be required to do on a weekly basis. And there's also models that are complete absentee models. Essentially, you're investing in that business and you're not working at all in that business, so to speak. Now, you're going to check in with that business, semi-annually, annually at least, and you're going to kind of keep an eye on it to make sure that it's doing the things that you want it to do, but you're not going to be there on a day-to-day basis to oversee anything or to work in the business or anything like that. Of course, each one of those is going to give you a little bit different income, and for some people, for many people, that's okay. The lifestyle is more important than the amount of money or the income that they're going to take from that along the way at that particular point in their life. So there really is something for just about everybody in that market space. And like you said, when you say franchise, most people think McDonald's, because McDonald's was the first publicized franchise. It wasn't the first franchise. It was the first really publicized franchise. Mm-hmm. So we do think about that. Honestly, today there's probably thousands of different franchises that span pretty much every industry segment that we can think of.
Mm-hmm. That is so interesting. The one that blew me away, what you were sharing, is where you might not really be there at all. You're kind of behind the scenes. Well, it's running on its own. And I had never even heard of that before. It was fascinating to me to hear about that, because I always think, like you said, I guess the one franchise I had wanted when I was a teenager was the Baskin Robbins. So I could eat the ice cream. I always thought, I can eat the ice cream. And I just love that. 31 flavors. I always thought, oh, that'd be a good one to own. I never did go there. But when I think of that, it would be in a sense almost like a passive income sort of a investment.
Yeah, that one truly is an investment in a passive income there. The income that you make isn't going to quite be as much as if you did have that owner operator, but by the same token, you don't really have to do anything to get that passive income.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And because it's a franchise, then there would be a proven model. So nothing in life anymore is guaranteed. We all figured that one out. But
That's
having the different multiple streams of income, this truly could be a stream of income for someone if they were on a nomad, if they were running around having a jolly good time. And I found that fascinating. There's another franchise that I thought was a kick in the pants, which you were sharing. I don't know if we were able to mention, it's a little coffee franchise.
Yeah, and rather than talking about a specific one, there's a lot of different ways that you can work in a franchise. Some of the franchises that we have are things that are virtual. You can do them any place that you want to go, as long as you have a computer, internet, and a phone. And if you've got those three things, you can do your job, your work, run your business. So if you want to have that nomad lifestyle and you go campsite to campsite, as long as you've got those three things at the campsite, you're good to go. There's others too that you can still do the same way, but they have more of a physical entity, so to speak. One of those that the one that you're talking about is a company that uses a kiosk style facility to sell their product. So there was a person who wanted to have that nomad life. They wanted to live in their RV and go around the country, but they still wanted to be able to do work. They still wanted to have that business and all those kind of things. So essentially they bought a trailer and they hooked it up to their RV. They put their kiosk in the trailer and they went to the first campground that they wanted to stay at. And they thought, why not pull it out and see if we can sell our products here? So they pulled their kiosk out with the permission of the campsite, of course, and they set it up and they vended their product to the people in the campground there. After they stayed there for a little while, they decided it was time to move on to the next one. So they loaded up their kiosk again, drove to another campground in another place, pulled their kiosk back out, and started vending their product again there. So there are several of those kind of things that are available, things that you probably wouldn't imagine. Coffee shops, lemonades, juices and things like that sell from kiosk. There's macaron cookies. There's even Rocky Mountain Chocolate has a kiosk type available setting. So there's a lot of things that you can do no matter where you want to go. It might take a little bit of extra work as far as putting it in a trailer and hauling it somewhere, pulling it out of the trailer, doing what you're doing, putting it back up and going to the next place. Or it may be something as simple as sitting down at a picnic table or at the table in your RV, pulling out your computer and your cell phone and going to work for the day.
Wow. That really gives a person some options.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So for all of our people who are listening, this again is another way to create income from anywhere. We're mainly talking North America right now, but it sounds like, Gary, on one aspect, you could live anywhere and still be a kind of a behind the scenes on a franchise. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's pretty amazing. Do you have a favorite?
I would have to say probably the one I'm working in order to keep working at it. But no, actually, there's a lot of them that I see that are things that are truly beneficial and things that, are promising and excellent opportunities across the board. So there's a lot of different things out there that people can do. Again, we want to look for that thing that you're going to be passionate about, that thing that's going to give you energy. So you look forward to getting up in the morning and doing it.
Mm-hmm. And then I bet franchises come and franchises go as well. So you probably have new ones that you're bringing in all the time or working with.
We have in our portfolio, we have about 200 right now. Mm-hmm. And yeah, some of them cycle out of our portfolio and others cycle into our portfolio and things like that. I'm not sure they really go away. They just go to another portfolio somewhere. And so, but that gives us an opportunity to look at new things as well and offer new things as well.
Uh-huh. Now, if someone wanted to get a hold of you, Gary, what's the best way to get a hold of you?
Sure. I'm on LinkedIn, and you can obviously find me on LinkedIn. The page that you have up here is my landing page, and you can find that at Sizemore, SIZEMORE.esourcecoach.com. And in there's different things that you can look at in there, and you can get a lot of information about franchising and things like that. But there's places in there that you can reach out to me, schedule a call, and do those kind of things with me. Again, you can find me on LinkedIn. You can email me at gsizemore@esourcecoach.com. And, I'm available by phone as well. My phone number is on the page there, so you can reach out by phone if you would like to. And always welcome to get in touch with me, and let's set up a call and talk about things.
Yeah, I really think that this is an important thing for people to do, to look before you leap, to get wise counsel from someone that really knows the ropes in this industry. Because having started a business myself, I remember I didn't even know what I was doing. And when you do that, there's some mistakes to be had and money to be lost. And when you have a coach, a wise person to walk with you, life is so much easier and saves a lot of money.
Well, hopefully I can be that wise person. I don't know that the wise really fits, but I'm going to be there to help you and get you all the information that you can possibly get so that you can be comfortable, that you understand things. And then, and only then, do you make a choice to move forward.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This has been really informative and interesting. I just when I met you and learned what you did, I thought, wow, I didn't even know that there was something like that out there that would, because again, we think of the big players, but there's a lot of great franchises out there that have done a great job and that have probably made some people some very good money and fulfilled their life purpose too at the same time.
Absolutely. And yeah, anybody that wants to, we have a book that was written by our coaches. It's called Take Ownership of Your Career 2.0. And it's a survival guide to the battered career syndrome and investor syndrome. And anybody that reaches out, I'll send them at least the first chapter of that electronically. And if they want to talk and that sort of thing, we'll set them up to get them a book as well.
That's a fantastic offer. I think I'll do that. Count me in.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you, Gary, so much for being on the Healthy, Wealthy Nomad Super Show. We so appreciate your expertise and your giving and your sharing. And for anyone that's ever thought about it or even not thought about it, you need to reach out to Gary, because I bet it's going to be a very insightful conversation.
I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you, Gary.
Thank you all.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Have a great day, Gary.
You too.
Stick around for the rest of the speakers.
I probably will.
All right.
All right. Yeah. So, are you frozen, Bonnie?
No, my
Oh, okay.
head's turning.
Okay, coming up next is Mindy McHorse from the from Barefoot Writers, American Writers and Artists Incorporated. And I met Mindy in 2015 to 2017 in Delray Beach, Florida. And I think you're going to enjoy this presentation. Hello, my name is Greg Dixon with Healthy Wealthy Nomads. Today we're here with Mindy McHorse from AWAI, the Barefoot Writer. And I met Mindy at, I'll put this little banner on the screen. I met Mindy in Delray Beach, Florida, 2015 and 2017 at the AWAI Copywriter Boot Camp and Job Fair. It's a bit of a handful. Anyway, welcome, Mindy.
Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you for having me, and hello to everybody out there.
Yeah, so maybe you can tell a bit of your story about how you got involved with copywriting and how you ended up becoming a barefoot writer.
Yes, it was. It's not something that I saw coming. I'll say that. I had always enjoyed writing, just as a hobby, just something I did growing up, but I never took it seriously. I never even considered it as something I could do as a career because, I didn't want to be poor or live on beans. I just thought it would always be something fun that I did on the side. So I made it up through college and grad school even and got a very professional job, with a corner office and benefits. And I hated it. I hated every second of it. I hated the structure and the control and the commute and the endless spreadsheets. And I had a boss who was a nice person as an individual, but not great to work with. You know what I mean? That type. So I was only 26 at the time, but I was already fantasizing about retiring, thinking I do not want to do this for the next 40 years. And it was a tough spot to be in. So I started looking at other jobs. I started thinking about jumping ship and just going to other industries. I just wanted out. And about that same time, I started getting some things in the mail about this crazy thing called copywriting. And I read a little bit about it. It totally sounded too good to be true. Recycled it in a heartbeat. Then I got a couple more things. And I remember the thought I had at the time was, how could it be possible that there's this entire career called copywriting out there that I've never heard of, even though I've kind of been writing, and reading writers' magazines for all these years. And how could it be possible that these copywriters make so much money? So I was super skeptical, but also super desperate because as the months went by, I wasn't landing any other jobs and I was just increasingly unhappy. I never got to see my fiance. I just wasn't having fun. So I started looking up these people that I was reading about called copywriters. I started looking at them online. This was actually before LinkedIn. It was about 10, 12 years ago now. But I was able to find enough information about enough of them that I started thinking, okay, this might be a real thing. And it didn't take long once I started seeing the fact that these people were real. It didn't take long for me to jump ship. I literally handed in my 2 weeks notice and came home and said, I'm a copywriter. And I started studying the programs. I started practicing. I threw my hat into the ring and said, I'm in it completely. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know anything about running my own business. So I definitely just jumped in, eyes wide shut, I guess you could say. But that's when I fully connected with AWAI, American Writers and Artists Institute, which is the copywriting training company that had been sending me the information about becoming a copywriter. And this company was so accommodating, so generous with their information, so helpful to people like me who were brand new to the field and really, really wanted to make it work, desperately so, but didn't know the first thing about launching a business or being a copywriter. They basically took me by the hand. They showed me which programs to take, sort of welcomed me into their fold. And then it was at my first boot camp, which is what Greg mentioned earlier. That's the annual conference where all the copywriters affiliated with AWAI come together. It was at that boot camp that I saw with my own eyes just how amazing this career opportunity was. because that's where I got to actually meet the people I'd been reading about, the copywriters who were making 6 figures a year, writing from home, writing from their lake cabins or, beachside. And these people they were lovely and they were happy and they were real. Their stories were real. And so that just energized me from there. So I kind of rolled up my sleeves, started working harder, landed more writing projects, worked pretty hard at it for a couple years. And then by my 3rd year, so I'll be completely honest, my first year as a copywriter, I made about $17,000, which is not a lot of money. And it was considerably less than I'd been making at my previous job. On the other hand, that was, more money than I'd ever made as a writer. So it wasn't too bad. My 2nd year, I made around $24,000. So still not a lot, but it was a raise, right? But it was my 3rd year where I really connected with AWAI and used their resources and asked questions and made connections. And that was the year that I broke 6 figures. And so by the end of the year, I checked in at $100,538 for my income for that year, which was phenomenal. It's what I'd wanted. It's what I'd been hoping for. And it kind of justified my whole leap into that world. And then from there, I've been living and working happily as a copywriter ever since. And also working on the Barefoot Rider. So I'm not sure, Greg, do you want me to go on into the Barefoot Rider? I could talk about it at length, but let me know if you want me to stop.
Yeah, I'll just say a few things about this. As one of the things I don't know if you felt this when you first got introduced to AWAI, is all these ideas is like, what are you going to write about, and what are the opportunities? And I think it first struck me as I went to a breakfast session on prepping, and I didn't even know that existed. It was a thing, right? And then I realized people are just writing about things they're interested in. So there's everything from that to the high-end sales letters that are generating millions of dollars of sales, and everything in between. And what kind of writing did you do first? And maybe that ties into your barefoot writing.
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. So initially, I just wanted to land work. I just wanted to justify the fact that I quit my regular job. So I started applying for anything that came my way. I used a lot of online job boards. I told a friend about what I was doing. And it's interesting because I landed my first couple of writing jobs kind of all within a month of each other in 3 separate ways. One was a referral, a friend of a friend. One was through AWAI's boot camp, where you actually meet with marketers and they have jobs that you can apply for. And then one was through this online jobs board. And they sort of ran the gamut of topic, and type of writing, because you've got 2 things to consider, right? You're on one hand, you're writing about a specific niche or subject. On the other hand, there are specific types of writing you can do, like email writing, website writing, blogs, social media, case studies, white papers. And so I essentially went for anything that looked even remotely interesting, and I had a chance at, like maybe I had some kind of background in, or I thought that it would be interesting to research. But in those early years, I wrote about everything from traveling to Argentina to software, to portable electronics, to professionals who were pursuing nutrition careers, and I helped write their websites. And what happened, and this happens for quite a few writers, is I sort of gravitated toward the things that were more interesting to me. So I ended up going into business opportunity writing. In other words, writing about people who, like me, had taken a leap to do something that they were more interested in, and they just wanted more life satisfaction. So I had these 2 paths that I took. One was the business opportunity, and then the other was alternative medicine, because I had always been interested in medicine. I actually almost became a doctor. That was my first career path before I realized it wasn't for me, but I still find medicine and alternative medicine interesting. And when I started landing clients in that area, I really enjoyed those projects. And what you find in the world of copywriting is that when you really enjoy a project, the project is easy, it's fun, it doesn't feel like work, and it's a lot easier to come up with ideas for your client to say, hey, so we've just done this. What if we build on it and we do this, this, and this? And then the client, of course, loves that because you're the idea machine. So you're helping them grow their business. But the important step before that happens is to enjoy what it is you're talking about. Because if you're talking about something you have no interest in, then it's a lot harder to brainstorm. And so that's kind of where my path focused. And then because I was writing about business opportunity, I connected more with AWAI and wrote more about actually becoming a writer, about people taking the same path that I had just taken to leave whatever dissatisfying job or situation they were in and to strike out as a writer, as a copywriter, making a career out of copywriting. So as I wrote more about that and became more involved in this world, that's when I connected with AWAI and had the opportunity to run their magazine, which is called Barefoot Writer. And I stepped into the executive editor role, where I have been for about 10 years now. It's been a phenomenal ride because we get to connect with people like you, Greg, and lots of other people who've taken this road, who've come into copywriting and basically made it their own so that they could follow whatever path merges copywriting with their own interests and their own goals.
Yeah, that's fabulous. What I really like about the AWAI family is the enthusiasm that everybody has. And I think I would say one of the main missions is to get people starting out from scratch to understand that they can do it. Like many of the programs are, and many of the things they're doing live. He says, well, we're going to do this on live and we can see if we can get you your first paying client by the end of the week, because it's really easy to put it on the back burner and not do the work and then be a little bit reluctant. I've known people who jumped in and were, off and running instantly. And then other people who didn't, they're at the next boot camp getting their enthusiasm. But right now it's so much easier because I think AWI is broadcasting on Facebook probably 2 or 3 times a week with something. There was a thing on the user experience going on now. So, yeah. Right. So what would people get if they come to the Barefoot Writer, if they subscribe to the magazine or get involved with that?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked, because we our goal is essentially to introduce people to this world. Because like I said, when I came into the world, I'd never heard, or when I came into the writing world, I should say, I'd never heard of copywriting. I was super skeptical that you could make as much money as all the promotional materials said. It sounded too good to be true, because if you read these people's stories, it says you can make whatever income you want, whether that's, just 20,000 writing on the weekends or 6 figures. It sounds great, right? But then you add in, and you can work from home. You can write about whatever topic you want. You can wear your pajamas. You can choose the people you work with. And you're like, yeah, no, because it goes against everything we've always been told, right? We grow up thinking you have to work hard for a living. You have to pay your dues. You have to follow these tracks. And none of that's true. If you take the copywriting route, everything I just said is true. But here's where it does get hard. It's interesting. The actual craft of copywriting, learning how to write with this specific formula, learning how to connect with an audience, and even how to find clients and land the high fees, that's actually very simple given the way that AWAI breaks it down and teaches it step by step. And they're masters at this. They've been doing it for over 20 years. They're the longest running institute in the world, longest running copywriting training institute. What's hard is the fact that we're all human, right? So we all have self-doubt. We struggle with motivation because you are working on your own for yourself. You have to be the one who sits down and makes out a plan and says, I'm going to do this, this, and this today. That's the hard stuff. It seems like the actual craft of copywriting would be the hard stuff, but that, once you learn it, simple. It's the part about balancing the fact that you're a human, the fact that you probably have a busy life, a family, maybe you are still juggling another job that you're trying to walk away from. There's a lot that goes into transitioning to this career based on whatever situation you're coming from. And so the Barefoot Writer comes in and helps people who are new to this world. This was a resource that wasn't around when I first started. It basically takes people by the hand and says, okay, we get that you're interested in writing for a living. Wonderful. Welcome. Here are the things you need to consider. Here's how to stay motivated. Here's how to up your productivity. Here's how to really think like a writer. Here's how to improve your writing. Here's how to connect with clients with confidence. So we walk you through sort of those initial very human hurdles that we all run into. And then once you're feeling secure in that, then we direct you on the appropriate path that AWAI has laid out for you in terms of writing training. Because I've said it's simple, copywriting is simple, but you do have to take the time to learn the formulas and the training. And there are different types of writing also based on the different subjects you can write about that are specific to these different areas. So let's say you want to go into direct response sales letters, which is one of the most lucrative industries. Great. There are certain things you need to learn about that. Or let's say you want to write white papers for the business to business industry. Great. But there are certain things that you want to learn about that are going to be different from writing for the direct response industry. Does that make sense? And so, yeah, the Barefoot Writer just kind of points you down whichever path is appropriate for you.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And I think what AWI is great for, there's a course or some kind of specialty course from almost anything. Mm-hmm. And I think one person, I think somebody spoke at boot camp, and he said he was hired to do, when he first started, right? And then I think he got hired to do a blog post. Mm-hmm. And they did a blog post, and they said, "Oh, wow, we're starting this social media campaign. We don't know anything about it. Can you help us with that?" And then, maybe a product description and maybe a white paper. And, and he said, "Oh," his answer was, yes, I can do that. And then he would go run back and he's looking it up. What the heck is that? and then AWI always says, "Well, we got a course for that. And you can always reach out and we'll help you with that." Mm-hmm. So, you get your foot in the door. Like your path, you started doing a bunch of things, and some of them were just because those are the jobs that come up. And then you started doing things that were your passion and right. your interest. And I think that's where most people really can start. I think that's the other thing is people forget that they have a lot of experience and expertise in an area. They may be new to copywriting, but mm-hmm. they may be expert accountants or know something about natural health. And that's where they can start. They can find companies that are doing what they love, and many of them need help.
Exactly. So when people first come into this fold, a couple of the pieces of advice you would hear. First is that it's important to learn the foundational principles of copywriting, which is essentially persuasive writing. Once you have that foundation, persuasive writing can be applied to any type of writing project, but each of those writing projects will have their own nuances, like I was saying, with white papers versus direct response letters or blogs versus social media posts. So having that foundation in persuasive writing helps you with any subject and any type of writing that you do. The next piece of advice that we would give most people is to specialize if it feels right to you. You don't have to specialize, but it is one of the best paths forward in terms of finding writing clients and in accelerating your income as quickly as possible. So what that means is if you have a hobby that you really enjoy writing about, that could be a good path for you. For instance, a lot of people love gardening. And so they might pursue writing for gardening websites or gardening businesses in their hometown because they enjoy the writing. They're already what we call the prospect. They're basically already that person shopping at the gardening store. They know what other prospects like them want, what they're interested in, what their questions are. Those are all the kinds of things that you would write about. Or if you didn't have a hobby you wanted to write about, but maybe you had 15 years experience working in the medical supplies industry, that's another direction you could take. You could say, hey, I've got, a decade and a half of experience in the medical supplies industry. I know the jargon. I know what people are concerned about. I know what they look for when they're shopping. And so you could go to a company that sells medical devices and you could pitch your copywriting services, and they most likely would jump at that, because what you have to understand in the copywriting world is that there is so much opportunity for all these different subjects and topics and niches, because basically this satisfies a need for any business out there. If you have any business where money exchanges hands, they need a copywriter, right? They need a way to get their message out. They need a way to put together a marketing funnel that connects with prospects who most need their product or service or whatever it is that they do. And so if you have any kind of a background, whether it's your professional background, your personal interest. It could even be something that your spouse or partner or child is interested in, and you've just been exposed to it. So you know a lot about it, so you can write about it. So there are so many different paths forward. You can pick and choose whichever you want. And the other great thing about this is you don't have to stay married to that path. So let's say you want to leave your day job because, going back to that medical supply industry example, maybe you're not happy working in the industry because you'd rather work from home. You need a more flexible schedule. You'd like to be able to pick up your kids from the bus stop, whatever. You want to leave that industry, but you need to replace your income very quickly, right? Even though it's not your favorite topic, you don't really fantasize about medical devices and supplies. It's not what you talk about at a cocktail party. However, because you have that background and that experience, that would be the quickest way to make a leap to a full-time income as a copywriter. And from there, you could build samples and testimonials from clients and client projects that basically just show you're a writer. You can write, you can get results. And then you take those to transition to whatever other topic you might be genuinely interested in, whether that's alternative medicine or writing for the financial industry or writing for educational industries, right? You're not married to whichever niche you choose. You can always make a leap to another one. So that's another aspect of the incredible freedom in this industry, is that you can really just sort of tailor it and refine it to whatever you want it to be. And I've even experienced that over the last 10 years of writing. There are some areas where I've enjoyed writing and then, I'm just ready to be done with it. So I step back from that and then think, oh gosh, now, like for me, I had kids in the last 10 years. And before I was never really interested in cooking or nutrition. Now I feel like I need to know about it, right? I feel like I need to know a lot about it to feed my kids healthy things. So I've started reading all the blogs and the magazines about how to cook nutritious yet delicious things. And now I feel like it's something that I might want to pursue as a writer, just because I'm in that industry. I'm a prospect. I can write about it, and it would be awesome to go ahead and get paid for it, right? So you're not limited. There are different paths you can take that take you faster in terms of income or just landing projects, but you can always transition. You always have that flexibility.
Yeah, that's amazing. And also I think with the last, with the pandemic, I think people are catching up with the barefoot writer approach to things, because now they're having to figure out how to do things from their home or wherever they're at, because a lot of the traditional things are not available. It's coming back again, but I think a lot of it's not going to change. And maybe you can talk about the opportunities. I think what I'm hearing is even more companies are doing more things online, more marketing, more sales funnels, more video, more everything. So what do you think the potential is? I think the potential was always amazing, but I think it's even more now.
Right. Oh my goodness. It's gotten kind of crazy since the pandemic, because while it probably would have happened eventually that all businesses would have jumped online, the pandemic just accelerated that, right? Because suddenly all these small businesses, especially, or other businesses that just hadn't fully committed to an online sales process, they were forced to jump online just to survive. And what we saw in the copywriting industry is that the demand for copywriters, it skyrocketed, and it's not going down because a lot of these people, they might be great at what they do, at their profession or at selling whatever it is they sell, but they're not trained to write and sell online. So they need good copywriters, right? They might have thought, oh my gosh, I've got to get my product online for people to sell, for people to buy. But what do I do first? How do I make my website sound appealing? How do I even find my ideal prospect? Who do I send emails to? Where do I find those email addresses? These are all things that copywriters are trained to figure out. Depending on which path you take. But what we're also seeing is that because there's suddenly so much demand and so many people have jumped online as a result of the pandemic, it's also not slowing down, because nobody is going to leave the online space as the pandemic hopefully eventually draws to a close, right? Now, a lot of them have realized, oh my gosh, this is actually a second avenue for me to earn revenue, because maybe I can go ahead and reopen my brick and mortar shop and customers can start coming in like they used to. But now I have this other arm where I can sell online and I can reach a greater number of prospects. And this is actually a good thing. So it's not going to change. It's just going to increase. It's a good situation if you're a copywriter.
Oh, it's a fabulous situation, really. So you have I'll show a little landing page here, and it tells a bit of your story. and that's where people can get involved with Barefoot Writer, with your publication.
Yes.
And yes, and also here, there we go. And that's the AWAI site where I think there was the Writer's Life, a newsletter that they can sign up for and just receive notices, and especially invites to boot camp.
Yes.
Virtual and live.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that's changed too. I think many events have gone scaled up in terms of virtual events, and then also the return to the live events, and many will do both. So
I think so. I have to apologize. That was my dog snoring down here.
I
don't know if it came through on the feed. She's old and deaf and doesn't even realize she's doing it.
Yeah. So that's just proof we're live, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what's neat about looking at this, the website you just had up of AWAI, I know all of those writers. I've connected with them personally. I've actually interviewed them for Barefoot Writer. One of the best parts of Barefoot Writer, I mean, this is my own biased opinion, but I think a lot of people share this opinion, is that we do in-depth stories and interviews on actual writers who wanted to switch to copywriting. And it just kind of shows you that you can start from wherever and you can take whatever path you want to a joyful copywriting career. Like the woman that it just showed, that's Rachel Kraft, who actually now works as my content coordinator. She was a teacher, and her husband was in the Army. So they had to move around a lot. And even though she enjoyed teaching, it's difficult to move around as a teacher constantly. And so she was able to become a writer. And now actually she teaches about copywriting. So she can still use her love of teaching, but her job moves with her when she goes places, right? She doesn't have to worry about relocating. And, you know, everybody up there, they have wonderful, inspiring, very unique stories. So I highly recommend taking a look at either the AWAI site. There are lots of case studies you can look at just to see how different people took different paths to the writer's life. The Barefoot Writer website, you see both addresses there on the bottom of your screen. The Barefoot Writer website has lots of interviews on up-and-coming writers and how they first made their leap. So if you're skeptical, like I absolutely was when I came into this world, this copywriting world, if you're skeptical, you can read these different stories and see how actually no two paths are alike, but that's exactly why this career is so rewarding, because you can really make it your own.
No, this is fabulous. And thank you very much for your time. And I think this is a great opportunity for people to consider. I think everybody is a writer, really. If you're human, you're a writer. So it's a matter of learning some skills, learning some of the basics, as you said, the fundamentals. And AWAI is the best place to learn that. I learned about AWAI because Dan Kennedy, one time he said, if you want to be successful in business, you have to learn copywriting, and the best place to learn it is AWAI. So that's how I ended up in Florida with you guys hanging out. Yeah. So
I'm certainly glad you did. And thank you so much for having me, Greg. I love what I do. So I love talking about it. It's a lot of fun, especially when, talking to people like you who have seen the other side of what this lifestyle can be. Yeah. So thank you so much.
And Rebecca and Katie, everybody there is just so excited. It's obvious that they love what they do, and just very happy to help support any new writers, anybody considering it. So
yes, best people.
Anyway,
Well, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who listened to this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. Special guest, Lorie Allen, Focused Escape. Okay. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Greg. How are you?
Good. So, how's your day been so far?
Pretty good. It's hot here in the city. That's my only complaint.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah. They call it summer in New York City, and we really should be in Maine.
Yes. Upstate New York. Oh, it's a coffee break. Is that a special kind of New York coffee?
Almost black is what I call it.
Almost black. Yeah. So you're here to talk to us about trading.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So I've been a trader for, maybe I should even back in before that, where I had started a business and, I bought a business after I left the finance world for a little while when I was like 24. And I bought a laundromat and a dry cleaner, and I thought it was going to be like the entrepreneurial dream. Like I was just going to start this business or run this business, and going to be my path to like making money, like $100,000 a year. And I backed into trading after I drove that business I bought into the ground. And trading was there for me largely just because I saw one of those ads, like come to this free event, learn to trade, be a millionaire, all those kind of stuff. And I was dubious, but I went anyway. And then once I got to the seminar, I was like, oh my God, this is one of those pitch fests, like Tony Robbins, guru's going to like pitch me back out of the room stuff. And I got there and I went and hid in the bathroom before going to this event. And hiding in the bathroom, I'm like, wait a second, I don't have any money. So I guess I could just go in and listen to what they have to say. And I went to the event, and one of the pitchmen was just he looked like a grumbly professor from New Jersey. Pitch where he was just like, if the market does this, I'm going to do this. If it does this, I'll do that. And I was like, oh my God, this is how the market works. And that was my first iteration with really like a process and like doing trading as a business and all that kind of stuff. And from there, I couldn't give the person, money fast enough. And that was the day, kind of my life changed. It was that decision day. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. So, so you were a little bit reluctant with all the, would you describe it as hype about the trading when that was your first sense of it when they were selling the idea, or you just had to get on board with the idea that you could do it?
The hype got me, turned me off at first. It was the actual person who delivered the presentation about trading where I knew. Can you hear me okay, Greg?
Yeah, it's a little bit broken up, but I don't know what we can do about that.
Greg, I'm not sure if I lost you.
Do you want to sign off and then sign on again, and we'll see if that helps. So are you there? Can you hear me? Yeah, part of the beauty of internet. So there's a lot of, we're in British Columbia here. So there we go. So we're here in British Columbia, and Ryan is in New York City. And sometimes connections aren't perfect. We the part of the joy. So while we're here, I'm just going to show you Ryan's website here. Add to stream. There we go. So we have this. If I get the right tab here. Okay, introducing how to earn an extra 6 figures in a year to 30 minutes a day or less. So that is the thing. I talked to Ryan earlier, and part of it is trading, and he will help people trade, learn how to trade, and learn how to trade in 30 minutes a day. And he has a promise that he can help people double their portfolio in less than 30 minutes a day. That's not to say that they will do it in 30 minutes, but that it will be that they can be successful, and he guarantees the results. So he's confident in his training and his mentoring in order to get the results to help people trade. So I think earlier when we were talking to Gary Sizemore, and actually he's here. I don't know if you want to come on for a bit, Gary.
Sure, I can jump back in, Greg.
Yeah. So oh, there he is. Okay. Ryan's back.
I had the tech problem, so if you want to bump me to Gary, I'm okay with it.
No, Gary was speaking just before you were speaking, and one of the things is Gary's involved with franchises, and so I think your story about going to a meeting is probably resonated with Gary, because you go to and he says it in terms of franchises, you go to some kind of conference and they say, wow, this is this fabulous business in a box, for only X number of tens of thousands of dollars, you could be in business and make all this money, and then you get home and says, wait a minute, it wasn't quite what I thought it was, and it's going to it's going to take a lot more. So anyway, yeah, so that's why I thought Gary might. I could see him was still listening along. I thought he might have being able to identify with that.
Oh, I can identify with that. And, that's the difference between what we do and going to a show or something like that. We want to keep you in that safe space because we want you to learn everything you can learn about a business before you decide that's something that you want to do or not. So that's the way we take care of that.
Yeah. So Ryan, I think we can continue on with what you're talking about. Now that we got past the yeah.
So yeah, what we were talking about, Greg, is did I have faith in myself? I actually had a ton of faith that I could do it if given the proper tools, training. I didn't have any money was the problem, so I had to figure out how to get money to get started. Number one, to get educated. Number two, I needed money to trade with. These are two fairly important things. Most people get started with one but not the other, meaning that they have some cash to trade with, but they don't hire anyone to help them or to learn from. Or you've got a little bit of money to pay to teach. You can join a subscription service or something like that, but you don't have a ton to trade with. So the first thing I did was get educated. And when I got educated, it opened my mind to things that could be figured out, that you could make money from the market. You can make a lot of money from the market, and you can make a lot with a little. So after that, I went into I sold some material in my business. I got a couple of $1,000 together. I got started trading where I still owned my business. And I started making a little bit of money. I didn't come out of the gates roaring. I made enough just to realize the possibility. So one day someone comes into my store and I'm in a trade, but this is what back in the day when I was glued to the screen. And I was so excited and so happy about my trade that I almost kicked my customer out of the store. It's a true story. And my next thought after I didn't kick her out of the store and I took her money and did the transaction was, I got to sell this place. I called a couple of my friends in the business and they made me some horrible offers. I took their horrible offer, sold my business, and voila, I had a couple bucks to trade with. And here I am.
So how long do you think it took you from the time you started learning about trading until you felt confident that you could sit down and trade and you were going to make some money? You said it started off very small.
Yeah, I started off, in the beginning, all I wanted to do was just show, I was day trading. So I was trading, Monday through Friday, a couple hours a day. I started off, once I made my first $100 a day consistently, was when I knew there was potential for bigger money and a living from it. I think it took me about 6 months of really hardcore working, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. I know I took my first course in December of 2010. Really kind of didn't do anything over the holidays. And by the following summer, the summer of 2011, I had cracked the code per se. You're not in tune, you're working, you're not getting anywhere, but you're taking these incremental steps, making progress. You're doing something, making money, you're doing something, losing money. You're working at it a little bit every day. You're watching a video, you're doing training, and what seems like struggling per se in you're just like, oh, I'm just not getting it. Those little days are moving you forward to the point where you can make a lot of money. It's just not an overnight thing. It's something just you have to do a little bit every day. And I know now what I do is I've shortcutted and took that painful 6-month process, and I've gotten that down to something a little bit more manageable for people. And my journey isn't going to be everybody's, because owning a business and eventually selling my business, I had time on my side. I could devote 9 to 5. And really, when I got good at this, I was looking at every market and I was trading. I wanted to look at the screen 20 hours a day. I barely left my apartment back then. And it wasn't until my son was born that I realized this tool that I had was going to give me freedom to be with my kids. Or I just had one. My son was on the way at that point, and it allowed me the time to spend with him from when he was born in September, until my wife went back to work. And it was the greatest time of my life, really, is because I can make money from home. I can spend time with my children.
Yeah, that's really important. That was one of my interests when I was looking at trading, is that you could, for a few hours a day, you could do quite well. So you got to the point where you're very confident that you can make money, is it? Sometimes people think you have to be lucky to make money. I don't think when you get to the point where you have skill, it's not luck at all.
Yeah.
It's probably you have a hard time remembering how you lost money in a day.
Yeah, I mean, I will say one thing. When I got started, I was so scared of losing money. I never had big blow up days, where I ruined an account or anything like that. I gave back profits. I had days like that where I was just stupid, where I was up, $1,000, but I wanted to make 2,000. I gave up that whole 1,000. But my mentor banged it into my head enough that you're only going to lose this much money in every trade. And luckily that hit me good enough that I didn't have to get put out of business too many times. There was times I just didn't have any money to trade with, where I had to use money for expenses, but then I would save up enough money to get back to it. And at the time, and I could be right back in action. But now I don't necessarily have losing days or even losing months or anything like that, but I have losing trades just like anybody else. It's just when I lose, it's a fraction of what the average person's going to lose in the market.
Yeah. I was, I probably shouldn't say this, but I was reading an account of somebody who was trading with a very large account. Mm-hmm. And, he was asked what's his best day and what's his worst day. And his worst day is he lost $12 million. He says, how long did that take? Oh, I don't know, 45 seconds. Yep. And he says, what was your first thought? He says, I got to make it back. and he did. He was probably up by the end of the day. But the average person, you or I, you're probably beyond that. But if you've got your rent money on the stake, you get pretty leery about taking chances with it. This person had enough confidence. He knew what he had done wrong, and he just made a guess, and then he just made it back. Overall, it did very well. So, but it takes a long time to get to that stage, really, and I think the whole thing is it's really psychological. You have to have the right mindset about the whole thing.
You have to have kind of a business owner's mentality, but that your trading account is your business. And whether you have $500 in there or you have $5 million in there, that's your business. And your goal is to have that account last forever, but then grow that account or use it for income. When I got started, growing my account wasn't my goal. My goal was just to generate enough income to show my wife we could live off of that amount of money, or I could live off that amount of money. and contribute, to rent and kids' expenses and all that kind of stuff. Once I got to a certain point and the income, I had enough income, then I started focusing on growing capital and growing wealth and all that kind of stuff. But in the beginning, my only goal was income. So yeah, adapting it to like a business mentality where you have risk and then you have reward. That's kind of where the good traders come.
Yeah, no, that's really good. So you train traders now, do you?
I do, yeah. For the last couple of years, so I started out. As I said, I was in my apartment trading for most of the day and looking at a screen. I would have friends who had friends who were like, I'd really like to learn this. And I got involved with two guys who ran a financial advisor practice, and they asked me to come in and just kind of talk to them a little bit about the stuff I do as far as the technical point of trading. And, I reviewed some stuff with them. They were like, oh, this is great. Can you come back next week? And I was happy to be out of my apartment and going somewhere and, buying coffee and stuff. Instead, I was stuck, at the time I was stuck to, my kitchen table, just trading by myself. So I was like, wow, I got to get out of the house. I got to talk to some people. It was really a lot of fun. And from there, they wanted to learn more. And, they recommended me to some other people. And after a while, I was talking to so many people. I was like, I've helped a lot of people. I wonder if I should ask for money from the people, and they really even get better results because, I'm exhausted. I'm doing the work and reviewing their trades and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, maybe I should train some people. And funny enough, I joined a trade floor with other people just to get out of my house still. And even there, I would meet other traders who needed help and they were struggling. And, a lot of these firms don't actually give you, I can't say which ones, but a couple of them don't give you the best training. So I wound up training people that way, and then eventually, forming a business out of it with another trader I met there, who's now my partner, who and one of my best friends. And we had, similar outlooks on the market, outlooks on life to a degree, and business. And I've spent the last couple of years as like a side business, but some of the most fun, I've gotten some great friends out of training traders and people who are interested in it. One of my, good friends, a couple of my good friends came from that. One is a veteran who came back who I was able to help just kind of reacclimate to things as he got back, and he was looking for that next thing. If you leave either a business or a different lifestyle and you're looking, I think it helps a lot to have the next thing you're going to do ready. For him, it was trading, by just kind of by chance, like by meeting me, and like, let's try this. And another one of my students, who's now also one of my best friends, he right after we started working together, he got fired from his job, and he's like, what am I going to do? And he's like, I'm going to take a shot at this. I'm going to take the money I have in my account, a couple grand, and he trades full time now. And here we are. That was 5 years ago, I think. Yeah, let's say 5 years ago. But I've gotten a lot of friends out of it, and hopefully I've helped quite a lot of people.
No, that's great. Shall we take a look at the website, the precision trading site?
You can, but I actually got a new one for you called tradingtotravel.com.
Oh, okay.
If you'd like to check it out, I have a free report there for you.
Okay,
and
so what is it, the URL again?
Trading, the number 2, travel.
.com?
Yep.
Okay.
And it looks strangely like PrecisionTradingLabs.com.
Yeah, funny how that works, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can put it up on the screen.
Cool.
There we go. Oh, you got a travel graphic and everything, video.
I looked at that too many times. It got me dizzy.
Okay, so and this, I can put this so people watching this can download the. Put it in the comments here.
Thank you.
So what is it? It's a book that it's a PDF guide.
Yeah, it's a 2-page report. Kind of lays out what you need to trade. Whether you're going to travel and trade from home, just looking for a second income. There's only a handful of things you need, and if you're missing one of them, you tend to struggle, and more importantly, you tend to lose money. But if you have all of these certain aspects of trading, then you tend to get success. And even if it's incremental success, you find success with what you're doing.
Okay. So once they get their feet wet in here, what's the next step for them?
So once you learn, once you get in and dig through the report, you'll see there's a place there where you can actually schedule a call with me, and I'll give you basically a one-on-one coaching call. My goal is not to sell you on trading, not to make you a trader, but I want to show you how simple it can be once you learn some very simple things. It doesn't have to take a ton of time per day. I think I say somewhere in that report that you can actually you can trade in 30 minutes a day or less. Frankly, it shouldn't even take you 30 minutes a day once you learn what the right things to do are. It should take you about a couple of minutes per day, either setting up trades on your phone or setting them up on your computer. On my computer, I can set up a trade in about 3 minutes, especially since all of the three, I'll give you a preview of the report. The 3 things you need in any trade is an entry point, a place to take profits, and a place for a protective stop. The protective stop is there to keep you from losing more money than you should, right? And you can input all 3 of those at once. So your trade manages themselves once you set it up. That's going to allow you to travel. It allows me to spend more time with my kids. I have 3 little ones, so I try to give them as much time as I can. I don't want to be behind the screen any more than I have to.
Yeah, so it's very much a lifestyle thing as well. So you have freedom, you have financial freedom, and you have time freedom to be with your family and to travel and to do the things you love to do.
Yeah, I have little kids, so travel for me is probably a little different than some of your viewers. But for me, I want to be able to spend, summertime, I want to spend a whole, month at the beach, basically from August 1st to September 1st. I don't have to be in an office. I can just be on my laptop, or even if I have to, I can just use my phone. I prefer to just set them up on my laptop, but it's one extra step to set them up on a phone.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I do. I sometimes do some software maintenance, and one time I was on a beach in the Bahamas. I need to fix something, and I did it on my phone. It was really awkward to do it on the phone, but it was possible. But many of the trading apps are now mobile, so you can do things anywhere. You don't even need a laptop. A laptop's better but you can if you had to.
I have done many a trade Monday in the middle of the day on the boardwalk at the beach, where I tell my wife I'm just going to go get a drink at the stand or whatever, and and I'm like, oh, let me just check this out. Something's happening. I want to be a part of it. Come back with a milkshake and everyone's happy. But it's fairly easy to do. And I more so when I first got started, this traveling and trading was like my goal. So I've traveled all through the U.S. Trading and traveling, but then as my kids have gotten to that age where it's harder and harder, or it's gotten too many. Whereas I have a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and an 18-month-old. Traveling is not the first thing I think of. Traveling within an hour and a half of my house is that's about the extent of my travel now. But someday they'll get older and we'll travel more extensively, and I'm looking forward to that. But I should have no reason to not be able to trade and make money while I'm on the road.
No, that's perfect. That it really does offer a lot of freedom. And you're on your adventures. You have your adventures with your children at the moment, and every season. And then really almost everybody was grounded in the last year and a half.
Basically, yeah. I mean, I do have an office on Wall Street that where my kids are in school. That's kind of where I kind of go. And that's where I would do my classes when we did in-person stuff. And to give that up and be back in the house, it was hard after a little while. And those first couple of months of COVID, we really only had we had basically one extremely volatile day at the beginning of COVID, let's say March 10th or so. But after that, the market's just in that steady uptrend, and been able to profit. Luckily, I didn't have to rely on anything, or I wasn't waiting for a stimulus check to compensate for anything. I had the market there for me, and luckily that stayed, accessible. Luckily the whole time during COVID, so I was able to take care of my 3 kids. My wife is actually a nurse, so unfortunately she was kind of during COVID wrapped up with actually like being in the throes of it. So I pulled daddy duty, but still made the same money kind of that I did during COVID, pre-COVID, I should say.
Yeah, no, that's really good. So it's it's really a yeah. So you're living the life, really. You're a family man. You've got a secure source of income that you don't have to worry about. Doesn't matter where you're at. You going out to make your trade reminded me of the movie RV with Robert Williams. Remember that back in the old huge phones? He was always running off and pretending to do something when he was really trying to make a deal.
I mean, I love trading, and it was the best experience of my life, like getting to the point where I am now. Even now, if I take a few days off, I can't wait to get back to the computer and, see the market and see what's going on. But at this point, it doesn't take a tremendous amount of time. So it's almost like I enjoy it more because I don't have to do it, if that makes sense. And I would say talking to my students about it who were, where I was, years ago, I'm also not so far removed from needing money that I understand the drive and how they're doing well and wanting to do better. And, they're getting started in these increments that we kind of teach people. And we have a community for our students to interact. And there is where we're sharing trades during the day. And I tend to only share a couple times a week because I only want to be behind the screen when I want to. And then I have coaching calls with some of my students. The kids kind of usually interrupt those now, but that's just because it's summer. They're back at school in September. It keeps me in the market and keeps me focused. But like I said, it's even a little bit more fun now than it was, years ago.
And I think I was studying some trading under somebody, and they basically advise not to really spend any more than 2 hours. Like you can't be tempted to sit there and stick with it for the whole day. But you get tired, you lose focus, and more often than not, you'll undo everything you did in the first 2 hours by making tired mistakes.
I've been there, and also there's this thing in trading where you tell yourself, or someone tells you, you're there to push buttons, and it's your job to trade. Your job's not to trade. Your job's to manage risk and manage profits. That's it. Your goal is not to push buttons. Set the trade up. The trade triggers, wonderful. Doesn't trigger, that's not your trade. And if you get into a trade and you lose money, just keep that small, on to the next trade. That's how my system works, and that's how I teach my students.
Yeah, and you were mentioning at the beginning of the pandemic that there was a couple of volatile days, but the rest of it, the market's been going up fairly steadily. So it's almost like if you have your stock folio is going to do well, even if you don't fiddle with it too much. So I think that's, you were saying when you were started that you were so worried about risk that you were selling things probably too early, or you're not necessarily making the best decisions because you were worried about losing it. Is that fair?
I would say it holds you back a little bit. No, I wouldn't even say it holds you back. I would say my focus being on not losing money, it kept me in the game longer. So I never had to blow up an account and say, like, start over. But what it taught me was also, like, know where your reward is and stick to the reward. Sometimes I close out trades too early. Wow, that made $1,000. I only made $200. Stuff like that. Whereas now I have a system. I stick to it. Largely, I would say about 80 to 90% of my trades I don't really see in person. I get an alert they triggered, and onward they go. They either stop out or they make money, and that's I keep my losses so large. Keep my losses so small that my wins pay for that without a problem.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's it's just it's a skill, and you learn more as you go, and become more confident. So, is there any last bits of advice you want to give to our listeners here?
Well, I would say that I want listeners to know it can actually help quite a bit to know how to trade. It's healthy. It's a healthy skill to learn. Because it's something that once you have, no one can take it away from you. And I hear these people say that the market changes all the time. Market really doesn't if you have a stick to like a core strategy, right? And then for your wealth, protect your downside and let your winners run as much as you can. And don't be afraid to travel and trade. It's not that difficult after you learn some core methods. After that, everything becomes a lot easier, and the freedom you want is just on the other side of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And download the PDF here for people can download that and get started, get some insights, and see if trading is for them.
That sounds good.
Anyway, thank you very much for coming and joining us today, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, Greg. It was good talking to you today. Take care. Bye.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. Okay. That was great. And anyway, yeah. Okay. Bonnie's here. Maybe we're going to talk to Bonnie a little bit just for a little relief. Hi, Bonnie.
Hi. I just wanted to let everybody know again about the cafe filters. And that's for, again, a French press, in case everybody needs an afternoon cup of coffee.
Maybe I should tee up the commercial.
Yeah, and why I like them so much, because Greg had the RV and I moved in, and he had this little, French press, and I'd never used one before. And after about a year, I said, ooh, I don't like this thing. It's hard to clean. I didn't like sticking my hand down inside the French press. But we met
Joseph Grimaldi.
Yes, we did. And out of that, he shared with us his passion for cafe filters. And these little filters are like socks that go down inside the French press. And what I just get the biggest kick out of it, because then you don't have gritty coffee, and it actually filters out some of the yuck. And then it's so easy to pull out and throw away or compost.
So maybe we should play the little video here.
Oh, I think we should.
Yeah. Okay.
The video didn't show, though, the cute part where you just pluck out the puck and toss it.
Oh, it didn't. Yeah, the best part wasn't there. Well, we're going to have to get Joseph on and demonstrate it live for us sometime.
Oh, I hope so. Yes. Well, this has so far been an incredible day. I feel like I'm just jam full of ideas of, different ways, of course, to earn a living while traveling. And I just really enjoyed our last speaker as well. He seemed you've known him for a while, Greg?
I met him through Strategic Alliance Live.
Ah, amazing.
Yeah. Yes. And so, and I guess one of the things that I'm seeing is that almost everybody has mentioned a kind of passion. If you love doing something, like if you don't love trading, then that's not the thing for you. If you love trading, then it is. You're going to be successful with things that you love doing, and can be almost anything. John Orian was talking about his North Star, figuring out what's important to you. And we have one more speaker for the day.
Fabulous.
Lorie Allen, and it's coming up, and I think we're probably just going to jump into that. We pre-recorded it.
All right.
And I think I accidentally started the beginning before, so it's going to be a little bit a quick jump. So anyway,
Okay.
And
Let's sit
why
back
don't you
and
come back
enjoy.
in about half an hour, and then we'll have our little after party.
Okay. Look
Okay.
forward to it.
Here we go. And welcome, Lorie.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So we first met in Delray Beach, Florida, at an AWAI boot camp, copywriting success boot camp and job fair, and you were with Great Escape Publishing at the time. Do you want to tell me a little bit more about that and how you got into travel?
Yeah. So I, right out of college, about 20 some years ago, I applied for a job at AWAI, American Writers and Artists. And yeah, I started there in their course creation and marketing department. And one of my first jobs was to create this course with Jen Stevens on how to be a travel writer. And I'd never heard of travel writing. I actually had never heard of copywriting either. But that course already existed before I got there. And as I was creating the course with Jen, I was starting to fall in love with this idea of getting paid to travel. And so while we were working through the program, we started to notice that it wasn't selling the way that the copywriting program sold. It was a different kind of person who was after, copywriting was sort of attracting this idea of someone who wanted to work from home and make a lot of money. And travel writing was somebody who was attracted to maybe less money, but this idea that they would live this fun and fulfilling life going from country to country or wherever they wanted to go or live. And so it didn't sell very well, to be honest, in the beginning. But as that we were building the program, I started becoming attracted to this lifestyle myself. This idea that money wasn't everything, and how much my life would change if I was doing something that I enjoyed and that I loved every day. So after a few years working with AWAI and learning marketing and publishing and home study courses, I got this idea that we should branch off and create a different company that was after this different kind of person, this person who was more like me, more attracted to this idea of lifestyle over income. And so I pitched that idea to the owners of AWAI, and we all agreed that it was something worth a try. So I branched off from AWAI and created Great Escape Publishing. And now at the time, it wasn't called Great Escape. We didn't get that name until later. We've just called it the AWAI Travel Division. And so I branched off and I created that. And then it wasn't too long, maybe even after the first year, that we started noticing that our most successful travel writers were including photos with their articles. And at the time, think back 20 years ago, well, this was probably 16, 17 years ago, cameras were still really expensive and the digital revolution was just coming. So the first digital cameras were still like $5,000, $8,000. So we had, but what was happening was these travel writers were going, so a lot of our market was to the international living world, and those readers at the time of international living were going to places like Belize, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. And if you remember, 15 to 20 years ago, most Americans were not traveling to those places. Most journalists were not traveling to those places. And so what was happening is they were uncovering these really great stories that magazines and newspapers wanted. And those magazines and newspapers had no choice except to buy the photographs from the travel writer, because it was too expensive to send a professional photographer with an $8,000 equipment all the way to Honduras, all the way to Belize, just to get pictures to match the story when the travel writer had them. And so this world was starting to open up where, before that, travel writers and photographers were two separate people. Now, all of a sudden, they're starting to blur the lines and become the same person. And so we kind of ran with that.
And I went out in search of a photographer who would teach travel writers how to add photographs to their writing. And while this sounds so commonplace, because it is today, it was really unusual then, and it was quite the search. I got a lot of hate mail at the time. I got hate mail from photographers who just swore that digital was a phase, a fad, and that film would be here forever. I got hate mail from photographers, professional photographers, who did not believe that writers could take photos, and you can understand it, you can get it, because that would mean their profession was going away, and that everything they learned how to do in photography school could be done by some Joe Schmo on the street. And we were basically saying anyone can do it, and that just minimalized their whole education and career. So I get it, but at the same time, that is where the world was going. So I did keep pushing forward despite the hate mail, and now we have what we have, which is a complete digital world. And we have writers who are photographers, and we have photographers who are writers. So that carried us through the first probably decade of Great Escape Publishing, was mostly travel writing and photography. And, first those two things were separate, and then they just grew over time to become the same person and the same thing. We had to teach photography to our travel writers, and we had to teach writing to our photographers. I kind of owned that space. Like, nobody else was doing that kind of education at the time. So I kind of owned that space of, look, anybody can learn to take better pictures, and anybody can learn to be a better writer. And so those were our roots. That's where we grew from. And then the photography stuff just really took off as more and more people started teaching photography and cameras got cheaper. We used to start with just a point and shoot, because people were taking photos. Magazines were publishing photos from a point and shoot camera. And even though people thought that, it's the same kind of situation that we have now. There are magazines that will publish photos from your phone. And so while that's not completely the norm, the majority of a magazine isn't filled with phone photos, it is doable, it is possible, and everybody has their phone. Everybody can take down the details of a great restaurant, or what they're eating, or a great story, or a person that they met. So, this idea that anybody can be a travel writer, anybody can be a photographer is still there. Like, that's still what the world wants. We do still want to hear from Rick Steves. We still want to hear from, Samantha Brown. Like, we still like those iconic travelers and their opinions and their perspectives, but we also still get our travel advice from our neighbor and our brothers and sisters and our friends on Facebook and our friends of friends on Facebook. So, we do want a mix. We want to know where Rick Steves is going. We want to know where Samantha Brown is going. We want to know where celebrities go, but we also want to know where our friends are going. And I don't see that going away. The other thing that really helped us was when blogs became popular. And then we created a course on how to build a blog and how to make money as a blogger. And then travel blogs became important. And then, now Instagram and TikTok and all of these things are just fueling this insatiable need for more stories, more photographs. And so that is how Great Escape grew so fast in such a short amount of time, was this adding of video, the adding of blog, the adding of 360 photography, and just a whole bunch of income opportunities that surround fun. I mean, that's what it is. It's surrounding fun. So we did that. I did that for, the next almost 2 decades, I think 17 years or so. Do you want me to talk about why I stopped? I mean, I can just very briefly just say that anybody who has started a business. So you have to remember that when we started a business back in, we started Great Escape 15, 16 years ago, there were no publishing platforms online. There were no home study course platforms online. We had to build everything from scratch, like how we used to deliver in print. We had to build how we deliver online from scratch. Now, there are programs out there now that we could just buy into, but that's not how it was when I started Great Escape. We had to build it. And over time, those programs became more ancient and more ancient. Like there's just newer stuff now. Yeah. And in addition, International Living was looking to expand, and we were such a good fit with their model. Like those people, their readers want to be travel writers, and they're good. Like they want to move abroad, and they're perfectly placed to be travel writers and photographers. So it just made the most sense to kind of blend those two companies together. AWAI always knew that the copywriting world and the travel writing world were two different people. That was always a hurdle that we were, or a ditch that we were jumping. Whereas with International Living, there was just this nice meld of people wanting the same things. And that also came at a time where our systems were breaking down, and International Living had better systems. And so it just kind of all came together at once. They wanted to expand. We needed help with the systems and stuff. And at the same time, I was sort of feeling like, anybody in, and maybe this is too much information, but anyone who has started a business and you grow it for 15 years or so, you start to realize that, like, here I am publishing all this stuff about how to have fun and how to get paid to travel, which is what I wanted to do, which is what got me into the business in the whole first place, was creating that one course and realizing this is what I want my life to look like. And then I had gone down this path of creating a business instead. And so here I am dealing with taxes and insurance and employees and hiring, firing, and event planning, and what happens when your systems crash and your database has an error in it, and that's not what I wanted. I wanted to travel and write and take pictures and make videos. I'm really attracted to video, actually. So yeah, it all came together at the same time. We were thinking about how we could make it work, and then I just took this opportunity, which then the pandemic came, and that kind of changed everything too. But ultimately, I want what all of the readers of Great Escape wants is to pursue those programs and to make an income doing fun stuff. And so that's how I split off. That's how Great Escape moved under the International Living umbrella. I think it's doing really well there, and I think it's a great fit for their readers. And then, I started Focused Escapes because that was just one thing that they, they have their own tours and they have their own way of traveling, and they have their real estate focus, and they have the Great Escape focus as well. But what I wanted to create was something a little bit different. So while I loved the photography tours that we did at Great Escape, they are pricey, they're expensive. And at some point in your photography career, you want to take these photography tours because that's the best way to see a destination. And if you're traveling with a camera, and if you've ever been on a traditional travel tour, you know that traditional travel tours take you out in the worst possible photo light. And then they only give you like 10 minutes or 15 minutes at every stop. So taking pictures in that kind of environment is next to impossible. It's just really impossible, because you could sit for 15 minutes with one flower in front of the Eiffel Tower. And that's just 15 minutes of your day. A photographer would really like to spend hours at the Eiffel Tower. going at it from different street angles, from different levels, maybe even trying different lenses, or asking people or their friends to pose and, do some fun stuff. You could be there for hours, and that just isn't the way typical travel tours work. They will want you off the bus and then back on the bus in like 10 minutes during the worst flight, whereas photographers need to get there early in the morning or stay late in the evening. So what I was noticing, though, is that a lot of the people that were attracted to our travel tours were actually already professional photographers. Everyone can learn, right? Like, there's no such thing as a professional photographer who's like at the end of their game and they're like, I know everything there is to know about photography. There's nothing I can learn. That's not a thing. But sometimes you don't necessarily want to go on a photography tour and with a photographer when, you may be even more advanced than that photographer, or you just don't, that's not, you would rather not listen to photography stuff and you would rather do more of the travel stuff. So I just took this opportunity to create something a little bit different. They were going to pause and try and figure out what they're doing with the photography side of the Great Escape business. And I still found this need of photographers who want to travel together, but not necessarily under the umbrella of another photographer. So in the past, we were learning more from each other than we were from an instructor per se. And so that's just what I created with Focused Escapes. I sat back and thought, what do I really love about these tours, and what would I change about the tours? And one of the things that I would change was that I don't know that they need to be instructor focused. I think that a group of people who like to travel, who like to have fun, and who want to be in the right places at the right light with enough time to take pictures, that's who I want to travel with. And then on the other side of that, the people I don't want to travel with, to be honest, are just people who are not nice. And so that you'll see on the Focused Escapes website, and part of the contract that people have to sign when they come on Focused Escapes is that they just have to be nice or they're kicked out. And, I think I'm getting older. A lot of my readers are getting older, and we're tired of it. We don't like it when people yell at wait staff or porters, or they treat other cultures inappropriately. And so, you know what? I'm putting my foot down. We're just not going to take that any longer. And I think there's a certain type of person who's attracted to that, who's attracted to this idea that we don't have to listen to unkind people anymore. And so hopefully that will attract the right kind of person. Yeah. And hopefully we'll have a way of keeping out those other kinds of people. And that's who I like to travel with. People who like to have fun, people who like to take pictures, and people who are just easygoing and they want to learn. They want to travel to grow, not travel to come home with the exact same opinions they left with. So anyway, that was a very long history, 20-year history.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Yeah, I compressed the whole 20 years.
We're done.
So I just going to say about the courses that you helped create. I subscribe to quite a few of them, and I thought they were great for taking people from absolute beginning to maybe having creating things that were worthy of in-flight magazines for airlines. And so you covered everything in between, and you had, as you went on, there was the photography and then the video courses, and it was really really quite good. So I think there are many there's hardly publications, hardly a community newspaper or magazine that doesn't have a travel section. Even if it's, if the magazine's about accounting, they still have a travel section. So there's just really tons of opportunity. Yeah. And I could see I tagged along on your Great Escape Radio with Jody Mayberry for quite a long time, and I love that you interviewed people who are having success out in the field. And I also notice a trend as we're going along. You were talking about these curated trips and travel adventures. So I'm not surprised at all that you've ended up with focused escapes. And why don't we take a look? I think that the website is fabulous here. And let's see. And do you want to play? Should I play this little video here that you made for it? And I can also play it. You can hear your voice narrating, and I can show some of the rest of the site here too while we're going. Okay. Hopefully the technology will work for us here.
The kinds of trips that I like to take are the kinds that change you. They're the kind that make you learn something about another culture or another people or even yourself. They open your heart, they make you listen, and when you come home, nothing has changed, but everything has changed. Traditional travel tours are trying to sell you an itinerary that they've created with the need to repeat the same things over and over again, week after week, with hundreds, if not thousands of people before you and hundreds, if not thousands of people after you. What I want for myself is a trip that is unique, that is authentic, that is something that is my own. I want to do what I've read about online, but I also want to do some other cool things that I just stumble upon when I get there. What I am creating are trips for us, busy people who don't have time to put thousands of hours into researching a fun and unique trip to Bali or Morocco. I want a place where I can hang out with just enough people to have interesting dinner conversation, but not enough where I have to wait for a big group or get on a bus and talk to a whole bunch of strangers. These are small, intimate, handcrafted trips that are unique every time I go. Every year the itinerary changes. I have created these from my vast network of bloggers and photographers and videographers who live in more than 30 different countries. I've been doing this a very long time, nearly 2 decades of taking people around the world. And I know what they like and I know what they don't like. What we like is having enough time to experience a destination, enough time to experiment with photographs and walk around and try different angles at the right light. I have designed each of these trips to put us in the most beautiful locations, ripe for photography. Each focused escape has a purpose or a focus. Sometimes it's photography. Other times it might be a special time of year or a special event. In Tanzania, for example, I like to go in November because as a photographer, I really like the light in November, and I like that there are fewer cars, and our money goes a lot further in November as well. We can afford to stay in really luxurious properties for the same price you would pay for a mid-range accommodation another time of year. But February and March is also a very special time to visit Tanzania because it's peak migration season. The number of animals is absolutely astounding. It feels like you're in the middle of a National Geographic special. So this enables us to go to these much loved destinations more than once because it's an entirely different experience when you go at different times. And that's why each focus escape has a little different focus, a little something new that makes it unique, because there are those destinations that we want to see again and again because we love them. I think the greatest things about focused escapes is actually the kinds of people who are attracted to them. We have our kindness policy, and you can check it out on our website, and that generally means that the kinds of people who are attracted to focused escapes are kind. They're also adventurous. They typically fall within the age range of about 35 to 75, depending on the trip. They're fun. They like authentic things. They like meeting new people and experiencing different cultures and taste testing new foods. It's those kinds of people that I like to travel with, and I think that you will also appreciate when you join a focused escape. If you believe that the most beautiful things in the world are not things, And if you believe that travel is more than just seeing the sights, and you believe that experiences are best shared with good people, and that meeting people from other cultures and other religions actually makes you a better person, then you're a good fit for Focused Escapes. If you want to join our community, go to focusedescapes.com and click Join My List. Over the last 2 decades, I've cultivated a list of invite-only people that I like to travel with. This keeps our groups small, and it also keeps them fun. So please, only invite your coolest friends. Go to focusedescapes.com and pick a trip that looks interesting.
Yeah. Coolest friends. That's good. I think you're living the dream, Lorie. Like you
closed all
what?
the
borders.
Except that COVID has closed all the borders.
Yeah, it has closed the borders, but that's going to change. You have one.
Yeah, let's hope.
You have a. Are you planning one for November?
So December is the
December.
One. So I started this in January 2020, I think.
Yeah.
So and at the time, we just moved the trip to so COVID shut things down in March. We just moved things to the summer, and then of course that didn't work. So we moved it to the winter, and of course that didn't work. And so we moved it to the next spring, and that didn't work. So now we have this one going to Morocco in December. It's full. It's a great group. I know pretty much every person on the tour. They've traveled with me in the past. And so I'm fingers crossed that it goes forward. And we're just ready to pivot. That's our policy is we're going to go forward as if, because things change every month. All of a sudden now there's a variance, and then there's this, and then there's, this country shuts down out of nowhere. So we're moving forward, and then we're just ready to pivot a month or two before the trip if needed. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that that we're back to, getting out there again. So yeah, that'll be the first one. And then we have Bali in April, which I'm super excited about because I completely redid that itinerary. And Bali is such an interesting place, but it is overrun with Instagrammers. So, it's crazy. You go there and there are literally sometimes 2-hour lines of people wanting to get a photograph of a famous spot on Instagram. And so you have all these young girls in these dresses that they buy, ball gowns sometimes, full on dresses to get this shot, and they sometimes come with a whole team of people. If they're a famous Instagrammer, they will come with a whole team of people, makeup artists and a photographer and, whatever. And then they're all waiting in a 2-hour line to snap a 15-minute or the second photo of that place. So, we've had to redo that over the years. And I just, I'm excited about heading out to the lesser known Gili Islands on that trip. And also just the pandemic kind of gave me a chance to relook at some of the itineraries and really think about what I love the most and what, has changed and should just kind of go away and not be a thing anymore.
Yes.
So that's, in a way, the pandemic was a blessing, to give us that extra breathing room to stand back and look at those things.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are sitting back and reassessing. We were traveling in our RV, and we're doing a video documentary, and we got grounded. And we all suddenly had to head back to Canada, and we're looking forward to the border opening again, but that's uncertain at this moment. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have family in Canada. My mom grew up in Canada. My mom.
Yeah. What part?
She grew up in Montreal, but my family now lives in, some of them still live in Toronto, and some of them are in Niagara on the Lake.
Okay. Yeah, my son and his family are now in Montreal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any family there. That is where she grew up, but I don't think I have any family there anymore.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us, and this has been fabulous, and maybe one day I hope I'll be a cool enough friend to come on one of your trips.
Good. I hope so. I think they're great. And I just love the types of people who are attracted to them. So
Yeah.
it kind of just feels like you have a whole bunch of lifelong friends, and we're all sitting around a campfire drinking wine at night, and it's just nice, it's something that you don't really get in those travel tours that are like go go go, when half of what we enjoy about being in a location is feeling like you live there, feeling like you can have a glass of wine by the campfire, and you're not going to be rushed out of bed the next morning to go stand in a 2-hour line to get a photograph.
Yes.
So yeah, we would love to have you, and I encourage anybody who wants to join to sign up and give it a shot, see if it's a good fit for you. But I would love to see you someplace cool.
Are you there?
Hi, Bonnie. Yeah, I guess I have muted. There we go. So,
wow, what a day!
Yeah, what a day. So that's I think it's been a fabulous success for our speakers. We've had a lot of choices. We had a couple of people talking about trading. Linda Hollander talked about sponsorship.
Angelyn
Mindy
Toth
McHorse
gave us a viewpoint that many people never experience of what network marketing really can be, and how it can be, not only profitable, but really life-changing.
Yeah, life-changing. Actually, many of the things were life-changing. As Ryan was saying, it changed his life learning when he finally cracked the code and figured out how to trade. And then also Lorie, when she said it took her 6 months, she went from not being able to buy her own house, even though she was in the real estate business, to being able to buy a house. And that was through trading. And
then Gary shared how he helps people. He just guides people to find out what they really, really, really want. And then they get to go make a choice that for them will be life-changing.
Yeah. So it's pretty amazing. So now we just have to figure out what we want to do when we grow up, eh?
Oh, that's right. We're 60-ish going on 16, that's for sure. Well, we appreciate everyone that's been attending today.
Yes.
Because we all have dreams. And I say stop dreaming and take action now. You've been offered many different fruits on the tree here.
Yeah.
And you can explore with any one of these amazing speakers and go a little deeper dive. Not that you have to do anything, but it's good to do a deeper dive and see what's a good fit for yourself to earn that extra incremental income as another income stream or as a income stream.
Yeah. And many of you have joined the Healthy Wealthy Nomads, healthywealthynomads.com sign up, part of the program, and you will receive follow-up emails about some of these. We'll send you as a separate recording with the links. Many people offered special links and just a profile, and there are many opportunities to move forward with any one of these opportunities can be worthwhile. I think the thing is to find one that resonates with you. As Gary said, franchising is great for some people, not for others. And John Orian, I like that he had a process of trying to find out what your North Star is, what it is that really motivates you, whether you want to make a difference, an impact, want to make some money, maybe both impact and money. And the funny thing is that if you're making an impact, it's probably easier to make money. So, and again, almost everybody said it has to be something you love, has to be a passion, something you want to do. So that leads to our next summit, our next super
That's
show.
right. We have another one coming.
Another one coming. So this one was the Healthy, Wealthy Nomads Wealth Edition. So we're working on a thing called the Healthy, Wealthy Nomads Health Edition. And again, this will probably be sometime in September. We haven't picked a date yet. And we already have. You've already been talking to a number of very good health practitioners with some great advice that can help people in many ways.
Yeah, so if you've ever wondered about certain modalities of healing, we're going to have a variety of people on that can share many different ways to heal, because there's always different ways that people respond to. And as we all know, the natural health industry, we're much more educated now, and we can combine, modalities to get us where we want to be. So definitely check in there. One of the things we're going to be taking the advice on, of course, is Linda Hollander. And so for anyone here listening, we will be looking for sponsors. And if you'd like to be part of our sponsor lineup, then please contact us on that. We also gladly accept anything that someone might like to share with the audience. I want to just put a plug in for the cafe products. We have a kit going out, and so we will probably email that out to everyone who's the winner on this.
Yeah, so it's not over. So we're going to choose a winner from the people who've signed up for free to be part of the Healthy Wealthy Nomads Super Show. And I put a link in the comments there, so you can sign up. It's still, sign up, and we'll pick a winner in a couple of days, and we'll send out the kit. And also, when you're on the list there, so you also receive notices about the Healthy Wealthy Nomads Health Edition. And you also get links to any special offers that our speakers offered. I'm going to give a few things away, and we're going to go from there. So, So is there anything else you want to say?
Yes, I do. I wanted to again invite people to meet with a virtual coffee tea with Angelyn and I, and you can email me at bonnie@storyvan.tv, and we can have a virtual coffee tea to explore a little deeper. That would be great fun to have with you, all of our audience. And I think the biggest thing for my takeaway today is when we're open to possibility, and when we open our minds and learn and listen and learn, then things will come into our life, and we can pick and choose. And today we chose specific people that have a lot of experience and a lot of success. And that's what we wish for you, to be a healthy, wealthy nomad, even if you're at home.
Yeah. And the other thing I should mention is that we also do Storyvan TV. The website is storyvan.tv. And we have a number of interviews coming up. We usually do 1 or 2 interviews and broadcast something like this. In a way, we perceived this show as a whole pile of interviews stuck together. So if you go to Storyvan TV, you can learn more. And I've got a little video for Storyvan TV that I want to play. Bonnie wanted to play it at the beginning of the whole thing, but it's really cute. Anyway, so that's how we're going to leave it. And talk to you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yay.